Trump is going to be president in 28. Well, he's going to get a third term.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
Who is Steve Bannon? Some of you probably know him from his tenure as Trump's White House chief strategist, or you know him through his conservative talk show, or you've seen him on Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, or any one of those kind of right-leaning media platforms. Or even you could have learned who he is through left-leaning platforms such as CNN, MSNBC, ABC, or even Gavin Newsom's podcast, where he was surprisingly the second guest ever.
We'll stress test that.
The purpose I want to do this is I want to convert you to be a tariff guy also. This is part of the process to unwind you from being a globalist to make you a populist nationalist. It's a long journey. It's a long journey, but I think you'll get there.
This is part of the deprogramming, is it? I appreciate it.
Who is this MAGA supporter? And why does he pop up everywhere saying unconstitutional things like we need to prepare for a Trump third term? So for me, I learned who Steve Bannon was when a 2021 trailer came out with Steve Bannon at the center of it interviewing the one and only Jeffrey Epstein.
But the future is for the way women think.
The way women think.
That's correct.
Is that not a sop because of all the depravity you've done against young women? And your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future?
The only footage we see from this trailer is wild because Epstein in 2019 is backing the Me Too movement and looking to change his image. This change in image is confirmed with the recent House Democrats releasing over 20,000 pages, including messages between Epstein and Bannon, where he was part of the, quote, Rehab Epstein's public image crew. Bannon says we must counter, quote, rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by the world's most powerful, richest men, quote, that can't be redeemed. He then goes on to say, can't redeem unredeemable. You have a lot of things which will show, but you are not that. And it gets crazier. He even goes on to say, there is a crazy jihad against you, i.e. Epstein. Both of these messages are incredibly revealing, but ultimately very strange. The planned documentary was titled Monsters, Epstein's Life Among the Global Elite. You can only imagine what was going to be disclosed, since Bannon even said he had somewhere between 15 to 16 hours of filmed interview sessions with Jeffrey Epstein during 2018 to 2019. They were prepping Epstein for a planned interview with CBS's 60 Minutes that ultimately never aired. But here we are 5 years later and nothing has come out. Bannon's been asked about releasing it several times, especially since he is the MAGA supporter. He even says Trump's a tamed MAGA. And Trump ran on the idea of releasing the Epstein Files. But here's where Bannon's character leaves me with more questions than answers. Because Steve Bannon goes on all these shows and they still ask about Epstein and the files. And do you know how he responds to these? Extremely calculated. He gives you the good old coming soon or next year.
In 2019, you did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein for a documentary you're making called Monsters. That interview never came out. Would you be willing to release that footage, and why hasn't the footage been released already?
We're going to release the film, the 5-part series next year, early next year.
Yeah.
You're going to see it.
However, legal correspondent for Business Insider, Jacob Shamsian, who I want to credit for very solid reporting, has gotten word that people who work for Bannon on his War Room podcast have not seen any indication of footage ever being edited for this Epstein documentary. But it gets even weirder because Steve Bannon on his show and attending any live event like Turning Point USA, he never hides from the Epstein Files question. In fact, he tells people to keep pursuing it because it will reveal, in his words, the cover-up.
I know, but but I'm saying it's you'll get to the cover-up of exactly what the cover-up was. Because now, by continuing to force and say, hey, maybe this is a better way, you're going to get some documents on this Epstein situation. Something's going to happen. You're going to have a special prosecutor. You're going to get documents. It's going to start unfolding because you were determined. You're not rude, or you're not unappreciative. You're sitting there going, this has to be done.
And then in late 2025, the House Democrats released 20,000 more pages of Epstein Files. New photos showed Bill Clinton again, Bill Gates, Noam Chomsky, Woody Allen, Michael Jackson, and even Walter Cronkite. and among them were also photos of Steve Bannon, with one photo sparking lots of controversy since it's an alleged photo of a traffic victim, and it shows Bannon speaking to Epstein, most likely about his rebranding public perception. That alleged photo also confirms what close sources have suggested about Epstein, that Epstein kept trophies of his victim around his home, like the famous Bill Clinton address found in Epstein's New York townhouse. Which then begs the question, why is one of the most famous conservative faces in the 21st century trying to help rebrand Epstein's image? What's in it for him? Why has no one asked him about his ties to Epstein publicly? And why on earth is Steve Bannon holding on to an alleged 15 hours of footage and not releasing it? Well, today, we sift through the interviews, the documents, the timelines, and really figure out who Steve Bannon really is and why he appears everywhere with everyone, like Epstein. Because if there's one thing we're gonna learn, Steve Bannon is the master of redirection. So if you saw last week, we dropped a 40-minute documentary on Gavin Newsom. So this week, I decided to split the difference and do it on a conservative who seems to also have aspirations now for running for president. So if you haven't already, please like, comment, subscribe. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers. Now let's get into this. Okay, so let's set the deck here and rewind the tape on the life and story of Stephen Kevin Bannon. So Bannon grew up in a working class family in Richmond, Virginia on November 27th, 1953. He was born in the 50s, so Bannon grew up with a father who was a telephone company lineman. And here is a funny twist. His father was a staunch supporter of John F. Kennedy, the Democrat. He would go knock on doors for his campaign and was said to have connected with the Irish Catholic overlap. So Bannon went to an all-boys Catholic military academy in high school before he would then attend Virginia Tech. Now, this is where the image of Bannon really starts to develop, and he builds his core beliefs here. Before he was even 20, Bannon ran for student government under anti-establishment ideas, and he won by a landslide. He then joined the Navy as an officer between 1977 and 1983, because according to close friends, this was a stepping stone to get into politics. On the USS Foster in the Gulf of Oman, apparently this is where Bannon swung hard to the conservative side. He was deployed to the Persian Gulf for Operation Eagle Claw, which was in regards to the Iranian hostage crisis. The failure of the mission is where Bannon's political aspirations really began. In 2015, he said, "I wasn't political until I got into the service and saw how badly Jimmy Carter things up. I became a huge Reagan admirer, still am, but what turned me against the whole establishment was coming back from running companies in Asia in 2008 and seeing that George W. Bush had effed up as badly as Carter. The whole country was a disaster." Bannon's resume is one of the most decorated out there, there's no question, because during his time at the Navy, he worked as a special assistant to the Chief of Naval Operations at the Pentagon. And at night, he would be attending school at Georgetown University, where he obtained a master's degree in national security studies. But after 7 years with the Navy, he moved on and got further education, where he attended Harvard Business School, which has nothing to do with politics, but he then got a job in business at Goldman Sachs as an investment banker. So we go from politics to military to politics degree, and then he decides to go to the business route. He's touching all facets of careers, it seems. So before Steve Bannon ever touched politics, before Breitbart, before Trump, he was already playing the game, as you can tell. Wall Street to Hollywood, and then in 1990, Bannon left Goldman Sachs, where he had climbed to the level of vice president and launched a boutique investment bank called Bannon & Company with a group of former Goldman colleagues. This wasn't random though. Bannon had been sent west by Goldman Sachs years earlier to help expand the firm's presence in Beverly Hills, right where I guess finance, entertainment, and influence quietly overlap. Bannon and his company accepted equity stakes instead of cash in several projects under Castle Rock Entertainment banner. One of those projects was Seinfeld. At the time, the show was only in its 3rd season, successful, but nowhere near the cultural monster it had become. Bannon later said they ran the numbers assuming modest syndication. "We were wrong by a factor of 5, he's quoted. They weren't just wrong, they were wildly wrong. By 2013, the Financial Times reported that Seinfeld had generated $3.1 billion in reruns alone. Even a 1% stake would mean over $30 million. That's just from one show. That single deal meant Bannon was financially secure for life. Deep in Hollywood throughout the 1990s, Bannon wasn't a political figure at all. He was fully embedded in Hollywood, and he produced and worked on around 18 films, including The Indian Runner in 1991, directed by Sean Penn, Titus in 1999, a Shakespeare adaptation, and by the early 2000s, Bannon went even deeper, becoming a partner at The Firm, a major talent management company representing A-list actors and directors. This was just wild because he had been politics, military politics, business, and now Hollywood. And here's where it gets interesting. People who worked with Bannon in the 90s describe him almost the same way, again and again. Extremely intense, intellectually aggressive, not warm or social, obsessed with history, power collapse, and decline. He wasn't a Hollywood party guy as you would imagine. He didn't chase fame. He didn't care about celebrity. Instead, he was the guy in the corner drinking, arguing, talking about the fall of Rome, rambling about corruption and the elites, and obsessed with cycles of history. And now, years later, you guys probably saw in 2018, Sean Penn went on Conan and called Bannon a crook then and a crook now. But the context matters. This was during the peak of Trump-era Hollywood backlash. Anyone tied to Trump was pretty much ostracized. It was extremely radioactive. That's Penn's opinion. He didn't like him, and I think a lot of it had to do politically. Behind the scenes, though, while Bannon's career was thriving, his personal life was less stable. What we know, and this is an area I'm only going to touch on briefly, by the 1990s, his first marriage had already ended quietly. His second marriage, which produced a daughter, ended in the late 90s, and his third marriage to former investment banker Diane Alessi ended bitterly, involving disputes over money and custody. So while Bannon was financially set and professionally climbing the ladder and going into all these facets, his personal life was a little bit messy and strained. And so why does the 90s matter? This decade explains everything that comes later. Because by the end of the 1990s, Steve Bannon had a ton of money, complete financial independence, and he had deep experience in connections with so many people. The man you would see later, the strategist, the disruptor, the ideologue, was already there. But it wouldn't be until 2004 that Bannon's true colors would finally make it on the big screen. So in 2004, Bannon made a documentary about Ronald Reagan called In the Face of Evil, one of his true admirers. While he was making the film and showing it around, he crossed paths with conservative writer Peter Schweizer and publisher Andrew Breitbart. That meeting turned out to be important. Breitbart later joked that Bannon was like the, quote, Leni Riefenstahl of the Tea Party, basically saying he was really good at using film media to push a political agenda.
Alarmed by September 11th, Bannon produced a film about his hero, Ronald Reagan.
We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars.
The first word that leaps to mind is apocalyptic. He has a very alarmist, urgent filmmaking style. The tone is febrile. The visual style is lurid.
Bannon's film identifies a dark threat he calls the Beast.
After that, Bannon leaned hard into political documentaries. He helped finance and produce films like Fire from the Heartland, The Undefeated, and Occupy Unmasked. These weren't Hollywood passion projects anymore. They were full-blown political weapons, meant to fire people up and shape how conservatives saw the world. Julia Jones, one of the co-writers of In the Face of Evil, has said Bannon wanted the threat to be known as the Beast. That is what he described it. The film praises Reagan, but what's most fascinating is the ending. The narrator states the Beast is still alive, and the videos of 9/11 and Muslims praying are who he's targeting, clearly establishing the Beast is. What almost made me fall out of my chair when researching Steve Bannon is learning how the book, The Fourth Turning, was one of his favorites. Now, if you watch Julian Dory's podcast, you know Julian references this book all the time because it proposes that American history moves in cycles of roughly 80 to 100 years, each composed of 4 turnings. There's an awakening, cultural upheaval, an unraveling, individualism, institutional decline, and a crisis, a major societal turning point. That crisis looks like a revolution, civil war, or Great Depression. He even makes a documentary on it suggesting a destruction of the establishment by whatever means necessary. His old high school idea of anti-establishment is still reality. Now remember this when we get to Bannon's time as Trump's White House chief strategist. At the same time, Bannon was still operating business. In 2006, he convinced Goldman Sachs, his old company he worked for, to put money into a company called Internet Game Entertainment. After the company got hit with a lawsuit, it rebranded as Affinity Media, and Bannon stepped in it to run it. From 2007 to 2011, he was the CEO and chairman. Around that period, his thinking was getting more extreme and more public. In 2007,
damn, interesting backstory about Steve Bannon, the ghoul himself, the reanimated corpse, I don't know, advisor to demons. This cool video, small channel, Alessi, 26.8K subscribers. I like to shout out smaller channels, or at least channels that are smaller than my main channel. So, guys, give it double audio? No, wait, was it? Okay, hang on now. Let me check.
he wrote an outline for a documentary calling Destroying the Great Satan, arguing that major institutions like the media,
there we go, that fixed it, right?
Agencies, and even parts of civil society were
we're good now, I think. But yes, no, thank you for letting me know. But yeah, definitely check this out. Alessi over here. Good. Seems like a good video. Yeah, I like how he said he did one about, what's his name? Gavin Newsom. And he's like, and now I'll do one for the right. And I mean, I would say that you already did one for the right, which is the Gavin Newsom one. But yeah, sure. Do one for the Democrats and Republicans. Crazy Bannon's planning to run for president. That I gotta see. That I must see. That guy. I mean, I do think Bannon's kind of one of the few kind of smart Republican dudes, but I do not think he has the juice. You know what I mean? I don't think he has the. He doesn't have that je ne sais quoi charisma. He's meant to be the guy behind the curtain or above the marionette stage, the guy pulling the strings. Yes, the two sides, center right and far right, all across the political spectrum. Yeah. Was it the one about jerky? We're gonna get into that actually, the Flesh Simulator video. But before all that, gang, you know what time it is. This is my new thing that I will do. I'm gonna play my theme song. Oh wait, actually, before I play my theme song, let me pop this in the chat. Boom. Yeah, no way he becomes president. I mean, we did all say that about Trump, so I'm a little bit reluctant. But hey, I really don't see it with Bannon. Anyway, here we go. Theme song time.
Years ago, they became super viral, so whatever.
Oh, hang on, no, didn't start at the beginning. 1 second.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I mean, goblin jokes years ago, they became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal pot-belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Welcome to the Extra Chill Goblin Show. My name is Extra Chill Goblin, and we're going to be doing some extra chill goblin
wanted to air
activities.
this 'cause
Nope, don't need to hear this again. Reminds me of 2010's dubstep. Well, it should, because that is the 2010's dubstep, bro step raves is where I came of age and really got into psychedelics. So I certainly would. I think I'd still be pretty cool without that time in my life, but I'd be different. I'd be a different guy. Yes, guys. Awesome. Vomit. Yeah. It's so fucking hard. Me too right now. Interesting and informative. Honestly, like, that's the part, because that's from a real clip of Alex Jones talking about me on his show. You guys didn't know. And he's like, I saw this the other day. I wanted to share it. I found it, what is it? He said, entertaining and informative. That's what he said. Entertaining and informative. And I was like, God damn. Alex Jones thinks I'm entertaining and informative. That is, I mean, as much as I'm like, Alex Jones is a, evil fascist, fucking like quizzling, charlatan, hypocrite, liar, dumbass. At the same time, I'm like, that really means a lot coming from him, entertaining and informative. Oh, you think so? Anyway, it's so nuts. Took me a while to discover MDMA. And I mean, this is all fake, by the way. I don't actually do any drugs. I'm lying right now to look cool. But no, obviously candy flipping is the better way to go. But I didn't discover MDMA personally until later in life. So I was mostly doing like acid, mushrooms, mescaline. did like once or twice. Some of the 2C chemicals, 2CE. I don't know, stuff like that. I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing those kind of drugs and then going to a big room full of lots of people. But not so chill goblin. Sometimes I'm chill. Sometimes I'm chill. Sometimes I'm chill goblin. Sometimes it's more like chill goblin. Like goblin, you gotta chill. I think we all contain both sides, yin and yang. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah. Hey, listen. No worries. Some of us smoke crack. Some of us are all sober. I don't think that I am supposed to talk about drugs on YouTube, so I'm going to stop doing that. Gang, thank you so much for tuning in. I've got so much to show you. To quote the DMT mechanical machine elves, I have so much to show you. And that is a direct quote. Let's get right into it. What drugs should we do in those circumstances? Oh, sure. I will answer this question. I do think some people had it. Yeah, Danny had the right idea here. Candy flipping. Mixing Molly and LSD, amazing. I've also discovered, even after MDMA, discovered 2CB, which is, I think, probably my favorite drug all around, really. That one's great. But again, I feel a little bit uneasy about talking about this online on my YouTube channel, but my mom watches this show. Mom, if you're listening, none of this is true. I'm only trying to look cool in front of my cool internet friends. All right, here we go. Let's get into this. Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, a guy I've spent a lot of time, researching, trying to figure out who he knew, when, what was he doing, how did he get his money, how did his sort of network, his system, his kind of, sexual abuse pyramid scheme, how did it work, who was involved, who was complicit in this, I look like we all have. But there are a lot of questions to ask when it comes to Epstein. Separately, though, I'm also fascinated by certain kind of internet conspiracy theories. I mean, I'm fascinated by a lot of conspiracy theories, but one of the ones that I happen to know the most about is PlZZAGATE, which is sort of similar. I mean, not even similar, but sort of connected to Epstein, sort of connected to Jeffrey Epstein. And this past week, obviously, there's been more people have been going through the giant tranche of documents from the Epstein Files release, but there's been this past week like a lot of interest in the amount of, let's just say, the amount of times Epstein talks about pizza, and people are kind of resurrecting PlZZAGate into this. No, PlZZAGate's back, and it's real, and it's in the files, and let's look at it. So if you don't know me, hi, I'm Extra Chill Goblin, otherwise known as Chill Goblin on YouTube. I did a video recently about what was it? What's it called again? Oh yeah, PlZZAGate. Oh, I guess I gotta hang on. Chill Goblin. If I type in my own name, Chill Goblin. There it is. So here's my latest video on my main channel from a couple months ago. PlZZAGate, autopsy of a conspiracy. Well, maybe it was premature to call it an autopsy because the conspiracy is kind of back in a big way. And I've been getting lots and lots of comments on this video here that I thought were somewhat amusing. These are all from like the past 24 hours. Did you just put out a 3-hour plus video only to have it be completely obliterated by those Epstein drops a month later? That's brutal, man. For real. Couldn't have said it better, LMAO. I don't believe you covered the story in good faith, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this video appears to not be aging well. Almost 200K views later, YouTube's now contacted him to hand over the check. His wallet thinks otherwise. Okay, these guys think I'm getting paid by you. I mean, I to be fair, I guess I am getting paid by YouTube. I did get money for that that PlZZAGate video. It was my most successful video ever, actually. I always knew you were part of the PSYOP, man. You and your creep friend. This video aged quite poorly. Don't waste your time, viewer. Don't this one I feel like is more kind of nice. Don't these new files debunk your debunking? And then this person quoting one of the new Epstein releases we'll get to. Yeah, they're just talking about their favorite food. Okay. This whole video reminds me of Slade Somer, editor-in-chief of The Recount and personal friend of Podesta, who was one of the first to debunk PlZZAGate. You can Google him to see what he's up to these days. Care to revisit this issue, my friend? A lot of pizza, grape soda talk all over again. You probably ought to stick to unemployment. This aged like milk. You could take this misinformation down. Pizza mentioned over 900 times. Anyone here think the elites enjoy pizza, hot dogs, and grape soda as much as the everyman? Anyone here got 1,000 Domino's orders in a lifetime even? Well, maybe an incel such as our content creator here, but no. He literally tells me how he votes without telling me how he votes. Repent now. So I actually don't vote in American elections. I'm Canadian. But if I was there, yeah, you could probably guess how I would vote. I will. Yeah, you're right. Probably what you think about me is correct. But so like I think like people are a little bit mean here, but like yeah, okay, this is interesting. I wouldn't have called my PlZZAGate video a PlZZAGate debunk. If I was doing a debunk video, it would have been quite different. That other video, I wanted to sort of the other PlZZAGate video. My goal was to sort of research PlZZAGate's origins, to break it down into its component parts and show exactly when and where each of those parts first, manifested themselves on the internet. Does it come from a reliable source, or was it kind of just out of the ether from some random person typing on 4chan? And some of the aspects I thought were real, or more real than others, and some of them I thought were complete, fabrications out of thin air. But to be fair, yeah, there are over 900 mentions of pizza in the new Epstein Files. Let's have a look at what people are saying. Joyce Carol Oates, beloved author and poster, is retweeting Flesh Simulator, who posts an email from Susan Hamblin. I will be sending fresh muffins down with Corinna. You currently have 2 steaks left on the island. Would you like new ones? And then Flesh Simulator says, here's the founder of an adoption charity asking Epstein if he needed any new steaks for his island because he only had 2 left. Joyce Carol Oates retweet says, somehow this so casual cutesy references Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I just drank a big thing of Pepsi. Why did I do that before the stream? Somehow, the so casual, cutesy references to fresh muffins and steaks is among the most obscene emails in what we've seen of the Epstein Files. To learn that the emailer is a woman named Susan Hamblin who'd founded an adoption charity is overwhelmingly disgusting. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay, Joyce. And then over here, so this is a video from Breaking Points with Crystal and Sagar, and it's the video is titled Pizza Code Words Littered in Epstein Files. Oh, yes, and what program is he using? Obsidian, baby. I've now become an Obsidian evangelist. It is awesome. It is such a good, it is so good. It's a really good program. But okay, no, I wanted to specifically show this part. So I like Crystal Ball. I think Crystal Ball has good analysis. I think she's a intelligent, articulate person. She knows a lot more than I do about politics, and I think she has a lot of good takes. So let's see what she says about this. Oh, no audio? Oh, yeah. Great name. Hang on. Yep. You're so right. Hang on, let me fix that. Let me fix this. Sorry.
Globe, which is the power about, this is a tale as old as time, that the culture war is used to distract people from the real problems in society and the globe, which is the power of these very billionaires. So, it's not crazy to imagine that they found all of these kooky conspiracy theories to be very useful that were, Pizzagate was stupid and bizarre. And
true.
So it made it very easy, and so was QAnon. And so it made it very easy for people to see all of this, the real things that were going on, as preposterous, right? And so the New York Times of the world and whatever wouldn't deign to look into it, media organizations involved directly in cover-ups, et cetera, because it was all painted as like just the hobby horse of these crazy fringe conspiracy theorists. And again, like Pizzagate and QAnon were ridiculous things. Were they sort of put out there intentionally so that you are making the real part.
Okay. I don't think this is exactly the part that I meant to share. But I agree with everything she's saying there. Let me just hang on.
It's a good segue to our last piece here, which is just some of the things that you can't even really categorize. They just depict the absolute.
I thought that I had it queued up to start at the right part here. Pizzagate. Okay, here we go. Yeah. No, I guess it was much more close to the beginning. Here you go. This one. Oop.
Depraved, disgusting, like beyond belief type of activity. It hints at it, right? This is all the little glimpses that we get. And we've talked about this before because, it really does. The birthday book was very eye-opening for me. Page after page of the most disgusting, disturbing, dystopian references where that was the moment when we both were, oh, Eyes Wide Shut is a documentary.
Yo, happy International Pizza Day, everybody.
This is real life. And I genuinely, I believe so firmly now, in the strongest possible way, that being a billionaire, being extraordinarily powerful, being extraordinarily influential, well-positioned in these ways.
Oh, I thought that I had skipped ahead to the right moment. Oh, jeez. Gang, I don't know what's happening here. This is usually not how I do these. I literally say that every stream, I think. Okay, I want it 3:59. Did it go? No, it didn't. Okay, what the hell? 3:59.
Is to torture in all of this.
Right. So they're talking about the emails, what's in the emails.
addition, let's
Here we
put
go.
G4 up on the screen. There was also a lot of language that appears to be coded regarding food. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza. Another email read, "This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again." This one talks about, yeah, that's the pizza. You mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement. There's one more, I think, in this list as well. "Sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it for any drama. Imagine."
Excuse me. I mean, this one is weird. I will say this one is weird, but this one doesn't have anything to do with pizza. But yeah, no, I mean, oh shoot, you know what? I should have written down the times, but her and Sagar are both kind of pointing out these mentions of pizza alongside, you know, emails where they're like, where it seems like there's actually some crimes going on. They're also pointing out, they're mentioning pizza, grape soda, food. What does it mean? What do you think they're talking about? And I was surprised. I was surprised to see this from Crystal Ball. I was surprised to see this from Joyce Carol Oates. I mean, you know, like Joyce Carol Oates isn't exactly like a political commentator, but I think of Crystal Ball as a pretty savvy, you know, a person. So we got like that was surprising to me. Those two, and then of course Tucker Carlson has been talking about Pizzagate as well on his stream with. Fascist. I don't know if I should really call this guy a fascist, but he might just be too dumb to be a real fascist. But Ian Carroll is the guest. No, it's not really working for me here. That's irritating. Come on now. All right. Sometimes you know, sometimes it doesn't work the way that we want it to. Obsidian, I mean, whatever. I'll show you this later, actually. I'll get this later. Maybe actually, this one is, I think, a kind of condensed.
Would you mind just giving...
Let's watch this. This is like a short TikTokified edit of the hour and a half long interview. Here's like a minute and a half long.
A basic recap of what this Pizzagate theory was.
These emails get dumped online full of everything that was in John Podesta's life. And John Podesta is a very powerful and connected man. People on the internet then started to notice these strange pizza messages about $40,000 worth of hot dogs being flown to DC for parties, and overt references to children. These kids, ages like 7, 8, and 9, will be in the pool and it'll be heated and they will be there for, it's like, wait, what are we talking about? This one pizza place in particular, Comet Ping Pong, right in the heart of DC, the Instagram of this pizza shop is full of very disturbing images of children. Things like children taped to tables, things like commenters talking about rape and sexual abuse, things like comments about kill rooms, and so much disturbing imagery on a public Instagram account for a public pizza place. As the media is running this big kind of smear campaign on these questions, a guy conveniently walks into that pizza place with an AR and shoots the place up. Doesn't hit anybody, but manages to shoot a bullet straight through the hard drive that's in the back room and gets arrested by police very publicly. They have a big photo shoot. So then you can look at it and say, these conspiracy
They have a big photo shoot. They take like 3 different photos.
theories are dangerous, so we can censor them all off the internet because it's been debunked. Don't pay attention to the fact that the guy that owns the pizza place is the boyfriend of the guy that runs Media Matters, who is one of the primary debunkers of these things.
Cool. Yeah, so there you go. Now we've got the fascists coming out and talking about Pizzagate and reminding us what it was originally about. This is a big moment. If you're into Pizzagate, if you believe in Pizzagate, right now there are so many people who are interested in it. So it makes sense for Tucker to do an interview with this fucking beef-witted simpleton Ian Carroll to pump up the Pizzagate narrative, which was always at its heart a Nazi kind of like lie about a way to paint their political enemies as irredeemable, satanic, child-sacrificing, pedophile villains. That is what this moment is leading to. And I don't think people like, you know, Crystal Ball and Joyce Carol Oates or Flesh Simulator over here, I don't think that they're doing this intentionally. I think that they're honestly looking into these things, but maybe I would say they're not doing a good job of it. So I want to take a minute to go over this. I'll go over that Ian Carroll video in more detail later. But for now, yeah, like let's just kind of take a look at some of these emails here. So here's some of the mentions of pizza in these things. Here's an email from somebody Monroe. Good morning, Guylaine. Hope you're feeling better. Normally do my schedule on Sundays, so if you want to lock in some training, please let me know. I have a weekly wait list and want to give you priority. No pizza for breakfast and go do your homework. Okay, that seems... So first of all, like, this is a message between two people, neither of whom are Epstein. It's between Guylaine and her, like, personal trainer, and he's saying, don't eat pizza for breakfast. You know, that doesn't seem like that much. And when people say there's 900 mentions of pizza in the files, keep in mind, this is not just one person's emails. Also, there are duplicates, whatever, but, like, this is in all of the Epstein files when is pizza mentioned. Here's one here. Below are directions to David Blaine's. Okay, great. Oh, follow Broadway 4 blocks south past Canal Street till you hit Franklin Street, where you'll make a left turn at the corner in front of the Roll and Go Pizza Shop. Could that be a thing? I don't think so. I think those are directions to David Blaine's house. Don't think that has anything to do with the pizza code. Unless maybe Franklin Street. Could that be like the Franklin scandal? Maybe street means scandal. By the way, guys, sorry, I should mention, if you're not familiar with PizZAGATE, the basic idea of PizZAGATE is that pedophiles use code in their emails, elite pedophiles in the Democrat Party, or I suppose, just your average everyday billionaire pedophiles, will use code in their emails. They'll use a specific code where it's pizza means little girl, hot dog means little boy, map means semen, walnut sauce means person of color. What was it? There's cheese, sauce, like all these words, they have like double pedophile meanings. That's kind of the idea. What else we got here? Would it be possible for Bryce and I to go over to Red Hook and have a quick pizza meal? This is one that Ian Carroll actually mentions in his video. Red Hook is a marina, I think, on St. Thomas that you could leave out from to get to Epstein's Island. Would it be possible for Bryce and I to go over to Red Hook and have a quick pizza meal? This is from the LSJ Island manager. So he's like, hey, I kind of want to get a pizza. Can I go back? Like, can I leave Little St. James Island, go back to the marina and get a pizza on like the main, I guess it's not mainland because it's still an island, but whatever you call it. Mainland compared to Little St. James. Of course. Do we have any meat tenderizer for a sting? Says Epstein. No to tenderizer. Quick question. This is not for fire corral. Anyway, I don't know. This just seems like normal shit. He's asking him, do you mind if I go to St. Thomas and have a fucking pizza? I'm craving pizza right now. Can I, like that seems fine. Sit down, because I know you won't believe this. Are you sitting? Jeffrey says he wants to go out to a pizza place with you. He did not mention a particular pizza place, but he knows you are in the know on this, winky face. Okay, I mean, that's weird. That's a weird message, but like, it just seems like a weird message about pizza to me. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's very difficult to debunk these things, right? Like, it's not like I can be like, this is definitely not a pizza code. Just look at it. And like, we don't have like recordings of these people, what they were doing at the time, what they were, whatever. But like, the way that it's always presented is kind of like, look at this. No one talks about pizza like this. What a weird way to talk about pizza. They must be using it as code, which is also actually not evidence. Like, that is also, it's kind of the like reverse of what I'm doing right now, right? It's like, I'm reading them in a normal tone, being like, that seems normal. And they're reading them in an incredulous, this is so weird tone, right? We're going to talk about the Epstein of 4chan later. That's one of I got a whole other board about this. Pizza party was great. We had a lot of fun, stayed late. We all slept in yesterday morning. Your night was good. Okay, yeah, pizza party was great. That also doesn't seem weird to me. And also, like, I must insist, the PizZAGATE code thing that like the people that was part of PizZAGATE, like PizZAGATE itself, everything that came from 4chan, the pizza code, the food code, none of that was real. All of that was fake. So these emails being from before Pizzagate, there's no chance that any of these mentions of pizza mean anything. I would be open to the idea that maybe after Pizzagate, after 2016, like there were pedophiles who did take some of the codes that the Pizzagaters made up and use them, I think, on Instagram and maybe Twitter, but definitely Instagram. There were a few pedophile accounts that would have like the cheese emoji and the pizza emoji, and that's how they would kind of communicate to each other that like, hey, join my Telegram page where we'll swap cheese pizza pictures, whatever. Like that is like that was an actual thing that happened. The Pizzagate code, I guess you could argue, provided some form of cover to genuine pedophiles. This one can never have too much pizza, says Bobby Slayton. Oh, right. This is the one we saw before. This sounds like maybe this is Ghislaine. Jeffrey says he wants to go to a pizza place with you. He did not mention a particular pizza place. He knows you're in the know on this. Sit down. Are you sitting down? And then the next person goes, holy shit, I am sitting. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting on the number Q subway making a pilgrimage to DeForest Pizza in Brooklyn and then to Totino's in Coney Island. Never been to either one. Then I need to find a good place for us tonight. The trifecta. I've never done 3 in a day. I'm thinking John's on 64th between 1st and 2nd Avenue. Close and delicious. Sounds good to me. One can never have too much pizza. I mean, like, those are... Yeah, if you replace the word pizza with little girl, yes, it's a disturbing email. But if you don't, it's an email about a guy eating a lot of pizza in one day. And he's saying, like, he's giving... I'm going to DeForest Pizza in Brooklyn. I'm going to Totino's on Coney Island. Like, he's naming actual pizza places. So what would be the code there? You know what I mean? All right. Meat Lovers Pizza. Pepper. Okay, what's this one? Sorry, I got to read these from the bottom. Sir, somebody looks like one of... so Daphne Wallace, one of Epstein's employees, writes to Epstein, Sir, Peking Tokyo has no sushi chef on vacation. I'm calling around for another lunch source. Just in case, would you like to choose something else? Sends Epstein another message. Greetings, sir. You've had the steamed dumplings from Peking Tokyo. You also had steak and vegetables from Molly Malone's. Tap and something, burgers. Exo Bistro, they have salads, handmade pizzas, wraps. I have a menu for your review. Respectfully, Daphne. And then Epstein goes back, handmade pizza. Greetings, sir. Meat Lovers Pizza, pepperoni, sausage, salami, beef, ham, cheese pizza, vegetarian. Like, this is just... They're talking about what does Epstein want to eat for lunch. It doesn't seem ambiguous to me. Leslie Groff writing to Epstein, writing to someone else with a subject of Jeffrey Epstein that she then, I think she's, anyway, I don't know. Leslie Groff, so this is Epstein's assistant. Hi, redacted name. Jeffrey's asking if you could please take a cab when Kinky Boots is over tonight and meet him at Arturo's Pizza. Arturo's Pizza, 106 West Houston Street. You know, these are just like, I don't know, like this sort of feels like a waste of time going through all these. These are all just, clearly they are talking about literal pizza, right? This is just pizza stuff. Epstein did not eat very well. He ate a lot of pizza. He was not like a super healthy guy. Actually, you know what? I think we should go and watch some of this. Hang on. Some of the Tucker Carlson thing. Here we go. Let me see if I can get this to work. Okay, whatever. Okay, refresh the page. No, hang on. Reload page. Okay, let's go 1201. What is Pizzagate? Okay, it's working. Let me know if this is too loud.
A basic recap of what this Pizzagate theory was and what we actually know about that story.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, what the fuck is Kinky Boots? Oh, that's a Broadway musical. Yeah, Kinky Boots. All right, now let's listen up, everyone. An idiot is talking about what is Pizzagate. Ian Carroll. This guy is like maybe the biggest conspiracy influencer right now. He's such an idiot. He does not know anything. He gets everything I watch of his, I'm like, wrong. Like everything he says is not, if he had actually done any research, you would know how, anyway, I don't know. He doesn't read, I don't think. I think he read Whitney Webb's book. I think he did read that because he like kind of plagiarizes from it all the time, but makes it conservative. And he read Whitney Webb's book and somehow used it to promote Trump during the election, which now he is at least sort of against Trump, I think. But I have seen him be like, I don't think Trump raped any kids, though. That doesn't seem like him. It's like, what? What do you mean? Anyway, whatever. I won't let my personal feelings get in the way. But here he is. He's explaining what Pizzagate is.
It's another one of those stories that was distorted by the apparent cover-up, or at least distorted by the media's response to it, which was very much a straw man style response, in that these emails get dumped online full of everything that was in John Podesta's life. And John Podesta is a very powerful and connected man. And there was lots of stuff in those emails that was overtly concerning, politically concerning, geopolitically concerning. But people on the internet then started to notice these strange pizza messages, messages about, $40,000 worth of hot dogs or something like that being flown to DC for parties. Things that are just like, wait a minute. You think about it for just a moment and you realize that does not make sense. And overt references to children too. Like these kids ages like 7.
So yeah, like there are overt references to children. He's referring to an email where a woman's like, "Hi there, I'm so excited for the pool party. I'll be bringing my children over, ages 7, 8, and 9, or whatever it was. Might not have been those ages, but something like that. Ages 7, 8, and 9, and they will be going in the pool, so they'll provide some entertainment for us." And conservatives read that, or no, not all conservatives, but a lot of the conspiracy kind of pilled ones will read that and be like, "Oh my God, they're definitely pedophiles. Why else would they specify the names and ages of these children and like say they're going to be in the pool and there'll be entertainment?" It's like, well, when you're bringing kids over, like it's good to like be upfront about that. You don't want to surprise people. Be like, "By the way, I brought my 3 kids along," and everybody's like, "Oh shit!" And they put down the like meth pipes. They're like, "Oh, you gotta tell me about this shit, man. You gotta tell me about this. That's very different vibes than I was, preparing for." Or whatever, I don't know. But it's just good. I think if you have a kid, it's a good idea to let people know ahead of time. And like for people who don't know them, she put in the ages. So yeah, like that one was about children, and then there are other ones about food. So he's sort of being like trying to have it both ways here. Anyway,
8 and 9, or I forget the exact ages, will be in the pool,
exactly what
it'll be heated, and they will be there for. It's like, wait, what are we talking about? So people started to dig into what these weird emails were. And then they started to dig into the fact that there's certain pizza places referenced a lot, places where these people are going and hosting parties. They start to notice that this one pizza place in particular, Comet Ping Pong.
It's also like I have meticulously gone through the threads where all this happened, where he's like, and people started to notice, I can tell Ian Carroll was not there and has only heard about it from like other people who were there. Or whatever. He's read about it because this is not how it went. This is not how it went. They start to notice everything goes to this one guy. No. They fixated on this guy because he was gay. They were looking for they were just kind of Control F pizza in all of the files, and they found that he had made a mock-up of a fake Hillary campaign logo. I think it was like pizza.jpg or something like that, and at first they thought it was child porn, and they got really fixated on this guy, found out he was dating David Brock at some point in the past. Anyway.
Which was a pizza place right in the heart of DC that was run by a very politically connected DC insider, boyfriend to the founder or owner.
Also doesn't know who fucking David Brock is, but no, he was not the boyfriend. They dated like years and years ago. He's saying they're his current boyfriend. No, that's not the case.
Owner of Media Matters. A bunch of strange coincidences. They start to notice all these strange coincidences.
And yes, David Brock did found Media Matters. David Brock used to be a fucking Republican hack, like disinformation spreader in the 90s, very against Bill Clinton. And then he whatever, saw the light. He has a book, David Brock, called Blinded by the Right, My Journey into Not Being a Conservative Psychopath.
Around this pizza shop. And they noticed that
Crazy that he's still a Comet Ping Pong guy, because even most Pizzagate people are like, obviously the Comet Ping Pong shit is completely fake, but everything else is real. But no, not him. He's totally, totally pilled by the dumbest version of this conspiracy.
the Instagram of this pizza shop is full of very disturbing images
No, it isn't.
of children. Things like
Yeah, there's pictures of kids. Yeah.
children taped to tables.
There's one child, not children. There's one child who has masking tape on her hands, taping her to a table, and she's looking up and smiling at the camera. That's Elephantis' goddaughter.
Things like commenters talking about rape and sexual abuse. Things like
What? I don't recall that.
comments about kill rooms and
Yeah, there was a hashtag kill room on like a creepy looking room that Elephantis took a picture of.
just so much disturbing imagery on a public Instagram account for a public pizza place that has photos of like Obama having pizza at it. That in these
There was no photo. I don't think Obama ever had pizza at Comet Ping Pong. There was a photo in Comet Ping Pong of Obama playing ping pong at the White House. There was a photo on Elephantis' Instagram of that. I do not believe that there is any evidence Obama ever went to this place.
emails.
I mean, maybe he did. It's a popular place in D.C. He probably went there at some point.
Podesta is talking about going and having, lunch at this pizza place with all these very high level political people. And it started to get very strange. And so Pizzagate itself spiraled out into a lot of questions and concerns and genuine investigation. But then it got distorted by the media response, which felt a lot like an immune response to a dangerous virus. And the media response then packaged up all of these very legitimate questions that never got answered.
All right, I feel like that's enough. I'm gonna skip ahead to 1830. So this is where he talks about Edgar Welch.
Up, who seemed a little bit off, right?
This is Madison Welch, the Pizzagate shooter, the guy who walked into Comet Ping Pong expecting to find a basement full of, trafficked children and then didn't.
Just shot to death last month, right before these emails were released by police in North Carolina.
Okay, so Tucker makes a very dumb mistake. So Edgar Madison Welch was just killed last month, right before these emails came out. No, dude. No. Where was it? Yeah. Pizzagate gunman was killed by police about a year and a month ago. So he saw this, whatever. I'm still writing fucking 2025 on all my checks. This is from a year ago. This is from a long ass time ago. But he's like, last month, just 1 month ago, he got shot? Dumb mistake.
Who pulled him over apparently on suspicion that he was a fugitive of some kind. I don't think that he was. They said he reached for a gun and 2 cops killed him. That same guy was killed right before the document release. Is that
and
true?
Ian Carroll's like, yeah.
True?
I heard the same reporting. Obviously, at this point, I don't really know what's true.
Well, dude, no, he died a year ago. Do you have time blindness? Can you not tell the difference between a month and a year? Come on now, dude. You're getting basic shit wrong here. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna keep. He changes the topic here. This guy's just dumb. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm gonna keep playing. He gets into the pizza and grape soda, which we've heard a few people mentioning already. Crystal Ball mentioned it on hers. Let's get into that.
The whole world feels a little bit like the Matrix, but yes, I read the
whole world feels like the Matrix. Dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
same reporting. And
I saw the same reporting. No, that reporting doesn't exist. You guys are just reading dates wrong.
The nuance was not lost on me, but
what nuance, dude? Fuck off.
I don't know about you or anyone else, but I was in no way expecting to find pizza references in the Epstein Files.
Really? Because if you knew anything about Epstein, you know he loved pizza. He used to brag about being like, I'm the guy who could have a pizza party and like with all of these fucking intellectual academics around. And I'll be at a 5-star restaurant and I'll order the pizza. Like he genuinely liked pizza. So if you weren't expecting to see any pizza references, you just don't know that much about Epstein. You're not familiar with the case.
Even though I had dug deeply into the Pizzagate stuff,
You
and
haven't.
even though we know that Jeffrey Epstein is a human trafficker that is,
To be fair, the whole world probably feels like the Matrix when you're as stupid as Ian Carroll. That is true.
trafficking in the same things that Pizzagate would allege gets pizza references. It just never, it never occurred. I wasn't expecting any pizza references. So
why wouldn't you go and search your fucking text messages, your email right now for the word pizza? You get nothing. That's crazy. I checked mine earlier today. I think I had 90 references in one of my emails and like 200 in another one. Pizza's good.
kind of blew my mind when suddenly there's like 800 and something.
Oh, thank you. That's the thing I was talking about. He mentioned pizza in that one dinner party article by New York Magazine when he said talking about ordinary stuff during these dinners is like eating pizza at a ballet. Yeah.
Then references to pizza in these emails, and especially you picked out some really great one, like obvious ones at the opener there.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this theory, and I think it maybe, but like I have looked through all of the so-called like code emails. It all seems like just normal talk about pizza. The most confusing ones, like the ones where it's like, oh, we got to buy $160,000 worth of pizza and dogs for the White House. But like, that seems like a joke. That seems like just that people are like riffing over email to me. But who knows? I mean, they could be code for anything, could be code for anything. It's hard to tell because it's code, but like, I would definitely not jump to the conclusion that it's code for drugs even.
Where, I mean, like pizza and grape soda is a very overt pairing.
Is it? What do you think the word overt means?
That I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone actually like eat as a pairing.
Well, and also, I mean, these are people. Well, first of all, in this exchange, apparently one.
It's pizza and grape soda as a very overt pairing. No, it's not. Like I did get a guy commenting on my thing about the pizza grape soda thing. Yeah, a lot of pizza grape soda talk all over again. Now, grape soda, that was never a Pizzagate thing. That was not, grape soda was not one of the code words. But all of a sudden people are acting like, yeah, they're talking about grape soda. That's definitely got to be, why? Grape soda, you can order that at almost any pizza shop. Why would you be like, that definitely means something? Well, then why would they even have it available?
One guy's a physician and the other.
Okay, so they're talking about the grape soda thing. So we'll you know what? Okay, yeah, let's look at that right now, and then we'll come back and hear them talk about it. Pizza grape soda. So there are how many? There's like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 9, I think, references to grape soda and pizza. They're all from this guy Harry Fish. This is Epstein's urologist. Sorry, I guess must be kind of small on your screen here, but I'll read it. This is Harry Fish writing to Epstein, says, and it looks like Epstein sent a photo to Harry Fish. Harry Fish goes, holy shit, chunky. I forgot about that. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? Okay. The next one from, I'm assuming Harry Fish as well. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Go no. What? I don't know what that means. And here is a photo from Harry Fish to Epstein of, you guessed it, pizza and grape soda. And he says, couldn't wait. Let me zoom in more so you can see. He shows him this, and he goes, couldn't wait. And then Epstein writes back, traitor. Now, I think that this is not that weird. I mean, Harry Fish seems like a weird guy. His name's Harry Fish. That's already weird. And he's a urologist. Weird sort of profession, I guess. He's like talking to Epstein about like erectile dysfunction and stuff. And then he's like, oh, we got to get pizza and grape soda. So I think, I don't know, like this is totally my speculation. At some point, him and Epstein went out, ordered pizza, and then they were like, I'm going to try the grape soda. And then it just became like a running joke. Oh yeah, we love pizza and grape soda. Let's get it every time we go out. Like, I just think that they're like, oh yeah, no one else, like, haven't you ever had a thing where like you like a weird thing. Like, personally, I don't like grape soda. I think most people don't like grape soda, right? But like, I don't know, I like Dr. Pepper. A lot of people don't like Dr. Pepper. I like Dr. Pepper. And when I meet somebody else who likes Dr. Pepper, I'll be like, yo, you like Dr. Pepper? I like Dr. Pepper. Oh my God, we both like Dr. Pepper. What the hell? Oh shit, I like black licorice. You do you too? You know? Like, I could see something like that being like a bonding moment to be like, yo, we gotta hang out. And like the way up here, he's like, let's get pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. And then he sends me a picture. I couldn't wait. Like, I couldn't wait for you. I had to get it on by myself. And he's like, traitor. Like, it just seems like an inside joke. You know what I'm talking about? Fish don't have hair. Wait a minute. Hairy fish. Something's up. This must be code. Oh, liking Dr. Pepper is mandatory in Texas? Is it? Damn. Grape soda is good, low key. I love Orange Crush, Grape Crush. I'll drink it if I have to. But I mean, not my favorite. Remember like the purple freezies, the purple like, what do you guys call those? Is freezies a Canadian thing? The grape flavored, what do you call them? Icicles? I don't know. But yeah, okay, so that's the grape soda thing that everybody's freaking out about. Now, let's hear them talk about it a little bit.
Other is Jeffrey Epstein. And these are health obsessed people. These are people.
Hang on. Oh, this is actually really interesting. Hang on. I'm going to go back here. So they're talking about the grape soda thing between Epstein and Harry Fish.
The pairing.
Well, that's a very overt pairing, he says.
I mean, like pizza and grape soda is a very overt pairing that I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone actually like eat as a pairing.
Okay, what does he overt pairing? Overt just means like, it's like publicly, it's like obvious. It's like, you can see, everyone can tell what it is. But what the fuck are you talking about? It's a very overt pairing? Anyway, I guess I shouldn't get hung up. People use words incorrectly all the time, but like, I don't know. It's like, it's just a bizarre thing to say. Yeah, what's a covert pairing? But okay, peep this, okay? Listen to what Tucker Carlson says, because I actually think this is really interesting.
And also, I mean, these are people, well, first of all, in this exchange, apparently one guy's a physician and the other is Jeffrey Epstein.
And he's like, yeah. And it's like, what are you implying? But here's where Tucker Carlson goes with it.
And these are health obsessed people. These are people who talk about getting blood transfusions just to extend their lives. And I know as an actual pizza fan that pizza is very unhealthy. I mean, it's been a lifelong struggle for me.
Okay. Do you see what he's doing there? First of all, Tucker Carlson is wrong about Epstein. Epstein was not a health obsessed guy. And I got the receipts. I'll show you in a second. But more interesting than that, do you see what Tucker Carlson, who's the fucking heir to the Swanson family fortune, a like genuine like fucking heir to like a $1 billion thing. His family is so rich, but he's like, these people, meaning like elites, like Epstein and I guess Epstein's urologist. These people are health obsessed. Like they drink the blood of children. I mean, that's not what he says. He talks about something that like actual billionaires do, like Peter Thiel or whatever. Where it's like what was he say? What did he say?
Pizza and their lives. In this exchange, apparently one guy's a physician and the other is transfusions, just
blood transfusions.
And these are health obsessed people. These are people who talk about getting blood transfusions just to extend their lives. And I know as an actual pizza fan that pizza is...
It's like blood transfusion to extend their lives. Did Epstein do any of those things? Does he like pineapple pizza? That's a serious question. Yeah, true. That's what I really want to know. That, I don't believe it's code, but if he likes pineapple pizza, people are going to be pissed. People are going to be upset about that. Anyway, like none of these billionaires who do this shop, I mean, like whatever that guy's name is, Brian Johnson or whatever, he definitely was a fucking like health obsessed guy doing blood transfusions and shit. Peter Thiel, I know, has funded the like fucking blood boy thing where you get your blood from a younger man. Like you just literally steal the blood of children. Like that's pretty nuts. But like I wouldn't be surprised if Epstein did that. But none of those guys are healthy either, right? Like Peter Thiel doesn't take care of himself. Have you ever looked at that guy? that guy looks like he's fucking falling apart at the seams. Oh, thanks, Niles. I'm all good, though. My channel was only down for like 4 hours. But I appreciate, yes, they knew you'd be too powerful. Yeah, what was I talking about? But let me show you. I had this up from before, but let me show you this. So here's a message from Epstein to his girlfriend, Karina Shuliak. This is his final girlfriend. This is the girl he called on the phone from prison the night before he died. And he lied to the guards. He said he was calling his mom, who'd been dead for like a decade. But anyway, so this is an email to his girlfriend. This is kind of like Epstein's being a bit of a dick here, believe it or not. Sorry if any Epstein stands in the audience. This is going to ruin your perception of the guy. Just joking, obviously. But he's sort of like talking to her, and he's pissed at her because he eats like shit all the time, and she doesn't, and it's causing friction in their relationship. So he says, instead of telling Anna, presumably that's a maid of his, instead of telling Anna not to put out potato chips or buying something yourself or making something yourself or telling her what to make, you continue to complain. I said, you put in and out in front of me and I will eat it. I don't want to hear more about food. You don't stop. Who is going to cook it? A chef can travel with you. I told you I do not want people around me. Finding a person to trust to live on the island is a big job. So far, no help from you. Just do it if you want. I don't want to hear about food. You watch me eat shit and then do nothing but say Anna can't be in charge of food. I say, okay, you're in charge. You say, no, I can't cook. You want things to taste good? I don't care. I will eat what you put in front of me. That's still not good enough. People like you have a chef. You don't have to talk to them, like the gardeners, boat captains, pilots. I asked that you take charge. I can't do it. I don't know how to cook. Cook what? I'm happy with an omelet, a melted cheese sandwich. If you prefer something else, almost seems like this is supposed to be a back and forth. Am I reading like both parts? It's so weird how this is formatted. I don't know. Maybe just Epstein's like a bad writer. But I can't do it. I don't know how to cook. Cook what? I am happy with an omelet, a melted cheese sandwich. If you prefer something healthier, fine. I eat what's in the fridge. Yesterday, my dinner was month-old jerky. You see tuna and egg salad, nothing else? And just what do you do about it? Zero. Why? If you're concerned, I've asked that you stop complaining about things and just do something about it. You can't poke me again and again and expect that I take it. I try to be understanding, yet Karina, just do what you want. Yes, I understand. Just put it in front of me. Please, please don't ask me again. Please don't tell me about a person that we can trust to live at Sam's place that I now have to find. Please don't ask me again about food. But no, what I get is more. Anyway. Yeah, Epstein did not eat well. So but this is so interesting, right? Because Tucker is trying to position himself, a guy who comes from wealth, as a non-elite, a regular guy who actually does like pizza. Whereas these crazy elites, they obviously don't eat pizza. They obviously aren't. Whenever they talk about pizza, it's obviously code for something else. It's like, no, man, pizza is a fucking class unifier. It's a class unifier. Like, everyone likes pizza. You do not have to be, poor to enjoy pizza. And Tucker Carlson isn't poor and has never been poor, has never struggled or gone hungry a day in his life. And yet here he is trying to pose as some everyman. Well, I actually have problems with it. Anyway, let's see what else he says here.
Very unhealthy. I mean, it's been a lifelong struggle for me.
It's a lifelong struggle. I'm just like you.
Pizza and grape soda? These are the last things that people who care about their health eat.
No, man. Oh, God. Anyway.
And these are, there's a whole class of people who are, vain for one thing.
They're vain as well, right? The elites are vain. Epstein, a vain guy.
Yeah. But who are very focused on their...
And Ian Carroll, yeah, definitely. So this is just like fucking fascist, this is why Pizzagate is so useful to the fascists. It's so easy for them to twist it into twist something real. This is always the purpose of Pizzagate. To take a genuine, shadowy cabal of elite pedophiles and twist it and turn it so that it only affects their enemies and doesn't affect the guys that they like. This is what people are allowing. Like when Crystal Ball goes on her show to say this is what it's allowing. It's allowing fucking idiots like Ian Carroll, who I mean, he is genuinely anti-Semitic and I just think he's too stupid to have an ideology, but he definitely carries water for fascists. Tucker, on the other hand, sees the opportunity here and is like, okay, great. This is how we're going to fucking... The Epstein Files were looking pretty bad for Trump. Let's turn this into evidence for like one of our old fucking, fast food based adaptation of the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
On themselves and their physical health. And it's just sort of, I don't know, it's a lot for me to believe that the one thing that Epstein's friends and John Podesta's friends have in common is they both have a steady diet of pizza and grape soda. Like I just don't. So
grape soda, again, a new thing that wasn't in the Podesta emails. Actually, I can search them. Actually, that might be interesting. Let me check that out. Podesta emails, because WikiLeaks has the searchable database there. WikiLeaks. I bet there's probably some mention of it, right? Maybe. Podesta emails. Grape soda. Nope. None. Actually nobody mentioned grape soda at all anywhere in the leaks. I mean, it wasn't mentioned that much in the other one, but people keep acting like, again, grape soda again. No, not grape soda again. Grape soda for the first time. And it's all one guy, this quirky fucking urologist who had a pizza and grape soda based friendship with Epstein.
Don't believe
And
it,
not only do
right?
they have a steady diet of that, but they feel compelled to email each other about it with very weird verbiage. How many grown men email each other?
I got Tucker Carlson's like laugh is. It sounds like he's doing an impression of what he thinks a laugh sounds like. It's so fucking incongruous with his actual voice, right? It's so weird. Who laughs like that? Health obsessed. Yeah, we looked at the Red Hook email earlier, but fucking Ian Carroll brings it up here.
Pizza party.
Pizza party, yeah, right.
Then there's another email in the current dump that is even it stuck out to me because it has.
This is one I showed you before. One of the ones, like I'm sure earlier when I was going through those pizza things, you were probably thinking like, okay, these all seem weird. Are you just showing me the least controversial ones? No. He says this is the weirdest one.
The word red hook in it, which at first I didn't have the context, and it seemed suspicious. The words red hook, where it was someone was emailing asking if another guy can go to Red Hook for a pizza meal later.
Now, when I think of Red Hook, I think of the most racist H.P. Lovecraft short story, which is Red Hook is a district in New York. So that's what I assumed it was originally. But no, actually, it's as he explains.
And then in looking into it, it turns out that Red Hook is the address of where Jeffrey Epstein's Virgin Islands businesses are domiciled. It's on the marina where you would leave in the boat to get to his island. And so then...
Okay. Yeah. Okay, hang on. To refresh your memory, I know we just looked at it. Where was that? Here. From somebody his island manager, so somebody on Jeffrey Epstein's staff. Hang on, I'll zoom in so you guys can actually read this. Somebody from his staff here. Good afternoon. Would it be possible for Bryce and I to go over to Red Hook and have a quick pizza meal? This is a guy who works on the island, and he's doing work for Jeffrey Epstein. He's the island manager, and he's like, hey, I got my friend Bryce here, or maybe it's a coworker or somebody. Is it chill if we just take a boat over to St. Thomas, the Caribbean island that's close to us, and go to Red Hook, the closest marina to Little St. James? Is it cool if we go over there and just get some pizza? Because maybe pizza isn't available on the island and we kind of want pizza. Epstein goes, of course. Do we have any meat tenderizer for a sting? I don't know what the fuck that means. For a sting? No to tenderizer. Quick question. This is just like what is possibly weird about this? And it says in the thing who this guy is. Island manager. It's like you're asking your boss, hey, is it cool if I take my break early today? Is it cool if I do this? That's what kind of email it is. But to Ian Carroll, this is the worst one.
And then it's almost weirder. Someone was emailing asking if another man can go to where Jeffrey Epstein's business is domiciled.
Dude, it says in the email, this is Epstein's employee.
For a pizza meal at some. There's a lot of emails like that where people
Dude, it's pizza, man. Everybody likes pizza.
ask if they can use the apartment for a bit, or if we can go get pizza for a few hours, or for
Now he's talking about one from the Podesta emails where they're like, do you want to get pizza for an hour? And all the pizza gators are like, who says that? Who says they can get pizza for an hour? And it's like, I mean, that's not that weird. You have an hour, let's go get pizza. Like, you know.
for 30 minutes. That's a PizzaGate reference as opposed to these emails.
Okay, so he knew that. Okay. To be fair, he caught himself there. Sorry, I'm misremembering one from before. Anyway, these people are stupid. Like, I think a lot of there's two different types of like right-wing conspiracy theorists. There's the idiots and the evil people. I mean, okay, that might be a bit too ungenerous. I'll dial it back a little bit. There are probably other ones who are more earnest and sincere and smart. Sure, theoretically, someone like that could exist. You could be a right-wing conspiracy theorist who's smart and not evil. You could be that. I think I think I could sort of imagine how that would be possible. But neither of these two guys are that. Okay? We've got Tucker, who's smart and evil, and we've got Ian Carroll, who's dumb, and I think probably a little bit of a bad person as well. Yeah, I mean, there's so much in here, but I'll skip ahead to this one other thing. Actually, no, I think that's enough. What was the other thing I had here? Oh yeah, there's the this is another one from somebody about Red Hook. Would it be okay to go to Red Hook for an hour to have a quick pizza, leaving just after 7? Thanks. Okay. So this is somebody else. I guess there's like a pizza place at Red Hook that his employees are like, hey, can we stop there? Or maybe this is even an employee, actually. Maybe this isn't even an employee. Maybe this is, I don't know, it says 6100 Red Hook Quarters, B3, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Interesting that the whole address is put there. I'm not sure who this is. It might be somebody who was traveling with him and is like, before we get to the island, is it okay if we stop to get some pizza? I don't know. Yeah, right? Like, I got a bunch. Hard to tell if they're dumb or just playing dumb for their audience. Well, Ian Carroll genuinely is stupid. Ian Carroll, he's sometimes I find his videos very funny because he gets a lot of basic things wrong. But yeah. So, to these guys, this is a grand opportunity, right? Because this is an opportunity to take the Epstein Files, which there is real shit in there, and turn them into a retroactive, corroboration for one of the stupidest conspiracy theories ever, the PlZZAGATE conspiracy theory. I got more, believe it or not, to talk about. What is it? Okay, down here, this is another one. This one is unfortunate. This is an invitation to Dear Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. Please join our invitation to a party called White Gold. Okay. And it's with distinguished guest Hillary Rodham Clinton. This is in 2013. This is like after the Clintons have cut Epstein off, basically. But he got this email from the person throwing the party. Who's going to be there? Well, Hillary Rodham Clinton and other expected guests, Marina Abramovich. Ooh, rough. So that's another person who's involved in PlZZAGATE, the person who made the things. Yes, PlZZAGATE. Yeah, you can say PlZZAGATE started on poll. At least, like, it started on poll. There's 2 polls, right? There's 4chan poll and there's 8chan poll. And different parts of it started on both of those poll boards. And of course, other parts of it were started in real life. The FBI, James Comey reopening the case on Hillary Clinton was a big part of it as well. Right before the election, Roger Stone, you can go. PlZZAGATE is such a complex fucking like mess of different theories all coalescing into one very stupid idea that it's sort of hard to say where it began. But I can tell you that the term PlZZAGATE did originate on poll, and everything that has to do with pizza about PlZZAGATE did originate on one of the 2 polls, if that makes sense. And I will be getting into the 4chan Moot connections later. But yeah, I mean, this one, this is an email, an invitation. I don't think he went to this, but obviously the PlZZAGATE people are going to, they're going to be very excited about it. All right. Now this one here, this is a screenshot, I guess, that Epstein took of his screen. I guess that's what you would take a screenshot of. This is all kind of censored out. Okay, all whatever, looks fine. Here's Epstein. He's like Skyping someone. Now, I don't know if you guys can read it. Maybe I'll zoom and make this really big. But underneath the Skype call, is this Skype he's talking on, or what is it? Oh no, I guess this is like a picture he's looking at. I don't know. There's so much going on here. It's hard to tell. I guess he's not Skyping, but then he's in the corner here. Maybe he's looking at a screenshot of, who knows, whatever. I don't care. I lost interest. But then below this, it looks like this is sent by a BlackBerry. So he got a text. He's got one of those like text programs on his computer or whatever, or iPad or whatever it is. And all we can see is torture. I am still waiting and watching the melted cheese drip. Smiley face, sent by BlackBerry by AT&T. Whoa. I'm still waiting and watching the melted cheese drip. Now, this one's weird because it's torture. That's okay. That was a big part of PlZZAGate, the torturing children. Melted cheese. Cheese was a thing on PlZZAGate too. Cheese meant girl or woman, I think. I think cheese meant girl, and pizza, when it was combined, it meant like underage girl. There were a lot of different varieties of PlZZAGate, code translations. But oh yeah, who is MJ Truth Ultra? I don't know. It's whoever reposted this image, because this image got taken down, I believe. I think it was Mark J who found this on the Discord, right? This image got taken down. So here's my theory on this. This is where I get maybe a little bit conspiratorial. Well, first of all, I'll say I also don't think this is an evil pedophile code. Although it would be funny if it was, because they didn't use a code for torture, but then they just said melted cheese drip or whatever. To me, this seems like something that someone would write if they were very hungry and they were cooking, like, I don't know, let's say a frozen pizza or something in the oven. And they're like, oh, I'm so hungry, but it's going to take like 20 minutes. And they're just sitting in front of the oven watching the pizza get cooked. And it's pure torture. It's like, oh, it's pure torture. Oh, I'm just waiting, sitting here, watching the cheese melt, watching the melted cheese drip, whatever. Like, oh, could it also be frazzle drip? Could this be the video of Hillary Clinton taking the skin off a child's face and wearing it as a mask and making out with Huma Abedin? And like, could this be that one? And then drinking the adrenochrome out of the child's brain? Could this be what it is? No, I don't think so. But I will say, yes, I can see why this one, I thought this one was weird at first too. I don't know. I've come to the conclusion I still don't think that there's anything to be alarmed about there. What else? Oh, this was one that people got really upset by. It's a long back and forth between Karina, I think it's pronounced Karina, and someone, Aaron Coe. And it seems to be, they're talking about making a pizza out of Karina's ass. What? No, really, that does seem to be what they're talking about. They want to make hi, Aaron. Thank you. Yes, that's fine with me. Please, no. Oh, wait. Am I reading this the right order? 14, 21, 30. Yes. Please let me know what time we can meet tomorrow. And then Aaron Coe writes back to Karina, Epstein's girlfriend. Let's say 4 p.m. It shouldn't take too long. Maybe a couple hours for the casting. Notice how casting is spelled with capital ASS. Then I will make the pizza mold after. I'll have it ready for you when you come back. Since we're not going for crazy detail, you can just wear either skin-tight nylons or just a thong if you want, or nothing. It's entirely up to you. But I think this one is mostly going to be about contours. So she's going to make a pizza mold of Karina's ass. Okay, weird. Karina goes, great, thank you so much. 4 p.m. works, blah, blah, blah. Between church and Broadway, blah, 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 blah. The more I think about it, the more I think a thong or something similar is the way to go. Anyway, I'm not going to go through all those emails, but I did copy and paste like the ones that explain it most. Aaron Coe says, also, I just want to say, I think pizza is going to be extra challenging to pull off. It's not chocolate or sugar, which starts out liquid and hardens. Under the best of circumstances, pizza dough can be a pain in the ass, pardon the expression, to work with. Normally, you want to cook it lying flat. Even cake batter is easier. So just keep that in mind. It might be really hard to get the pizza thing to work, but I'll make you a bakeable mold. And then Karina goes, you are right. I will see how it'll turn out. Definitely will need redacted name help with that, smiley face, but it is really more of a joke. So I don't think I'll be really using it after, although a baking mold is a great idea. Opens to so many possibilities. So this seems like a sort of a joke gift that Karina made for her boyfriend, Epstein, of her ass. Like Epstein loved pizza and he loved ass. So this is a joke gift for him where she's combining two of the things that he likes. Honestly, kind of a thoughtful gift. I guess it doesn't seem like she really thought it through because, how would that even work? How the fuck would you make a pizza? What do you mean a pizza mold? Like, this seems like the idea you would have if you had no idea how pizza was made, right? Like I'm just struggling to figure out what they mean by this. Is the dough going to be like so big it fills up the entire butt? Like, I don't know. Very strange. This is Karina. Did I say Marina? Sorry, I might be thinking of what's her name? Marina Abramovich. But yeah, I believe somewhere in here it does say Karina. Maybe not. Why did I get Karina from? This is so long, but yeah, I mean, they tried to. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sometimes they forgot to redact it. Hi, Karina. Coming to your house tomorrow. Anyway, so yeah, that's what that was. I mean, she is from Eastern Europe. Do they not know what pizza is in Eastern Europe? Maybe. So there's another one. I think that's like most of the pizza stuff. And let me just say, like, there is like a phenomenon, right? I think when it comes to like conspiracy shit, where when people are doing research on this, when they're going through Epstein's emails, I'm not centered. Hang on, let me. What can I do? Okay, where do I want to naturally sit? I'd like to sit here. Oh, that seems fine actually. Okay, whatever. When people are doing research on this, I think that like it's such a serious thing, right? Obviously, like Epstein is a monster, horrible things, and it's a very serious project to be going through this and uncovering, not just the abuse, but the kind of connections he had with all these powerful people, and like what was he doing, what was he manipulating, and what was he getting to behind the scenes. Like, this is a serious undertaking, and it can be hard to imagine that the things you're looking at, the things we're reading, are real people communicating with each other. And, Epstein, he did make a lot of jokes. Like, we have a lot of stories about Epstein and Ghislaine especially making a lot of rude jokes, and a lot of, they're trying to be funny a lot of the time. And I think people can lose sight of that, and they can read something that was meant as a joke, like that thing about grape soda and pizza. Oh, let's get grape soda. Oh, you're a traitor. Oh, like, and people forget, like, no, these are human beings speaking to each other in the way that all human beings, no matter what, vile acts they are capable of. Epstein was, at the end of the day, a human being. Like I have a couple examples here I wanted to sort of go through. This one I thought was really interesting. Ghislaine Maxwell sent this out, and people thought that this was a genocidal poem that Ghislaine Maxwell wrote. This is something that Ghislaine Maxwell sent this poem fantasizing about the total genocide of Arabs and their scrubbing from history to a bunch of different individuals, including British Lord Rotherwick. So she sent this poem that she wrote about genociding all Arabs out to all these people. Like, that's horrifying. And you read it, And this is what the poem is. It is the year 2032. A father and son walk the streets of Lower Manhattan. She sent this on the 15th of October, 2001. It's like a month after 9/11. Approaching the site where the World Trade Center used to be in the end of the 20th century, the father sighs and comments, "To think that right here used to be the Twin Towers." The son, not understanding, asks his father, "What are the Twin Towers?" The father smiles, looks at the son, and explains, "The Twin Towers were two huge buildings that used to be here until 2001 when the Arabs destroyed them." The son looks up at his father and asks, "And what are the Arabs?" Now, first of all, I just want to say, anyone who thought that is a poem, like that, like, what kind of, that is, how would that be a poem? That is, like, if anything, that's a story. If anything, that's just a story. Poems aren't like this. Where's the poetic meter? Where's the kind of, whatever, I don't know, iambic pentameter or something? Why aren't there rhymes, okay? First of all, it doesn't once mention green eggs and ham, so I'm pretty sure it can't be a poem. But like this, I remember this. Ghislaine Maxwell did not write this. This was a joke. Believe it or not, this was a joke. And the part at the end, "And what are the Arabs?" That is meant to be the punchline. I heard this joke. I was, you know, how old was I in 2001? 12. I was 12 in 2001. I heard this joke, different forms of this joke, probably, I want to say like a dozen times during the Bush era. This was like a common joke people told. People thought it was funny. And like, people read this, and because of this kind of like, you know, Epstein Files context, it's very difficult to read this as a joke. Now, listen, this is a horrifying joke, and it is genocidal, and it is like despicable that this was such a common thing. But I heard this all the time, and I was in Canada. I wasn't even in the main country that got their brains fried by 9/11. You know, I wasn't even in the fucking global capital of Islamophobia. I was in the fucking, you know, next door neighbor country, still Islamophobic. We still also got our brains fried by the events of September 11th. But I just find it so interesting how, like, not just Kalani Gosh, but lots of people I saw saying this was a poem that Ghislaine Maxwell must have written. And I just thought that was interesting. Here is an even funnier example. New Epstein Files, Slick Willie gets Hillary pregnant in 2012. And there's a siren. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alert, alert. In 2012, Bill Clinton got Hillary Clinton pregnant. She was not happy about it. "You bastard, how could you have let this happen? Could you imagine her as president?" Yikes. Okay, what the heck? We gotta, this we gotta read. It says, oh, hang on. Okay, hang on now. Looks like I can't click through, but I can do this. I can paste it. Nope, can I not? Paste? Where is it pasting to? Did it paste somewhere weird? I'm going to find it somewhere later. Oh, Obsidian, come on, don't embarrass me. I've been telling people that you're good. Oh, there it is, okay. So here's the thing, here's the joke. Or, no, not a joke. Sorry, I don't know, where did I get joke from? Remember this is how this thing framed it. New Epstein Files, Slick Willie gets Hillary pregnant. So this is from the Epstein Files. Hillary Clinton goes to her doctor for a checkup, only to find out that she's pregnant. She's furious. Here she is in the middle of dealing with this Libyan mess. Now, this has happened to her. She calls home, gets Bill on the phone, and immediately starts screaming, "You bastard, how could you have let this happen? With all that's going on right now, you go and get me pregnant? How could you? I can't believe this. I've just found out I'm 5 weeks pregnant and it's all your fault. Well, what have you got to say?" There's nothing but dead silence on the phone. She screams again, "Did you hear me?" Finally, she hears Bill's very, very quiet voice in a barely audible whisper. "Who's speaking?" That could not be clearer. That is a joke. That is not an actual thing that happened. But this person saw this, highlighted, like, "She's pregnant. You bastard, how could you let this happen?" And posted it and be like, "Oh my God, can you believe Hillary Clinton's so evil she wasn't even overjoyed to be pregnant? Can you imagine her as president? Oh my God." And it's just like, it's great. It's so fun. It's very funny. But yeah, now, and the other thing I want to say though about Pizzagate, we gotta stop with this. We do not need, so with the Podesta emails, the reason that people were looking for pizza and shit is that they couldn't find the like horrible, like satanic ritual abuse that they wanted to paint Hillary Clinton with in the emails. There were incriminating things in the emails. The DNC leaks, the Podesta leaks, there were things in those emails on WikiLeaks that made them look horrible. Okay, there was corruption, there was, lies, there was all kinds of things. The way that the DNC coordinated to fuck over Bernie Sanders, they sided with Hillary even though they are not supposed to do that. Hillary had her speeches to fucking Wall Street firms, Goldman Sachs, and where she would say like, believe me, the things I say in public, they're not the things I actually believe. I'm with you guys. There was like all kinds of shit in there that made Hillary look bad. Okay. There are things in there that I would say should be disqualifying to Hillary to run for president, right? There were actual things in there, but none of them were like proof that she was eating babies or let's say being a pedophile. All right. But the Epstein Files, that is not the case. With the Epstein Files, we are talking about actual crimes against children and women. We're talking about genuine political corruption. Okay. We do not need to make shit up anymore. That is not what this is about. Right? Like, if you think that Epstein is talking in code, like, look at this. All right, look at this. This is an email from 2018. Redacted name Russian, meeting now. Redacted name from Odessa. This is from Epstein. Is the past porn girl. You might talk to her as she has lots of friends. Redacted name says, waiting to hear from redacted name, is setting up meetings in Moscow and Vilnius for now. I liked Hannah. Epstein says, ask her how long she worked for George Models in Odessa. Redacted name says, she said she had 4 to 5 jobs with them. Epstein says, tell her to tell the truth. It's okay. She had soft porn video, she and her friend in bathtub, etc., underage. Redacted name says, she said she was 14 to 15 years old. Epstein says, you can fly to see her if you like. Like, this is the type of shit, like, this is how they're talking to each other. This is how they're talking to each other. Nary a mention of pizza or grape soda in sight here. And this is right. Like, why would we be? Oh, yeah, Danny. Also, debate question leaks. Like, there was a genuine shit in there that was bad. But now, there is salacious shit in here. There is, like, this is fucking pedophile bros talking, right? This is from 2018. This is from long after, Epstein's first arrest, where I do think all signs show he at least stepped back from the underage girls. But obviously he didn't completely give it up. Like, there is real shit in there. We do not need to make shit up. Pizzagate is useful only if you don't have the information that you need. So you find a way to read normal emails about pizza as horrific things. Like Joyce Carol Oates said, where was it again? Oh yeah. These cutesy casual references to fresh muffins and steaks are among the most obscene emails in what we've seen of the Epstein Files. You can't let your brain be broken by this. It's completely untrue. The Pizzagate shit is not real. This is a waste of energy to look into. And honestly, like, I'm disappointed in people like Crystal Ball. She's not the only one who's doing this, but like, Crystal Ball should know better than to be, spreading this like idiotic Nazi rumor, this Nazi conspiracy made by a bunch of like actual neo-Nazis on poll. By spreading this around, you are carrying water for the fascists. You are helping the Trump administration. That is not what this moment should be about. Sorry, I feel like I usually try to be a little bit more chill than this, but I want to say to all these guys that have been incessantly posting on my freaking YouTube video, I'm not owned, okay? I'm not owned. I'm right, and I'm smart. and you guys are owned. The end. I don't know. All right. Pizza code. Now, that'll be one video. Note to the Goblin Queen, my lovely fiance / editor. Goblin Queen, thank you. But that'll be one video. This video is sort of similar, though. I want to talk a little bit about another thing, Jerkygate. Is this the one somebody was talking about, a flesh simulator video they saw today? So this is a flesh simulator video.
Hello.
And people ask me a lot, what do I think about Flesh Simulator? I like Flesh Simulator. He is definitely a lot more pilled than me, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I like his videos. I find his videos entertaining. And while I don't agree with everything he says, some of the things he says I agree with. I don't know. Overall, I like him. I think he's cool. I don't think he's a fascist. Goblin Queen. That's right, babe. You tell him. You are smart. Thanks, Goblin Queen. He did like 2 videos, I think. Excuse me. This guy gets it, Alex Jones. But I generally like Flesh Simulator, and I find his videos entertaining. So maybe that's why I sort of maybe I give him a little bit of a pass. Maybe I give him a pass more than I do with other people whose videos I don't find as entertaining. But anyway, we won't watch this entire video, but I'll watch enough to give you the gist of it. And this is about. It's called "Was Epstein Eating People?"
Hello. I wasn't really intending to make another Epstein video, certainly not as quickly as this. However, as I think most of us can agree, the files have been pretty bad. They've kind of blown everyone's hair back, but oh boy, I found something that is significantly more alarming. So, without any further ado, I guess we're going to start looking through these. These are, I believe, 61 of the 380 emails that I found. What was I searching? Well, I got a tip to look for the word jerky.
Jerky.
Let's take a look at these.
All right. So, a Flesh Simulator basically, Yeah. So here we go. If you search the word jerky on the Epstein library, you get 380 results. That's a lot of results. That's like almost half of the results for PlZZAGATE. Or not PlZZAGATE, pizza. Like that's a jerky? Like jerky's a way less common food than pizza, right? So like this is genuinely weird. Okay, I'm not gonna pussyfoot around this here. This is genuinely odd. This is weird. Okay, let's keep going.
To Jeffrey Epstein from blank. May 4th, 2013. At almost 1 a.m. Subject, jerky. Francis has time to come tomorrow to show me how to make it! ! Jerky class, anyone? He will also bring you a taste of his new jerky recipe from the restaurant, and sends a warm hello. He is working at a restaurant called Cannibal and cooks, wait for it, beef jerky and steak. He has time at 3 p.m. tomorrow if this is okay with you. That's not a great foot to start off on. Like, this next one.
Okay, so I won't play it, but basically every single thing is like that. Like this is a classic like conspiracy theorist like low effort kind of slop video where you don't really do any research and you don't even really try to make a point. You just show something like that and then you go, that's okay. Well, I certainly don't. What? Excuse me? What? Okay. Interesting. Moving on to the next thing. Like that's basically what he does the entire video. God bless him. So whatever. Okay, so he shows it. Basically, does this with a bunch of emails that mention jerky. He goes, "Oh, what?" Like I'll just stop on a random one. Let's see if he gives us any analysis or if he just kind of reads something about jerky. Should blank be making more jerky?
Be making more jerky? To Jeffrey Epstein vacation from blank. Subject, jerky.
No, he just moves right on to the next. He doesn't even go, interesting. He just moves right on to the next one. So, like, I mean, this is, he goes through it. And I'll just skip it because it's, I'd rather go through these myself and show you them. But here's how he ends it.
Jerky will be with me when I get to LSJ. at Little St. James. I can come tomorrow and take care of white tuna if you'd like. I'm due back in New York City by this evening. I really think he's eating people.
I did find that hilarious. That made me laugh. I really think he's eating people. Cuts to the music immediately. Let's just watch that again. Oh, God. So simple, so elegant.
And take care of white tuna if you'd like. I'm due back in New York City by this evening. I really think he's eating people.
Wait, what does it say? I should have a laugh track? Huh?
I really think he's eating people.
I should have used a big lurch track. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is. Yes. Oh, what's this? Oh, nice. So the one that thank you for this. I meant to look this up, but I totally forgot. Appreciate you, for this one, Finland, from Eater. Yeah, there is a actual restaurant called Cannibal. Will revive its menu in New York City this week. Cannibal owner Christian Papanikolaou is bringing back old favorites to Chef's Club, and its shuttered meat favorite, the Cannibal, is returning to New York City. What? And does it say anything about jerky? I don't know. Who knows? But anyway, okay. It seems like it was a real place and not like code for, I don't know, something about whatever. If you've ever met a jerky enthusiast, they don't shut up about jerky. They have a guy or several who deal specialty jerky. Okay. Now, there are a ton of emails where Epstein's talking about jerky. Like a lot more than the ones he's talking about pizza. And there are also a lot of emails from Epstein's, people in Epstein's orbit, his staff, his girlfriends, people who knew him, also talking about jerky. And I read through all of them, and I am pretty confident in telling you, this is first of all, fortunately, I guess, or I don't know, sorry to disappoint, one of those. I do not think this is code for a child or a cannibal act. What seems more likely to be the case to me is that Epstein, who has ADHD, diagnosed ADHD guy, had a food hyperfixation. Now I have this little article here. What is a hyperfixation meal? Why does it happen? If you're eating the same thing again and again, that might be a hyperfixation meal. Makes me think of you might be a redneck or whatever. Have you ever eaten the same meal every single day over and over until you got sick of it? That might be a hyperfixation meal. And people with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder are sharing their experiences with food hyperfixations like these all over social media. Now, I also have ADHD. And I have done this. I basically, through my 20s, I only ate craft dinner. That was, I don't know, at least half of what I ate. Although, you know what? Weirdly enough, when I was in college, I really only ate cheese pizza. And that I didn't even, no toppings, just extra cheese. That's it. I was a picky eater as a kid. I never really liked vegetables, but I was vegetarian, so I didn't have meat. And I would just eat fucking garbage. I would just have cheese pizza, no pepperoni, no toppings, just extra cheese. I had that every day. I in my room in college, I would have like a fucking pile, like a mountain of pizza boxes. So, Christ, a lot of it was because of poverty, I guess, with the craft dinner thing, especially because I had a place I could buy a box of craft dinner, which is like a large meal. Craft dinner, I think Americans call that something else. I think Americans call that, I don't know, mac and cheese or something. I don't know. We call it mac and cheese too, but I'm talking about, I can show you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this craft dinner. This shit. These are even like the nice ones. I would usually actually have the President's Choice. This was my favorite. President's Choice, white cheddar mac and cheese. Yes. Oh, God. So cheap. So cheap. I was in college, I could buy I would just go to the grocery store every couple weeks and buy 12 of these. And sometimes I would have it multiple meals a day. Like, I just didn't get sick of it. It's easy to cook. It's easy to eat, and it's filling. It's like a lot of carbs. It'll fill you up. And it's delicious. So yeah, I've had food hyperfixations. I was a picky eater as a kid. I get it. And I do think it's kind of funny because, like, Epstein had all the money in the world. He had private chefs, but yet he still had this hyperfixation. So let's go through some of these emails, all right, about jerky. This is so I put them in order here, but I'm going to skip this one. I don't want to read this one yet, because it's kind of funny. Let's go actually down here to 2013. Hey everyone, please below see the food list for the Sunday trip to Little St. James. Me and Jeff are going to be away tomorrow for the most part. Could you please coordinate? Blah, 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 blah. Beef jerky, all of it. There was a big thing where guys, I'm sorry. I need to pay more attention. I need to pay more attention to what I'm doing. I wasn't showing the right screens. This is my Obsidian. So here's all the stuff I found about beef jerky. Oh, here's a photo of some beef jerky from the Epstein Files. There's like some of his girlfriend and a few other people. Hi, ladies. So it looks like maybe a bunch of the Epstein girls. Francis will be at 71st around 3 p.m. if you'd like to learn how to make beef jerky. So Epstein liked beef jerky so much that he had his girlfriend and all of his, women he was trafficking or girls he was trafficking learn how to make it. Like, he wanted everyone around him to know how to make beef jerky for him. And he actually there's a couple things where he got pissed when he wouldn't get it. Jeffrey asked, can you make him some beef jerky, please? Hi, there's one bag of beef jerky in the fridge at 71st. Please get it. And also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well and bring it all with you. This is from Karina. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag, right? A small insulated bag would be just fine. I wouldn't recommend checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. All right, then. Would it be possible for you to make another batch of beef jerky for Jeffrey Epstein, please? He is running out. At some point, Epstein was like, yo, here's what I think. At some point, sorry, just to be clear, no, that is true. Epstein did have ADHD. Actually, this was one of the things he used to tell people. The reason in the 90s when he needed to have 3 massages a day was because of his ADHD. He's like, I have ADHD. That's why I need to get an underage girl to massage me 3 times a day, because otherwise my ADHD gets in the way. So I regret to inform you, if you tell me that I'm not allowed to get these children to massage me, that is actually ableist violence and extremely problematic. That was an actual excuse he had for his shit. Yeah. So at some point, I think Epstein was eating nothing but beef jerky, literally nothing but beef jerky. And I think because he had this sort of idea that he was a genius, he was like, wait, is this like actually good for me? Because I've been eating literally nothing but beef jerky for a while and I feel fine. And so he sent it to this guy, Jeff Hansen, to run tests on to find the nutritional value. So he gets this email. Jeff, old saying, dog ate my homework. Well, my dog ate the beef jerky. I was looking for the beef jerky as I knew it was in my suitcase, and then I thought maybe I left it at the beach, only to find a small plastic bag near my dog's bed. Hence, no beef jerky. I'll email Francis to make us some more, as I need 6 to 8 ounces to send to the lab, and I'll forward Francis the info to send to the lab directly. I'll try you later today. And then this is another one. Epstein's due to arrive in Palm Beach tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m., Galaxy Aviation. It will only be Jeffrey Epstein and Karina. I will have Lynn send down muffins, beef jerky, Greek yogurt, and some other miscellaneous things. Jeffrey Epstein has been on a high-protein diet lately. That's a nice way of saying he's been eating only beef jerky. So then Epstein sends a message to Steve Hansen. Hope you're feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? And then, so Steve Hansen, the guy who said, oh, my dog, sorry, I know you gave me a bunch of your beef jerky. My dog ate it all. And he goes, oh, I emailed you prior. For real, my dog got into my bag when I returned and ate the jerky. Francis is making another 6 ounce, which is what they need at the lab, so I can send it off. I'm feeling better, thanks. I actually did a half-mile run today. How's the island? Epstein is not having it. He's like, we talked about this at the ranch. Why isn't it done? And then this guy, Steve Hansen, goes, Steve needs I guess not Steve Hansen. This must be from Francis or someone else. Epstein, Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky. I gave you all the jerky we had, roughly 2 pounds, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt it was important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will then go to Steve and the rest to you at LSJ. Because there's also emails here where Epstein runs out of jerky and he gets furious. He's like, what the fuck? There's no jerky in the house? That's all I want. And now he's like, what the fuck? You can't do the tests? And this person's like, Jeff, like, I know you get pissed if you don't have jerky to eat, and we need at least 6 pounds to give to this guy, so I haven't been able to manage it. We're gonna figure it out. He's like, why the fuck isn't this done? Hi, Epstein's asking me, Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more beef jerky on Friday. Are you also flying on Friday? If not, I would like to collect it from you and take it with me on the plane. Please let me know. Thanks, Karina. I'm flying on Friday. I will bring jerky. Like, all of these things are his staff and girlfriend, Karina, frantically running around. Fuck, we're out of beef jerky. What the fuck are we going to do? How is your jerky situation? Should I bring any more? Here's one. Okay, here's one. Francis, this is the guy, I think maybe this was his jerky guy. Francis seems to be the guy. Francis was the guy who's going to teach the girls how to make jerky. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. Epstein said, so this is, oh, wait. No, I missed one. This is sent to Leslie Graff, Epstein's assistant. Hi, Leslie. Jeff had asked to have a sample of his jerky tested for nutritional value. So there you go. That's why they were testing it. I saw a lot of people being like, why the fuck would they be testing jerky? That means it must be human meat. And it's like, what? Why would you want to test that, though? Yeah, his jerky boy, his jerky guy, the jerky dealer. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Leslie. Jeff asked to have a sample of his beef jerky tested for nutritional value. Attached to the results I just received. Please let me know if I can be of further assistance. Thanks, Rachel Bova. Executive assistant to Stephen Hansen. Steve Hansen was the guy whose dog ate all of the jerky Epstein gave him. And then this gets forwarded to Epstein and Francis. And then someone messages Epstein, how's your jerky situation? Should I bring more? And then we get this. So this seems like a bit of a shift in Epstein's jerky lifestyle. Excuse me, living the jerky life. Francis goes, I just wanted to touch base about jerky. Epstein said he was going to start eating regular food again. Okay. You see? Let me zoom in so you can actually read this. Jeffrey Epstein said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. Like, it genuinely seems like Epstein was eating nothing but jerky. Awesome. That said, he has 6 bags of it in the downstairs freezer for his next trip. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Any other questions? Please let me know. Thank you, Francis. Now, another thing I heard from people was, wait, it's in his freezer. Jerky keeps itself fucking in, you don't need to freeze jerky. It's jerky. It's got all this salt. It's dehydrated. The whole point is it lasts like months. You don't understand. Epstein was eating jerky for every meal. He was eating jerky for every meal. He was putting it in his fucking freezer because he would eat it over the course of months. In that email that I read earlier from Karina, is it this one? Yeah. Where he's like, hey, stop complaining about the food. He says in here, yesterday, my dinner was month-old jerky. Like, this guy was like, no, make me a big batch of jerky and I'll just eat it and never let me run out. That was basically his thing. Epstein sends a letter to Francis, his jerky guy. He goes, I'm concerned that after being off and then being back since Monday, that somehow I have no jerky again. I am very, very annoyed. He loves jerky. He loves it. Oh, my apologies for not having jerky ready to mail on Thursday, sir. Truth of the matter is I spent last Thursday to Sunday in the hospital. Epstein's like, that's no excuse. I don't care. You better be dead. If I don't have jerky to eat, I hope you are dead. That is the only excuse I will accept. I don't want to bother anyone with my personal problems, but I see now that was a bad move. I reached out to Sue and Sarah on Tuesday, and when was the next day I can plan to cook for you, and they were unsure. It's again my fault for not communicating that I was very ill to someone. I had discharge papers and doctor's notes if someone needs to see them. I am, however, back in the full swing of things as of yesterday, and I can send jerky out today if you'd like. Also, I'm not sure about how your diet's going, but if there are any requests for this coming week, please let me know and I'll get started on them now. Stews, pies, steaks? He's like, please can I make something else that isn't beef jerky? Can I make you a pie? Please, I beg you. Please, I beg you, let me make you a non-jerk product. Another Francis Derby. Good day to you both. And this is what? Sorry, I guess this is a few days before the one I just read. Just checking in to see if the jerky situation's been sorted out. Last we spoke, you planned to have Rich B FedEx it to Paris. Just so we're all on the same page. Oh yeah, this is funny too. So like I said, a lot of people were suspicious that like, why do they keep freezing the jerky? Well, here's the jerky guy being like, just so we're all on the same page, guys, the jerky is self-stable. It can travel without refrigeration. Like, we don't need to freeze it, guys. Why do you keep doing that? Like, it seems like maybe jerky something that Epstein discovered like late in life, maybe a food that he didn't grow up with, and he's just kind of like, I really like this jerky shit. You got to put it in the freezer, I guess, right? And then this guy's like, just so we're on the same page, you don't need to freeze it. You don't even need to refrigerate it. Also wanted to see if there was any word on my next day to cook for Jeffrey Epstein and where that might be. I know these things change, so just checking on any tentative plans yet. Last I heard it may be LSJ, Little St. James, towards the end of the month, I think. Here's that one remaining piece of Epstein's jerky. I don't know. I'm a vegetarian. Like, I don't know. Does this look like a weird piece of jerky? Like, I guess it was kind of, the jerky Epstein was eating was like artisanal, right? Like he was getting like a specific jerky chef to make it, and then he was getting that chef to teach all of his girls how to make him jerky. Like, this might not look like the jerky you get from the store. I don't know. I don't know. To me, that looks like a piece of jerky. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's also an idiot who may not know how to store jerky. Yeah, I think that's very valid. But yeah, no, there's lots of jerky talk. In the freezer bags, you will find sealed foods and beef jerky for Jeffrey Epstein. All of it should go in the freezer. So from Karina. To prepare the frozen food, you need to defrost it first. The best way to do it is to take it out in advance and let it stay. If there's no time for that, you can use defrost setting in the microwave. I like how like she's writing this to, I guess, like a new maid or something, but I feel like I'm reading like a note from like my friend whose dog I'm about to babysit, like, hi, yeah, his jerky's in the fridge. Definitely like let it thaw out on the counter, put it in a bowl on the floor. He'll love it, whatever. Once defrosted, open the seal, place the food in a regular plate, heat it up in the microwave. Like, it's like, this guy is a billionaire. He doesn't need to be living like this. He doesn't need to be living like this. This is how serious ADHD is. Okay? ADHD is a serious debilitating disorder, and it can cause you to eat very dumbly. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, what else? Highlight A. So here's the thing about, Jeffrey asked you make him some beef jerky, please. Blah, blah, blah. Small insulated bag. There's one bag of beef jerky in the fridge at 71st. Please go get it. And also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well and bring it all with you. They're like this is clearly, Karina, they're in a situation where wherever they're at, maybe LSJ, maybe somebody else, they ain't got any jerky left. They're all out of jerky and it's an emergency. She's like, hey, I know there's a piece of beef. There's one bag left here. That one bag won't be enough. We also need you to go to this other fucking location, get more beef jerky there, then bring them all. It's like, this is an emergency. No need for crazy amounts of ice. Anyway, so yeah, I did think the beef jerky thing was like, at first I was seeing the jerky. I was like, actually, wait, is this something? Am I wrong? is jerky a code for something? Like I almost was pilled on it. Yeah. Maybe Epstein's ADHD. Who knows? But although I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Does he seem autistic to you guys? I never really got that vibe, but it's hard to tell, I guess, just from vibe alone. Could be. But ADHD, I for sure get that vibe. Especially from that interview we watched last week with him and Bannon. He's constantly changing topic, shifting around, kind of like a Chill Goblin stream, you know, but more evil, I guess. But yeah, what was I saying? See, there I go again. I was going to say something. Oh, yeah. I did at first with the thing. I watched the Flush Simulator video, and I had seen a few people talking about it online, and I was like, oh, fuck, is this something? Like, could this be? Like, I didn't think it was cannibal shit, but I was like, what is, like, that is weird. The jerky thing is weird. But then as I looked into it, and especially once I found the thing about him, like, getting it tested for nutritional value, like, why would you be doing that unless this is the only meal you're having? And then I was like, oh, right. Okay, he's on a fucking food hyperfixation. Oh, boy. What's up? Who are we talking about? Oh, you know who we're talking about, Infinite Bread. It's Jeffrey Epstein himself and his love for beef jerky. Excuse me. I think that's all I wanted to talk about the food shit. I have a lot more to discuss. Don't worry. Stay tuned to the party. But I think I'm going to take a little, what's the nice way of putting it? A bio break. Even that sounds disgusting. Bio break. Ugh. Shoot. Where was
to run it from 2007
so
2011.
Hang on. Let me put you in the capable hands of our friend Alessi for a couple minutes while I go and sort myself out. Be right back. And he's talking about Steve Bannon.
Into a company called Internet Game Entertainment. After the company got hit with a lawsuit, it rebranded as Affinity Media, and Bannon stepped in it to run it from 2007 to 2011.
Like ADHD definitely has. So you're saying yes. So with autistic hyperfocus, I think autistic hyperfocus. Like I've sometimes heard people call it like a special interest thing, where like some autistic people are like, oh, I am like, they have this random kind of like topic that they're just very interested in. And for me with ADHD, I sort of have like hyperfixations where like for like a few months, I'll be very interested in something. It's something that I found a lot of like YouTube creators have. Like, I think it's kind of like, in order to like when you watch a video of mine, it's something that I've been hyperfixated on for at least a few months. Probably more, but I think with autism it's a little bit more intense and like long lasting. But who knows? I guess maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the same. Autism and ADHD seem very related in a lot of ways. I find a lot of stuff about autism very relatable personally, but I don't think that I am autistic. Anyway, who knows? I don't know what I'm talking about really. I only figured out I had ADHD like a couple years ago when I was like 34 or something. Special interests are symptoms of both. Oh, okay. Special interests can just change regularly too. Okay, there you go. Maybe I'm mistaken then. All right, gang. I'll be right back. Let's learn about the Steve Bannon Files.
The CEO and chairman. Around that period, his thinking was getting more extreme and more public. In 2007, he wrote an outline for a documentary calling Destroying the Great Satan, arguing that major institutions like the media, government agencies, and even parts of civil society were unintentionally helping extremist groups. Bannon, Breitbart, and the shift from culture to politics. So by the early 2010s, Steve Bannon was no longer just a conservative filmmaker circling Hollywood. He was positioning himself inside something much bigger. In 2011, the conservative media world was buzzing around a possible Sarah Palin presidential run, the Alaskan Republican governor. And Bannon was right there helping push her image as a populist counterweight to the political establishment. However, she would decide against running for president, but that stab at helping someone build a platform was all he needed to get the attention of Andrew Breitbart. So Breitbart, this guy was chaos, loud, impulsive, unfiltered. He said whatever came into his head. Consequences be damned. Breitbart thrived on confrontation and outrage, and he didn't bother polishing his edges. Bannon was the opposite. Button up, book smart, soon tied. Where Breitbart supplied raw energy, Bannon supplied structure, ideology, and long-term strategy. Together, they were dangerous. Around this time, both men became increasingly focused on jihadist Islam and extremism, thing and theme in many of his videos, The Beast. This framing Islam as an existential threat, the West under siege, became a central narrative engine. Bannon was already tied to Breitbart News by this point. In fact, he had been a founding board member back in 2007 when the site was still forming its identity. But the real transformation came after he brought in serious money. After becoming close with billion hedge fund family, the Mercers, Bannon helped convince them to pour around $10 million into Breitbart. That funding changed everything. Breitbart started being a scrappy outlet and became the political weapon. Then in March 2012, the unexpected happened. Andrew Breitbart suddenly died. And who took over? Steve Bannon. Bannon became executive chairman of Breitbart News, and the shift was immediate. You could tell by all the articles and the style. The site moved away from the Hollywood-style conservative outrage and towards full-blown populist politics, nationalism, immigration panic, the idea that people were under attack by corrupt elites. Breitbart's tone hardened, becoming more openly aligned with what would later be called the alt-right. Inside Breitbart, the tension exploded. Former editor Ben Shapiro later accused Bannon of betraying Andrew Breitbart's original mission, calling him a bully who sold out the company to back another bully, Donald Trump. So this is Shapiro before he became a Trump supporter.
And people, a lot of folks know this, but a lot of folks don't. Steve Bannon was down there working for Breitbart at the time. You guys got along initially?
I know.
Even in the beginning.
Steve is not the easiest person to get along with. I will say that.
We'll talk a little bit more, just briefly. I don't want to over-index with Steve, but
this is also where Stephen Miller enters the picture. And remember his name because a Miss Miller text is going to be a major focus when I get to his ties to Epstein. In 2013, Miller, then a Senate staffer, only 26 years old, was working for Jeff Sessions, who was connected to Steve Bannon. Immigration reform had just collapsed under Obama, and Miller was furious. Breitbart became the megaphone for that anger. Miller fed stories, Bannon amplified them. Together, they helped turn immigration from a policy debate into a cultural fault line. This was the moment the transformation was complete, because now it rolled straight into his time with Trump. By 2012 to 2014, something quiet but something important was happening behind the scenes. Trump, still a celebrity businessman, was flirting with politics and was reportedly reading a lot of Breitbart news. Breitbart wasn't polite conservatism though. It was war rhetoric. And
interesting. Professor Omni, as an autistic person, I don't think, are you talking about Epstein there? Or are you talking about me? We're talking about both. It's more common to have both ADHD and autism than just one. Is that right? Really? Yes. They definitely coexist a lot. They have a lot of comorbid symptoms, and they're very common among each other. But my understanding is that neurologically they're totally different, which is why they're not the same thing. Oh, is that right? Oh, okay. I don't know. Seemed right to me. It's a vaccine. Shake my head. Oh, okay. Against the rules to ask me not to ban you. He's totally banning you, pal. Miller's a straight up World War II looking Nazi. Yeah. Miller is a despicable person. For sure. Fascist. I keep meaning to fix my Means TV ad there. It's like way too wide. It don't fit on the thing. Whatever. All right. Now I picked up this little cookie. I'm realizing that I don't want to eat it because it'll crunch. So maybe I'll mute my microphone and let Alessi talk just a little bit more while I eat this, and then we'll get back to it.
Many of you know that from what I explained. And at the center of Breitbart was Steve Bannon. So Trump and Bannon were a natural match. Both styled themselves as anti-establishment wrecking balls, which you saw in policy. The idea almost was this domination tactic: destroy your enemies, control the narrative, never apologize and hit back twice as hard as when you're attacked. When Trump launched his campaign in 2015, immigration became the fault line. He hammered illegal immigration under the Obama administration, who was also known as the border czar king at the time, which is strange, arguing the border was out of control and the system was broken. Critics—
No, it's not ADHD. Maybe you have sleep apnea. That's my fiance. She has both of them. She has sleep apnea and ADHD. Why? Sleep apnea is a rough one. She didn't know she had it. I diagnosed her with it. I was like, babe, when you're sleeping, it sort of feels like you're drowning. You're snoring and then you like stop snoring. And that's pretty horrible because you're not breathing. It's like pretty rough. But hey, maybe there's comorbidity there too. All right. Huge commonality of ADHD, ADD, and autism. It's not necessary, but high % statistically. Yeah, for sure. Interesting. I don't know. I don't think I have autism because I've taken the autism test and there are some things I'm like, oh no, I definitely don't do that at all. But there are some things I'm like, oh no, I do that. Anyway, I guess probably it's a spectrum, right? Like everybody's kind of on it. That's probably not right either. Okay. Both gang, sound off. Both gang. I like saying both gang instead of ADHD. Oh, I'm both gang. That's funny. Okay. Yes, shout out to Alessi again. I'm going to pop the link in the chat. I forget if I did that before, but yeah, go throw him a follow if you want. Seems like a good video. Okay, let's get back into the obsidian of it all. Yes, very nice. So this was the PlZZAGATE stuff. We already went over this. Excuse me. By the way, in case anybody's upset about this AI Epstein, I didn't make it. I found it and I thought it was awesome. And it made me think that maybe AI is good. And now I think AI is good. No, I'm just joking. What do we want to do? Do we want to do Chuck Johnson stuff or do we want to do 4chan stuff? Let's do 4chan. Let's do 4chan because people are already talking about that. All right. Who knows who this guy is? Who can tell me, class? Who can tell me who this is? Anyone? Anyone know? Big pile of clothes on right next to them. Princess Tiara. Who is this princess? Who could it be? Do you think you played? So here's Moot. You got it, Finland. Do you think you played a part in the Flesh Simulator and Blind Lee? That's what's weird is, yeah. Maybe I'll just address this before we get into the 4chan stuff. So Blind Lee had a video where he debunks PlZZAGATE. Like he did like a debunking video, and I thought it was good. I played it on as an intro to one of my streams, and then Flesh Simulator kind of like has a vendetta against the guy. Like he calls him out in a video where he's talking about PlZZAGATE, and he's like, PlZZAGATE's real, and fucking if you disagree, then you're fucking evil or whatever. And he goes after, and he's like naming some people who he doesn't like, who think that PlZZAGATE isn't real. And I was kind of watching it like, oh, well, probably he's going to name me because I definitely also agree with these guys. He didn't name me, but he did name Blind Lee, who's like a very small channel, and I just thought that was odd. I mean, I won't lie. I did think that was odd. I was grateful not to have the smoke because I feel like, how do I say this? Flesh Simulator, he seems cool, but he's a little bit intense. I don't necessarily want to beef with him at all. I'd love to have a respectful conversation with the guy about certain topics, but I don't know if that's in the cards. Seen that guy, how that guy acts on Twitter, and I don't know if that's something that he does. But yeah, he was pretty hard on Blind Lee. I don't know if he saw it because of me, but it's just odd that he wouldn't go after me, but he would go after Blind Lee. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. I assume I assume Flesh Simulator hasn't seen my PlZZAGATE video or any of my shit. Like I assume maybe he saw them and he assumes that I'm on the same page as him. I don't know. Yeah. All right. Anyway, Moot. Yes, you are correct, sir. 1,000 points to Finland Station for getting both names, Moot and Christopher Poole. This is ostensibly, at least, the guy who founded 4chan. Here depicted here with his famous quote, "I wish to be the little girl." This is the guy who founded 4chan back in the day. He basically stole the, what's it called, source code, or at least this is according to legend. He stole the source code from 2channel, which is a Japanese manga anime fan site, and was like, what if I made it orange colored? He did that, and that's 4chan. 2chan, 4chan. And then the next one that was made with that sort of similar source code and everything, 8chan. Okay? 248. I mean, I shouldn't say next. There are a lot of chans. There's a lot of chans. It turns out it's a pretty good, easy to use system. It's very simple. Anyone can post. You don't need an account. Like, that's why everyone's names just says anonymous. That's where we get the anonymous from. Anonymous. Like, Anonymous Hacker Collective. And the anon in QAnon comes from there. Because everyone, when you post, it just says anonymous. Like, anonymous posted this. You can put in like a trip code, and then you can get like a, I won't bother explaining the ins and outs. What am I doing? This isn't what this is about. But so here's Moot, the guy who is at least known for founding 4chan. There are some people who say that that's not true, but whatever. We'll get, oh God, 16chan. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine how horrible that one would be. They do seem to get worse each time it doubles. There's also 420chan. There's lots of chans. Yeah, tell us more how to use the Epstein app. So 4chan's been in the news. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Jay Leno voice. 4chan's been in the news because Moot, it turns out, met Epstein. Okay, kind of a crucial moment in his life. And this is from Epstein's friend, Boris Nikolic. Boris Nikolic, who's now Boris Nikolic. Guys, remind me who this guy is. He's Russian, right? But he's like, what was he? Was he involved in politics? I'm trying to remember. Who am I thinking of? A Serbian fashion designer. No, wait, no, this is not the same guy. This is not the same guy. Epstein named executors, former Bill Gates. Yeah. Venture tech, yeah. Biotech. Sorry. Maybe I'll do this so you guys can see. Boris Nikolic. Yeah, let's find out more about this dude. Oh, remember that delicious looking stuff? Oh, why? Why did it do that? Who is Boris Nikolic? No, I won't do it. Fuck you, Fox. Epstein named executor as former Bill Gates advisor. One of the men named in Jeffrey Epstein's will, biotech venture capitalist Boris Nikolic as a successor executor, the person who would take control of the estate if the two named executors are unable or unwilling to. That's Indike and Khan. So he hasn't had to step in, but he was shocked he was included. So there he is with Bill Gates. He was an advisor to Bill Gates. But he does appear to have connections to Russia. I don't think it says that anywhere in here or anywhere I could find online, but in emails, he's like, yes, I can introduce you to this guy. He's Putin's friend. Yes, I can connect you with it. Like, this dude was close to Epstein and also seemed like he was doing some fucking dirty dealing, some fucking spy shit. So this is a guy for the people who, and I'm not going to get into this too much, but I do think that if we're deciding to take seriously the idea that Epstein had ties to Russian intelligence, I think this would be a good guy to look into. And for the record, I think that that's probably true. I think Epstein probably did have ties. I'm going to try something. If I grab everything and make everything way bigger, will I be able to zoom in more? Because I'm sick of not being able to zoom in as much as I want. How about now? How about now? How about that? Oh, so much better. Oh, okay. All right, I just figured out a new thing with Obsidian. See, I'm new at this, guys. I love it, but I don't know all of its cool shit yet. All right, great. Oh, this is going to be so much easier for you guys to watch. And me too, to be honest. Like, it'll be easy for me to read shit. Okay, let's go through these. There's, I think, there's more than 4 emails, but there's 4 pages of emails that I want to read you guys. And we start from the bottom. Oh, no. Okay. So this is from Boris to Jeffrey. He goes, last night and this morning in San Francisco. Fun. Should I do it in an accent? Let me try a Russian accent, but fair warning, it probably will sound like a combination of Borat and Mario. But let me try. Last night and this morning in San Francisco. Oh, no, now I sound like what? I sound like Dracula or something. Lady Dracula. Fun. Also met some interesting people. There is a cool guy, kid, that you should meet. Sends him a Wikipedia page to Moot, or Christopher Poole. He is only 23. Read his bio. The rest of day in Seattle, in meeting. Tomorrow morning for New York City. What is plan, Ray Woody? Have you tickets? Can't wait to see you. B. Yes. Hello, Epstein. Hello, Jeffrey Epstein. I am your friend, Boris. Remember Bill Gates? Ha, ha, ha. Cool guy. Sorry, I'm just trying to practice the voice a little bit, try to get better at it. So then this is a few days. So this is a few days later. So this is what, the 20th. He sends this one. The 24th, he sends Epstein. Sure, I will be there as well in 2 weeks or so. Just left Bill Gates, running for lunch with Rubenstein. How did you like Moot? I liked Mamot a lot, says Epstein. I drove him home. He is very bright. Yes, he is great. I had no clue who he is when we meet. We talked to almost an hour non-stop. Oh, this is also from Epstein. Oh, weird that he goes, weird that he says, yes, he is great. What the fuck? I like Moot a lot. Drove him home. He's very bright. Yes, he is great. I had no clue who he is when we met. We talked for almost an hour nonstop. He will be a friend. B. Oh, then it says B. But why does it say two? Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad, guys. I can't read, apparently. This is also from Boris. Yes, he is great. Sorry, I'll do it again with the right accent. I had no clue who he is when we met. We talked to almost an hour nonstop. He will be a friend. B. FYI. He is one of the greatest hackers. He is not one of the greatest hackers. Moot is not a hacker. He's one of the greatest hackers, bro. This is like when 4chan would be on the news in the 2000s, and they'd be like, an anonymous hacking collective doing it for the lulz. That's LUZ. What do they mean by this? No one knows. They claim that they have over 9,000 hackers hacking into the mainframes all around the world's elite governments, or whatever. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about, but he will be one of the greatest hackers. He is one of the greatest hackers. Not true. Epstein says, I forgot, before Bill sits with Paul Jones and Glenn, we should talk. With Melinda Bill there? Ava, the mother of my goddaughter, will also be there. It's Ava Anderson Dubin. And then Boris says, oh, shoot. I should have put this in the other order. Yeah. Okay, well, this is the thing. So oh, interesting. So yeah, the email I read earlier, where he goes, how did you like Moot? He goes, how did you like Moot? That email ends, he is very sensitive, so be gentle. He's very sensitive, Jeffrey, so be gentle. Or actually, he doesn't say gentle, he says, be gentile. Ooh, a little bit of an unfortunate typo there. He's very sensitive, so try not to be so Jewish. Okay? Try to dial down the Jewishness. Aren't all hackers gay, trans, and furries? True, but that doesn't mean that Moot is a hacker. Yeah, like that classic Oprah gets trolled by a... Yeah. That one. That one was funny, but also I feel like maybe it has aged badly. Maybe I don't want to bring that one up. And then Boris also sends him this. This article describes why I find Moot interesting. The potential for manipulation is huge. He sends him this article, so I got the article here. 4chan users seize internet's power for mass disruptions. One morning in June, Google's list of the top global searches began to fill up with random words. Fried chicken, comic book stores, gyms. Before anyone could stop it, a racial slur jumped to the #1 spot. Many observers concluded that Google must have been hacked. And here's a picture of Moot right there, looking at his computer. It wasn't. It was the victim of a prank that redirected armies of people to search for the same things at the same time. And that really was 4chan's kind of power as like a kind of collectivist sort of thing. Like, we are anonymous. We are B. Expect us. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Yada, yada, yada. Created 7 years ago by a 15-year-old, 4chan is a vast web of anonymous, uncensored message boards. No one's in charge, but the site's users have managed to pull off some of the highest profile collective actions in the history of the internet. The 4chan hive mind has been credited with, or blamed for, urging tween idol Justin Bieber to head for North Korea as part of his upcoming world tour, part of an online poll allowing fans to select which country he should visit, spreading a story that Steve Jobs had a heart attack, which caused Apple's stock to fall precipitously, and starting a rumor that there was a bomb at New York's JFK airport, triggering an evacuation. So yeah, I mean, like a lot of what people sort of thought was hacking that 4chan was doing was just like mobilizing people to do like brigades, DDoS attacks, whatever, like overloading a server, rigging an online vote, getting everybody to go through this. We are Legion. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. So this is the thing that Boris sent Epstein. He is a wonderful hacker. The potential. Now this is like a crazy message though, right? From Boris to Jeff. Like this is nuts. The potential for manipulation is huge, and he's not wrong. 4chan is so easily used to spread. To 4chan can affect a lot, and this is in 2011. So this is kind of like, I know it might seem odd, but like 4chan wasn't always like it is now. 4chan started in like 2003 or so. I spent a lot of time on 4chan when I was in high school and university. So like probably from like 2005 to like maybe, I don't know, maybe like 2011 or so. I can't quite remember. It probably wasn't that long, but definitely my biggest 4chan years were like, I don't know. I want to say like 2007 to 2009 or so. But it used to be like kind of progressive. Like it was big into like Occupy Wall Street. It was big into like the atheist movement, which that might not seem necessarily like progressive or left wing, but during the Bush era, it kind of was, because it was like, the Bush government was so religious and so like, justifying not giving gay people marriage rights because of religion and stuff like that. So anyway, I don't know. There was also a lot of bigotry. Don't get me wrong. That's like the sort of thing that happens when you have like a website where everyone's anonymous. You can post. You don't need to make an account. There's no way it can get traced back to you. So people said like horrifying racist things, slurs, whatever. Oh, trolling Scientology. That was a big thing too. I remember I had a program on my computer, this like laser cannon or something. What was it called? And it like whenever we had to, we would like, there'd be like, we're going to attack this Scientology page, or we're going to attack this, we're going to attack that. And it would be like a program that my computer would just like refresh that page over and over and over again. Yeah. Chill Goblin trying to justify his activity in the KKK. It was actually woke back then. I wouldn't say it was woke, but it was like, I mean, like libertarian, I guess. Like libertarian in like a kind of stupid way. But like, Occupy Wall Street was like a big thing back then on 4chan. But now it's quite different. It's quite different. It's much more explicitly right wing, especially Poll, which is the biggest page on the site. this is, before I get into the poll stuff though, this is an email as well from Chris Poole to someone about Epstein. Oh, sorry. This must be from Leslie Groff or something. Looks like one of Epstein's assistants in 2012. Hi, Chris. Excuse me. Hi, Moot, basically. Jeffrey wanted me to let you know that Boris is around as well this week in New York. Wouldn't you love to hang out with Epstein and Boris? Moot goes, hi, sorry for missing this. I've been off of email for the past few weeks in an attempt to catch up with the rest of life. Hoping to see Boris at TED and hope to see Jeffrey in New York. Hope you're well, Chris. So still 2012. So I think he was still at 4chan at this point, but he left. He left 4chan, I think in like 2014 or so. And then this got sent to Chris. So like Epstein was trying to hang out with him. There's also I think he was supposed to meet up with Moot on his island at one point. He was like in the schedule. I don't know if he actually went. But yeah. Now what people have really noticed, Poll, the Nazi board on 4chan, was started on October 23rd, 2011. That is around the time that Epstein met him. So he's like, oh, make sure you go meet. There's a cool guy you should meet. October 20th, 2011. And then here we are on October 24th, 2011. How did you like Moot? I like Moot a lot. I drove him home. He's very bright. So he's like, yeah, I met him, you know, around this time that he launched Poll. Now, okay, so before I tell you what I think is going on, let me show you like a little bit about what people have been saying. Creator and past owner of 4chan, Chris Poole, known as Moot, was in contact with Epstein, possibly opened up the board poll after meeting with him. That was the original tweet. People have kind of gone a little bit nuts with this, in my opinion. Okay. Dang it, how come some of them are like, I wish that everything could be night mode. Why are only some of them night mode? Emma Vigland posts, so Epstein had met with 4chan's founder. 4chan, the site where Q began posting his drops. Epstein had also had a relationship with Steve Bannon, who saw upside in politically radicalizing lonely online men. QAnon sure feels like a right-wing psyop to deflect from Trump and Epstein. Now, and so like, I mean, not to pick on Emma, like this is a very like people really believe this. A lot of people have been saying this, not just her, but and even people on 4chan seem to think this. I thought this was funny. This is from 4chan from like the other day. Guys, are we really chuds who chose to be chuds and who have free will, or did we? Let me do the 4chan voice. Guys, are we really chuds who chose to be chuds and who have free will, or did we get groomed by Epstein into being chuds? Are our choices our own? Guys, I'm scared. And it's Scared Bender. Oh, amazing. But yeah, there's a lot of discussion about this on 4chan as well. Now, okay. All right. Now this is a very fun theory, and obviously it's causing people on Poll to have existential fucking crises, which is great. It's funny. But like, let's take a step back here. Do we actually think that this is what happened? Now, just to point out a few things off the bat here. So Epstein met Steve Bannon in around 2017, I think. Yeah, it would have been about 2017 that Michael Wolff introduced him to Steve Bannon. Now, 2017 is when QAnon started. So, okay, actually, I guess the timing, if she's saying that it was Steve Bannon, whatever, that could make sense. The first Q drop was November of... No, it was October, I think. It was either October or November, because it was almost a year... No, yeah, it was October. It was a year to the day after James Comey released the information that he was reopening the case on Hillary Clinton's emails, a major part of PlZZAGATE. So QAnon started 1 year to the day after that, the first Q drop, and people didn't know what it was, and people ignored the first one. But like, you know, it went on. What am I trying to say? Yeah. We don't really know who the first one was by. There's a lot of speculation. It was this guy, Paul Ferber, I think his name is. He's a South African Nazi. That seems right to me, although there may have been other people involved. There may have been kind of a coordinated effort from a bunch of people, possibly including Steve Bannon. I don't know, but maybe. Later on, though, once Q moved from 4chan to 8chan, I think it was, we can safely say, probably taken over by Jim and Ron Watkins, the Watkins family. But anyway, I digress. Here's the thing, though. QAnon sure feels like a right-wing psyop to deflect from Trump and Epstein. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, Trump, yeah. Like, I mean, you guys saw my Pizzagate video. I do sort of think, yeah, Pizzagate was a psyop from that originated within the Trump campaign and like successfully managed to divert attention away from Epstein and stuff and put it more on this completely fabricated shit with Hillary. But to say that QAnon was a right-wing psyop to deflect from Trump and Epstein, I don't think so, because Q talked about Epstein a lot. Q brought up Epstein all the time. And Q was like, it wasn't deflecting from Trump. And I mean, so there's a lot of things here. Bannon and Epstein were not really fans of Trump at this time. Like, they both bonded over how much they hated this guy. Like, Bannon had just been fired by Trump. But I think Bannon could have maybe seen beyond that, and maybe he would have been like, no, but he's good, though. He's our fucking Führer. We need this charismatic figurehead for our, like, Christo-fascist movement to succeed. Like, yeah, I'm going to make this work. Epstein, though, I genuinely don't think he liked Trump at all. So I don't know why Epstein would want to protect Trump. And it also, like, QAnon led to a bunch of renewed interest in Epstein. Like, there's an argument you could make that I would find compelling that QAnon led to Epstein's arrest and death, right? Like, QAnon talked about Epstein all the time. So it's a fun theory, but it doesn't hold together for me personally. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, guys? It is fun. And I like that it's causing these guys to really, you know, it looks like rethink their whole life. But I don't know. Let's just say I'm not at all convinced of this. Yeah. Is part of the stuff more connected to Bannon and Epstein just networked a lot? Yeah, I could see that. But, yeah. And then as far as Epstein, so let's talk about Poll. Okay, let's talk about Poll as well. Poll, I think people have the wrong idea about Poll. Okay, once again, I'll make this small. I mean, whatever, it's fine. Okay, if we go to I screenshotted this from Wikipedia. Politically incorrect. Type of site, 4chan image board. Founder, Christopher Moot Poole. Key people, Rape Ape. This is the guy's name, Rape Ape. Now, I don't really feel like saying Rape Ape over and over again as I do this stream, but let's just say I don't know, what should I call him instead? Rappy Yappy. Yeah, I'll call him that. Sorry. I sort of had to workshop that for myself here. But yeah, Rappy Yappy started this thing. And no, sorry, he didn't start it. He took over. Actually, I have some articles down here, I think, that go over this. But he posted about this. He goes, well, I'm just as surprised as everyone else that Moot's mentioned in Epstein's emails. In my interactions with him, Moot never did or said anything that could be considered morally suspect, and I'm not inclined to believe that he had any morally suspect interactions with anyone else, which I find a very odd and unconvincing thing to say, but okay. I can't attest to any contact Moot may or may not have had with Epstein because I'm just now being made aware of these emails, same as you. But from my own conversations with Moot, he recreated New as Poll and R9K because he felt guilty and hypocritical about destroying those communities for selfish reasons. I was brought on as an R9K janitor shortly thereafter. So a little bit about what he's talking about here for those who aren't, who got late in high school and maybe don't know this. So New was an old board that I guess Moot took down at some point. Poll, he's saying, was just the same thing as New. And I don't think that's true, but that's what Rappy Yappy is saying. And R9K, that stands for Robot 9000. And that was a board where I guess the whole idea of it was, I don't really need to explain this, but it's kind of interesting. the whole idea of R9K was that it was just like another popular board B, the random board, where you post anything. But with R9K, it was the same rules as B, except you weren't allowed to post something that had already been posted. You weren't allowed to post the same image. You weren't allowed to post the same text. It had to be slightly different. So, it forced people to be more original. And what that ended up being was people talked about their own lives, right? Because you could write about your own life, and then that wouldn't trigger the like, oh, you were just reposting a meme or something like that. You take a photo of your house, and that way you would know it had never been posted there before. And what that revealed was that a lot of 4chan users are losers and incels and virgins and live in disgusting, basements of their parents' house. And it became a really depressing board. It was a cool idea, and it ended up, I don't know, going into a dark place. But, yeah. And then R9K, I guess, went away for a while, and he brought it back. Anyway, yes, Q were the two Watkins. Yeah. I think you're talking about that documentary, right? HBO one. I think it's called Into the Storm. I agree. I think that Q was the two Watkins later, but it didn't start out as them. They stole it once Q migrated over to 8chan from 4chan, because Q was banned on 4chan. They migrated over to 8chan, and then the Watkins stole it, and they took it over, and they were like, "I'm Q, the same Q from before," blah 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 blah, and people believed that one. Now, if you go back to 4chan and look at another Anon called Big Dick Anon, that I think was the old QAnon continuing on, but it never picked up like Q did. People have done studies where they look like there's even like a fucking linguistics approach to looking at Q, where they looked at how Q wrote on 4chan and how it wrote on 8chan, and it's a totally different writing style. I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah. Q was eventually the Watkins. The other two people were Q before. Other people were Q before. Same as the two Cornfield guys did say, not saying we did, but if we would have done it as a prank, the Watkins is our Q. Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. Yeah, cool idea that it becoming a dark place. It's just a chance in general. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. So Rappy Appy, he started out as a janitor, which is sort of like a 4chan term for like a moderator. They have moderators too. They're a little bit higher up the food chain, but he started as a janitor, I guess, on R9K. I think he started out on other boards. He was like a pretty prominent janitor. And when Moot left, Rappy Appy was put in charge of 4chan, and now he's in charge of 4chan. He doesn't own 4chan, it was bought by actually the Japanese guy that owned 2chan, the place it was originally stolen from. And then Rappy Appy says, people are like, "Oh my God, you're fucking CIA, you're Mossad, 4chan's an op, blah blah blah." And Rappy Appy goes, 4chan is banned from PayPal, Stripe, virtually every other payment provider out there. We are banned from the Google and Apple app stores, which is why there's no official 4chan app, Google Ads, and every other advertising company, which is why we had to make our own. Moot had to buy used PowerEdge R610s before he left. I don't know what that is. Some computer nerd thing. And due to all the deplatforming we've suffered, it took us a decade to scrape together the money to replace them, and nearly a year to find a company willing to sell us new servers. We are blacklisted everywhere. Nobody is opening doors for us. Fuck, you've even seen our code base and all the mod email addresses. No FBI, CIA, Mossad shenanigans in there. No shady billionaires financing us. It is a constant struggle to keep this place going. Now, he's referring to the 4chan hack. There was a 4chan hack, a lot of shit got leaked. I guess that was, last year? I looked into it trying to find shit about PlZZAGATE, and I just found mods sort of complaining about PlZZAGATE and how annoying it was. But I was curious if I would learn anything there. But this one, though, no shady billionaire is financing us. That is not true. I will show you guys down here. So this toy company, Good Smile, which licenses toy production for Disney, were secretly funneling money to 4chan. This is after 4chan was sold by Moot and purchased by the 2chan guy. What's his name? Does it say in here? Yeah. Hiroyuki Nishimura. he acquired the far-right message board, but also how Japanese industry helped finance the deal. The text of the deal shows that Nishimura invested $800,000 of his own money, plus $4.8 million from his company using cash from a major Japanese telecommunications company. But the most surprising part of the deal came from the Good Smile Company, which acquired a 30% share in 4chan for its $2.4 million investment. Why? Why would a toy company put money into 4chan? I guess they wanted to sell more like My Little Pony fuck dolls or something. But yeah, that's just false. That's just wrong to say that no shady billionaire is financing us. But anyway, so when, what's his name? Oh God, I can never remember. Nishimura. So when Nishimura bought it, Nishimura is like, I don't know if he speaks English, but he just doesn't hang out on 4chan. He doesn't know anything about it. So Rappy Appy took it over basically. And I've got a couple of articles here. The man who, so these are about the sort of way that 4chan evolved over the years. From when, oh, what's this? I got an ad up on something. In 2 decades, 4chan has evolved from a message board where people talked about anime to a casually racist but influential creation engine of internet culture, and now into a generator of far-right propaganda. I wanted to find, started in 2003 by Moot. 4chan was initially a place for people to discuss anime. Since its founding, the site has been expanded to include discussion boards on everything from travel to fitness to video games to origami. It now claims around 22 million visitors a month. Some parts of it are also recruiting grounds for neo-Nazi groups. The most recent extremist element can be traced back to an infamous board, Politically Incorrect, which is listed as Poll. Ostensibly devoted to discussing politics, poll threads often involve users calling each other racist terms, arguing for the genocide of whole nations or ethnicities. Oh. Anyway, wait. Actually, I just remembering. Yeah, and this is another article down here. Inside 4chan's top secret moderation machine. So I took some quotes from both of these articles to sort of tell a story. I'll just read these because it'll be a lot faster. Oh yeah, true. Lots of people who got money in the CIA from the CIA in the 60s didn't know it. Very true. And I will also point out, Rappy Appy, he just like runs the site. He doesn't own it. So why would he know? Anyway, even if they didn't, even if they weren't from like the Human Ecology Foundation or some CIA carve out or whatever, how would he know? But he definitely knows about the Smile, what's it called? Smile 42 or whatever. Okay. So yeah, this is what I was saying a little bit earlier. 4chan wasn't always a hotbed of racial animus and hatred. When its founder, Chris Poole, ran the site, he was locked in a constant effort to keep it from sliding into racist chaos. Because I think people, the reason I'm getting into all this and going and doing this like kind of history lesson here about 4chan is that a lot of people are assuming that like the development of QAnon, the development of PlZZAGATE, the reason why there are so many chuds, this was because of Jeffrey Epstein, because he met with Chris Poole around the same day that Chris Poole opened Poll. So that's why I'm getting into this, because I don't think that that's accurate. Although it might be. Like I might be wrong about all this, but I'm showing you my sources here. So 4chan wasn't always a hotbed of racial animus and hatred. When its founder, Chris Poole, ran the site, he was locked in a constant effort to keep it from sliding into racist chaos. Right until he quit the site in 2015, Poole actively resisted its emerging political streak. Initially, the image board trended towards a progressive libertarianism, epitomized by the hacktivist group Anonymous. With time, however, it developed a harder edge. At one point, 4chan had been organizing raids on the notorious neo-Nazi forum Stormfront. But around 2010, Poole was reckoning with the fact that some of the boards on his website had essentially become Stormfront. As Dale Barron writes in It Came From Something Awful, which is a very good book, probably the best book about the history of 4chan. The history of, I guess like the alt-right, in my opinion. Best one I've read. In 2011, Poole created Poll explicitly to contain this growing far-right attitude, hoping it would spread no further. It didn't work. Rather, 4chan's new neo-Nazi section thrived, Barron writes. So here's the thing with Poll. The people are like, oh, Epstein must have convinced him to make it in 2012 in anticipation of using it in like 2016, 2017 for running ops against the American people. But here's what I have always understood was the original purpose of Poll. It wasn't always this bad. In fact, former 4chan former 4chan moderators told Motherboard that Pol wasn't added to the site until 2011, 8 years after the site started. Okay, yes, we knew this. For the first few years of its existence, according to 2 former janitors, Pol intended the Pol board to siphon off the racism from other areas of the site so that other users could enjoy their own board-specific pursuits, because there were more Nazis using 4chan as a whole. So Pol was supposed to be like, okay, Nazis, go use this board. Okay, stop posting in the fucking, Yuri porn area and the My Little Pony porn area and the random area and the Robot 9000 area. Stop being Nazis and fucking whatever over here, and please just go to this one location so that everyone else can enjoy the site without you guys. Okay, let's get back to our edgelord, still bigoted, but we're not Nazis. Let's get back to that, and then you guys can have your shitty little corner to hang out in. So that was the original idea. It was started as a containment board. One former moderator told me about Pol. According to chat logs and former moderators in its early days, moderators at 4chan removed racist posts and users from other boards while ignoring them within one board, Random, B, which was supposed to be a kind of no rules, anything goes space. And that is actually where I used to hang out, B. When I was there was no Pol. B is where many early memes were born and is where the hacktivist group Anonymous came from. Such posts also sometimes slipped by on the Pol board as well, even though they technically violated the rules there. Enforcement was more active in the past, a former moderator said. Sorry. Ooh, where was I? Oh, in contrast to its current far-right climate, 4chan skewed extremely progressive when it first started. According to the mod, although the use of bigoted and misogynistic language was widespread even then. Yes, can confirm. Yeah, okay, yeah, hey. Anime is cool and progressive too. Yes, it's often horny, though not always. But the most famous are progressive counterculture. Although also Gurren Lagann is very overt anarchist and many counterculture. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh yeah, I also hung out in B. Insanity Wolf. Hi, Misty. Remember those early memes? Insanity Wolf. Yeah. What was remember the motivational posters? Those were big when I was big on B. Yeah, there you go. I was never on B. That's probably fine. I think that's probably a healthy thing to never be on. But yes, so Pol was like, no, we gotta make it not like that. Soon after, Pol lost his stomach for the fight. In 2015, he sold this. Okay, 2015. So he sold the site. This is before 2016. This is way before the, QAnon, even PlZZAGATE. This is before all that. It's after Gamergate. So Gamergate was before this. But in 2015, probably because he was sick of Gamergate, he sold the site to Hiroyuki Nishimura, a Japanese internet tycoon, founder of 2channel, on which 4chan is based. Backed by millions of dollars in investment from Japanese toy company Good Smile, became the sole owner of 4chan, but his involvement has been largely hands-off. To help manage, moderate, and cultivate the image board, he enlisted the help of one of its most senior janitors, Rappy Appy. The senior moderator, sometimes referred to as Grape Ape, has exercised an enormous influence on 4chan over the past decade. Yes, he is very hands-on. As one former moderator told Motherboard in 2020, Rappy Appy has an agenda. He wants Pol to have an influence on the rest of the site and its politics. So Rappy Appy, let's learn a little bit more about this guy. He's not just a typical Pol user who happens to run the site. According to 3 current and former staff members, Rappy Appy shaped 4chan into a reflection of his own far-right political beliefs. Rappy Appy has an agenda. He wants Pol to have influence on the rest of the site and its politics, as current janitor said. Alone, Rappy Appy couldn't steer 4chan to the far right, but he supervises a staff of dozens of volunteers, those are the janitors, who control discourse on the boards. According to the leaked chats and janitors who spoke with Motherboard, he instructed janitors on how to handle the more bigoted content on 4chan and dismissed them if they deleted content he likes. He's like, you're fired as a janitor. Why did you delete that? He took a special interest in the Pol board, telling a novice janitor in the chat logs to treat Pol with kid gloves. So long as they obey the rules, they are allowed to support whatever abominable political positions they want. Okay, so sorry if that was a lot of reading, but this is what this was my understanding anyway of why 4chan changed. Why did it go from the very edgy and also pretty bigoted and awful place, but with funny, lolcats Why did it go from that to being like, hello, everyone here is a Nazi or a pedophile or, horrible bigot in some way? What happened there? It seems like a lot of the blame lies with this guy, Rape Ape. Oh yeah, rage memes. Classic memes. Like memes. Memes essentially started on 4chan. I mean, memes started on Something Awful, but then Something Awful banned them. And then they really started, they really took off on 4chan. By the time like Rage Comics came around is when like there was like an immediate pipeline almost from like a good meme would come on 4chan, and then all of a sudden it would be on like Facebook and like Reddit and stuff. And 4chaners were like, no, fucking Facebook. Oh, fucking Reddit. Oh, they're taking our thing. But 4chan was always the meme engine for like a lot of that time. These weak people did nothing. I mean, it's I think this is like money. This is capitalism. This is like Moot. I mean, I don't think Moot is like a hero or anything, but I like there are a lot of moderators and janitors and some chat conversations that tend to point towards the idea that Moot was trying not to create a Nazi board, and it was Rappy Appy who ended up doing that. But I don't know. I could be wrong, and there are people who disagree. So yeah, that guy. This is Rappy Appy, the guy who's like, I didn't know anything about this Epstein stuff. And Moot seems like a good guy to me. He doesn't seem like a degenerate. And then over here, I thought this was interesting where he's like, from my own conversations with Moot, he recreated New as Pole in R9K. And then he says the reason Moot created Pole is because he felt guilty and hypocritical about destroying those communities for selfish reasons. I had never heard that explanation before. That Moot was like, no, why did I delete New? Oh man, I should give the Nazis a board of their very, like, that's not my understanding of it. Now, I also want to play a little bit of, what's this one? Oh yeah, that was the thing about Good Smile. This guy, Martin Random, this is an interesting guy. You might have seen him on, Richard Dawkins did he did originate the term meme. And I think that a big reason why the term meme taken from Richard Dawkins, like, which is kind of like the idea version of a gene, that's something that propagates itself within people's minds, like a cultural version of a gene. Like, the reason why that got picked up is because he was like a big atheist guy, and at the time, and like I guess a lot of extremely online people were getting into this kind of new atheist movement, and so that's why I think the term meme is there. Man, why is all my mods are getting their like messages retracted? Hey, you guys seeing this? Why is that? Something weird's going on here. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, okay, of course, memes go back to as long as humans do. But yeah, he made up the word. Like language is a kind of a meme, right? Or a mental object, a mobject, we might say. Yeah, that was Epstein's word for meme. Okay, but this guy, you may have seen him on Twitter. He's a good follow. As a Falconry Finance, I think. But this dude is a lawyer. If you look into his history, crazy fucking life story. He worked for Sullivan and Cromwell, which is where the Dulles brothers worked, and like, Peter Thiel used to work in his early career. He was like a high-powered lawyer. He was like very, very smart, very successful. There's like photos of him with his arm around, like young, with his arm around Hillary Clinton. Like, he was like a big shot. Like a very smart, like a wunderkind, like a smart kid, And eventually he quit doing that. He had kind of an existential crisis. He ended up being one of the guys who started 4chan. And he tells a story that's completely different from anything that I just said, where like it was actually him and a bunch of other guys that started 4chan. And Moot was just a random dude. They were like, okay, there's a bunch of fucking illegal shit happening on 4chan and none of us want to get in trouble for this. And remember, he's a lawyer. So he's like, what can we do? Who's this guy, Moot? Yeah, let's just get him let's have him be like the fake, whatever, figurehead of the site. And he can say he invented it and blah, 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 blah. That's what he says. I don't know. Is that true? That would go against what pretty much everyone else says, but this guy does have connections and sometimes he posts receipts. it's hard to say. It's hard to say. But
all right. So
here's a video he just put out. And he put it out actually like a month ago. So like before we knew about the Epstein thing. But in this, he talks about Epstein and Moot a couple times. Let me just jump ahead to, I think it's around here where he brings it up. Oh, what's that? Something around this. Hang on. Let's watch. Let's watch a little Martin Random. Apparently this guy wrote, if you've ever been on B, the random board, the one that I used to hang out on, me and my Darkling over here, quoting memes that might be older than people in the chat. I can nice cheeseburger. Oh, the lolcat memes. But at the top of B, there's a quote. It says, oh God, what is it? It's like, the stories here, let me open it up in a different tab so that I don't accidentally show you guys hentai or something worse. At the top of the board, it says, the stories and information posted here are artistic works of fiction and falsehood. Only a fool would take anything posted here as fact. That's what's at the top of B. Frankly, I wish that was at the top of every fucking board on 4chan, because Jesus Christ, people take things they read on there too far. But remember, he's a lawyer, and he says that he wrote that. He wrote that to go at the top for like whatever legal deniability, basically. Anyway, just a little interesting thing about this guy. Okay, but here's what he says about Epstein and Moot.
I can say this shit as much as I want. If he sues me, I can just subpoena the letter of reference I wrote for him. Boy, really fuck that guy for not giving me like even like a job referral to like get started in an industry where I had done him tremendous service. Like, yeah, he's had some tough times. I think he's okay now, but he's had some really hard times. This guy. Fuck him. Like, fuck him. Like,
he's talking about Moot.
You should really, really not like this guy. On a personal level, because he represents the corruption of a lot of shit that was good. He's the white Anglo-Saxon king they put in charge of all the dick girls and then chased them out with Nazis. He was bragging about hanging out with Auernheimer. And that... Okay, Auernheimer is this guy... Fuck. His name's... I think Andrew Auernheimer is his real name, but he goes by Weave, and he's a Nazi. I think he's also Jewish, which is funny, but he actually is a hacker, unlike Moot. But what did he do? He hacked into was it like a credit card company? Does anybody know what the fuck I'm talking about? There is a conspiracy theory of the terrorist. I remember this one. I was on there for that. But God, I wish I could remember more about this. But he hacked some like bank or something like that, and then he released a bunch of people's like information online, and he had to go to jail and shit. But he's a Nazi, and so anyway, so that's who he's talking about. Auernheimer was his gateway to white. Oh, it's interesting. It seems to be frozen on. You guys can still hear it, right? But it's just for whatever reason, I don't see it moving around. Oh, that's annoying. But why? Hang on. If I go over to the computer, is this right? Okay. Is this right? Oh no, this is also slow. Oh, that's not good. Nothing's working, eh? But why? Ah. Oh wait, is it back? Yes, it's back. It's back. We're back. So okay, it's just like he just kind of mentions it. Then he went to Epstein. Okay, so I just thought that was interesting because a lot of what he says, like there is a generally accepted history of 4chan. The one that I just kind of went over about like, oh, Poll was created as like a thing. Oh, Moot actually tried really hard to get the Nazis off of Poll. Oh, you can't hear?
Fuck. Oh, was it Apple weaved it? Okay. I don't know. But sorry. No audio. Fuck. Okay, but you guys can at least see it, right? Oh, you're right. What? That is. Oh, that's annoying. Check. No. My audio is working, but this is. Why wouldn't this one be working? Boy. Oh, jeez. Okay. We're ready to do this. Wow, that's really annoying. Okay. I would really like to have this go through. Desktop audio capture, application audio capture. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what to do. Whatever. I guess I'll... Oh, now I'm getting the spinning rainbow wheel of death. Is it because I have too many things open? Let me try closing some of these down. That might be it. All right. Let's just chill for a sec. I guess you guys couldn't hear what he said, but he's basically going, yeah, so Moot, he fucking sucks as a person. He started hanging out with Arnheimer, and then he decided that, like, he really wanted to be cool like this Nazi guy, and then he became a Nazi, and then that's why the site went Nazi, because he was trying to become the white supremacist. He had a funny line in here about how, like, he was supposed to be the, what does he say? He's like, he was supposed to be the savior of the dick girls. And then, like, he's like, because there are so many, I guess, trans people on 4chan or whatever, like, trans porn anyway, and he's like, and then he went Nazi, like, he betrayed them or whatever. Which is fair. That is fair. Anyway, so he's saying something different here, which is that, no, it wasn't Rappy Appy's fault. It was Moot. Moot was the one. Moot became a Nazi because he thought Weave was a cool guy. And most of what he says about Moot is Moot's an idiot. He knows nothing about programming. He wouldn't have been able to do anything of the site himself. I did everything, and these other guys did everything, and we were just like, Moot's the fucking fall guy if anything goes wrong. That's his claim. I don't know. I find it interesting, though. And it is interesting here, too. He just sort of tosses off randomly. He's like, or does he say, he's like, and then he's hanging out with Epstein or something like that. So, yeah. Is it working now? Oh, God. Well, my OBS is straight up frozen. The thing I use for fucking streaming, the program I use for streaming, is straight up frozen. But I mean, I guess it's still working, sort of. Okay, whatever. I'll continue. I don't need to play any videos for the rest of the 4chan thing. But if it's still not working after this, I might have to restart. Might have to restart my thing. But okay, so I don't think this is true. Emma Vigland's theory about Epstein being involved in Q or whatever. I don't think this makes any sense and doesn't hold together with any of the multiple different versions of the timeline. But I mean, it's interesting and it's fun, and I like that it makes 4chan users look like idiots. I should have saved this. I really like the meme that's been going around lately. That's like nice opinion. It's like Spider-Man in his like original costume up on the like wrestling cage thing meme, and he's like, "Oh, nice opinion. Did Jeffrey Epstein make it for you?" or something like that. Really good stuff. Really good, very advanced trolling work. I love it. But hey, on this stream, I'm more interested in the truth than I am politically convenient things, as maybe you've noticed, which means sometimes I got to be like, guys, I don't think that's what we're talking about here. Yeah, I would certainly like to know what Epstein did talk to Moot about and what Boris meant by potential for manipulation. The things are not showing up either. Huh. Okay, whatever. I'm having a lot of issues with my OBS, but whatever. I'm going to soldier through. The weirder Ron Watkins guy did say Bannon was Q in that documentary. Hell yeah, that's funny. My favorite trans meme was, nice gender loser. Your parents pick it out for you? That's good. That's good. I do like that. But here's something funny, okay? So, but let's go to what we do know about Epstein. This is another screenshot of his where we've got his bookmarks, okay? We've got Gmail. We've got Israel News. That's Haaretz, Israel News. Probably like the best Israel newspaper, like the only one that's kind of progressive. Like they do say Israel is an apartheid state. They do shit like that. You know, they say other shit too, but and then this I found hilarious. One of his first bookmarks, Big Think. You guys remember this one? It's like, you know, a YouTube channel for people who can't sit still through an entire TED Talk, basically. It's like, oh, let's have fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson on to do a 3-minute video about black holes. It was like that. And like, you know, Epstein was loving that shit. You know, he was watching that every day and being like, great, great, great. I'm going to half remember this when I talk to fucking Noam Chomsky later and he's going to think I'm a genius. Like, of course, that would be his. It's such pop science shit. Like, it's not something that an actually smart guy would look at. It's something that like a guy who wants people to think he's smart would look at. You know, and I also watched it too. Web of Stories. I don't know what that is. His second link, his second bookmark after Google News, which might even be like, I don't know, is Google News, was that like just the one that was already there when you install Chrome back in the day? His second link on his bookmarks bar, 4chan. And it looks like it's like the main page, like it's not a specific board. So he would go to 4chan and then he'd go God knows where. So Epstein was using 4chan a lot. All right. Epstein was using 4chan a lot, I would imagine, back in the day. Epstein's family is connected to the Rothschilds. I don't know about that, Eddie from Kick. Epstein was a money, whatever, manager. Like he was a client for Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, and I believe her name's Ariane de Rothschild, who are two Rothschild, the Rothschild wives. They married into the Rothschild family. But Web Stories is a lot like Big Think. Finland, video interviews with scientists and other cultural figures. Epstein loves it when Tyson says the stars are backwards. Oh, he fucking eats that shit up. Really into it. I remember the Big Think. Yeah, me too. Interesting, Finland. I never felt like Epstein was a devoted Zionist. You don't think? I mean, I think he was looking out for number one. The guy met with everybody. You know, he met with Ehud Barak. He met with, MBS. He met with Chomsky. He met with people all over the fucking board when it came to opinions about Israel. But yeah, I don't know. I do sort of think. Wait, Epstein talked about all his favorite porn in his conversations with Moot? Really, Packley? I hadn't seen that. Are you just joking around, or is that like an actual thing? If you have a link, please feel free to send it. But we do have some information. Yeah, it was a job for him. Multi-generational connection of Epstein and Rothschilds? Really? Because Epstein was like his parents were broke. Like he grew up kind of poor in Coney Island. But what do you mean? Like what are you saying was his Rothschild connection? Like his family's Rothschild connection. But here's a very, very funny thing that actually happens to be real. Jeffrey Epstein sent 5 Nights at Freddy's porn via 4chan links, emails show. So this tweet, okay, I guess I'll just show it to you here. This tweet came out from James Galizio. No, we're good. This image is going around. You can verify the contents via 4chan archives and the latest email release. Don't, but also, this wasn't a joke. Excuse me, but 100% serious. We are in hell. So Epstein sent this email to Karina, the same girl. He was like, listen, if you don't like beef jerky, figure it out. All I eat is beef jerky, okay? Just let me eat my month-old beef jerky in peace. That Karina, his girlfriend, He sent her this email, subject line, amazing animations. And he linked to a 4chan thread on the GIF board. That's /GIF/ that's GIF, all lowercase when you spell the board's name. And it's a thread where it just says post Five Nights at Freddy's. Also Futa Monster SFM thread. Now, I'm not sure what SFM means, but I know all those other words. And it looks like it's Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, so GIF is a porn board. GIF is not a board that you would really use to, like Boris wanted to, like the potential for manipulation is crazy. GIF isn't really a board you would do that. It's porn GIFs. It's GIFs from porn videos. This is 2017. This is like Pornhub exists. You didn't need to be doing this. You didn't need to do this. You need to watch GIFs anymore. You can watch videos. I guess for some people there's a okay, Eddie from Kick. Ask yourself, okay, well, so it sounds like you don't really have any information, and your evidence is just kind of like old school anti-Semitism. He worked Why did he have more power than the Prime Minister of Israel? Because he worked directly for the makers of usury. Bro. Okay. Read a book, my friend. Read a history book. The Rothschilds did not invent usury. And yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. He was trying to find something to eat while watching 4chan, Five Nights at Freddy's porn, and discovered beef jerky. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. Okay. So this is real. This is a real thread. I looked through all of these emails. So we've got, and I put them in order here. And they put, so because there's a lot of duplicates in the Epstein files, I understand making this mistake, but two of these are the same. This one, they're all to Karina. Oh, actually not all of them. But, so two of them are to the board S, which is stands for Sexy Beautiful Women. So the S board, another porn board, obviously. He sent her 2 links, and there's a third one down here, but it's the same email as up here. As you can see, Tuesday, February 5th at 1441. This one. Yeah. Tuesday, February 5th at 1441. Yeah. So it's the same email twice. So he sent 2 emails to Karina to a board. He's like, look at this hot girl or something like that. Or maybe it was even her. I looked for these posts on all of the 4chan archive websites I could think of, and I couldn't find them anywhere. So I think these ones are lost to time. He also sent someone we don't know just a link to the main page, like not to a specific thread or anything. He just sent them to the U board, which is the Yuri board, which is like lesbian hentai. And he also sent a link to someone we don't know who to the GIF board, not to a specific page, just to, oh, you gotta check out this. This is where I like to look at porn. He's like, oh, you like GIFs? Oh, you should check out 4chan GIF. And yeah, so all of the evidence we have of him using 4chan in these emails, they're all porn boards. Now, maybe he's really ahead of the curve here, and maybe he's like, he is trying to manipulate the masses, and he's trying to do some kind of psyop through the whatever, GIF or S or whatever, U. But like, how would that work? And also, he doesn't, why would you, I'm assuming that these links he sent these people, like, why are you sending people just to the main board? Like, at least send them to a specific post. It's weird. Maybe he just doesn't really understand how 4chan works or something, or maybe he's generally like, this is how you're gonna, oh, you would like this. Yo, thanks, Finland. I can never figure out how to delete messages while I'm in the middle of it. Appreciate you. But yeah, it's weird. It is weird. All of this is quite strange. Imagine dating like this like old man. You're like Karina. You're dating your old pedophile boyfriend, and he's like, You gotta check out 4chan GIF. Oh my god. Have you seen amazing animations? Which, to be fair, there are some truly incredible things from, horny perverts. Rule 34, right? If it exists, there is porn of it. Yeah, my take is that he isn't that competent. I agree, Mario Cat 4749. This is another 4chan post I found recently. Imagine being one of the most powerful men in the world running a secretive elite cabal for freaky sex criminals and still having to jack off to the same barely passing... Wait, did I say all this stuff? I think... No, maybe not all of it, but... The same barely passing Westoid futa slop that the 80 IQ Rule 34... I don't know if I can... is that a slur? Mongoloids are jerking off to. Bleak for the ruling class's clandestine pedophile rings. That's a very 4chan comment, but I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah. So there we go, guys. That's all I really had to say about 4chan. It's very interesting and most importantly funny that like Epstein met with Moot and seems to be like a regular user of the site. Now, again, do I believe this theory? No, but... Oh, sorry, not this theory. Where's the one I was looking for? From Emma. This theory. I don't believe this, but it is funny, and I encourage people to troll 4chan users by spreading it. Yeah. Yeah, true. I don't think Genghis Khan's going to get offended, bro. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. Is Mongoloid off the table? I mean, I'm not saying the R slur. I don't say the R slur on stream. It is quite incredible that it managed to be both racist and ableist. Yeah, of course. If 4chan has anything, it's creativity and horniness. There is good erotic RT too. What's RT? If I am more sus of Jeffrey's tastes. Oh yeah, and I mean, like, let's be real. There's also a ton of like pedophile shit on 4chan. Another consequence of having a fully anonymous like way to message people. So obviously Epstein would be into that shit. Okay, so what I'm hearing is you guys don't think I should say the M slur. Call it that. The M word. All right. Well, I'm learning. I'm listening. I'm here. I will do better. Okay, that's all I got for 4chan. Now, I do have more shit to go over. I have more shit I wanted to go over. What should I do? What was it? Oh, right. Chuck Johnson shit. But my shit is still frozen. Guys, what do I do? Guys, please fix my computer. Oh, man. Okay. You know what? Is there... So I guess like the chat has just been frozen on the screen, eh? Or yeah, should I try turning it off and back on again? Should I do that? Like what'll happen if I do that? Like I guess I'll stop streaming, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Guys, please don't leave. Please keep watching. I do have more shit to say. Hang on. Hello, check. Am I back? Are we back? Back? We're back, right? Yes, we're back. Okay, and everything's working again, I think. No sound. Oh, okay. We see. Okay, great. All right, gang. That wasn't even so bad. Okay. Did you guys get like kicked out or something, or what happened? Was I gone and then it just came back, or was it like did the screen go black or something, or was it like the stream has ended? Goodbye. Welcome back to the rest of YouTube. You know, like what was the deal there? It's delayed, I think. Oh no. Guess who's back again? Darkling, I feel like you and I are like this exact same age, right? I feel like we're the exact same age. I feel like I'm picking up all your references here. Oh, goblins back, tell a friend. All right. There's a cursor, like the source dropped, came right back. Oh, okay. That's not too bad then. Is there lag? It didn't have to refresh. You froze, paused for me, didn't click on anything, change anything. The audio is desynced. Is it still desynced? Did it figure its shit out? I don't know what to do about that. Hello, check. Wow. I restarted my stream and it fixed it. Okay, gang. Yeah. So if there is an audio problem, if the audio is out of sync, try refreshing. Try refreshing the page. Looks sync to me. Okay, great. Boom. Okay. What on earth? The audio lines up. Okay, great. It's in sync. Okay. All right. Listen, we got some people saying it doesn't line up, but okay, it seems good. All right. I'm just going to jump right into it. I got one more thing I wanted to do today, and it's kind of interesting. So this has sort of been like the Pizzagate stream. Like, I know, like I talked about Pizzagate at the beginning, right? Like literally talked about Pizzagate. And then I talked about 4chan, which is like a big part of Pizzagate, you know? And now I'm going to talk about another big part of Pizzagate, the man himself, okay? The belle of the ball. Oh, wait. Hang on, I guess I got to make it so you guys can actually see what I'm looking at here. Yeah. No, why? Ah, crap. Okay, so this is something that didn't come back. 1 second. Here's my properties for Obsidian showing itself. What the heck? No, I don't want to do that. This is what I want to do. There we go. Okay. All right, listen. Sometimes with OBS, you just got to do stupid shit, and it's like, oh, right, now I get it. Okay, everything seems to be working. We're good. And let's just try watching this thing again. The thing I was trying to show you before.
They only tend to like come out when you're like kind of unwinding stuff.
Okay, so it does seem to work now. Here, I'll play you that clip where he mentions Epstein, just because I didn't get to play it for you before.
Right, nationalism, because that's a global project.
I'll play the whole thing. Not the whole thing. Obviously, it's like a 30-minute video, but I'll play the clip I wanted to show you.
On a personal level, because he represents the corruption of a lot of shit.
It's like, you should hate Moot on a personal level. He represents a lot of shit that
was good. He's the white Anglo-Saxon king they put in charge of all the dick girls and then chased them out with Nazis. He was bragging about hanging out with Auenheimer, and that was his gateway to white nationalism, because that's a global project, creating these ethnic, racial Bantustans and making us all love that more than God. And then he went to Epstein. And so I think what I told you about Telegram in 2005, told you about the domain stealing. What the hell else can I tell you about?
Anyway, so yeah, he mentions and then he started hanging out with Epstein. Yeah, it looks like he's streaming from a bunker in World War I. Yeah, it's kind of an endearing video. Like he's walking his dogs. His dogs are like cute little. I think they're like wiener dogs or something. You sort of see them. I mean, you see them at various times throughout the video. Here they are. Here, I'll show you the dogs. And then like he runs into people and he's like, yeah, I'm just watching. He's just like decided to film this while he was out doing his thing. Anyway, I don't know. It's probably not that important.
Made a thread. Yeah. It's like, hey, check it out. Compiling this now. And then everybody jumps in. It's like a fucking group project. And I will... So the story that is...
There's a part where one of his dogs gets lost and he's like, oh no, hang on. Oh, I'm so worried. And then he like finds them and like, what happened to you? Where'd you go, little one? Oh, what happened? Anyway, not really important, but yeah. So that's Martin Random talking about Moot offering a different perspective. I don't know if it's true, but it's interesting. Here is what I also wanted to talk about. Oh, yes, Chuck Johnson. Yes. So if you've watched my Pizzagate video, you know that actually I think this dude here Chuck Johnson. Yeah, Weave. That's right. Sorry, not Weave. If you've watched my PlZZAGATE video, you know. I think this guy, Chuck Johnson, was basically the guy that orchestrated PlZZAGATE, or at least was certainly someone within the Trump team who was involved in the PlZZAGATE psyop. That is what I think. That is my kind of controversial take. That is my belief. A lot of people would say that's a crazy conspiracy theory, and it is. But I'm not always like a spoiled sport about these things. Sometimes I'm like, no, there are conspiracies. Here's one I think, and that's one I think. But that doesn't really have to do with what we're talking about today. It's just this is the PlZZAGATE stream, so I'm talking about PlZZAGATE related things. But this is interesting because, well, the Epstein Files release included. Ooh, I kind of want to do the same thing I did before, where I make everything big.
Boom, and we're live.
Oh,
hello,
Joe
Charles
Rogan.
or Chuck. Which one?
So Chuck is my internet name. Charles is like my real person name.
Pausing it there. We'll get into that later. His interview, his Joe Rogan episode. But yeah, so this dude, he actually has been in jail. He just got out of jail like 2 days ago. Now he was in jail for like 2 months or something like that. But while he was in jail, this document got released, and it's an FBI report, and it's from a CHS, which is what does it stand for? Confidential Human Source, I think. This is like an informant, an FBI informant who is telling them shit, and this is from 2020, and it's from October 19th, 2020. And it's all about, mostly, this is all shit that this CHS was telling them about Epstein. Now, it certainly seems like the source here was Charles Johnson. So, for example, first of all, maybe I'll start here. First of all, we know that, Chuck Johnson was an FBI informant. From this Business Insider article, or at least he claims to have been one. He went to Business Insider and he told them that, yes, I introduced Peter Thiel to the FBI because I'm also a FBI informant. And here's some shit about him from this article. Charles Johnson. Oh, let me get rid of this. Yeah, there we go. Charles Johnson, a longtime associate of Thiel's and a notorious figure in the far-right movement that Thiel has subsidized for a decade, told Insider in a statement that he helped recruit the billionaire as an informant by introducing him to Booma. Booma is an FBI whistleblower who was the guy who said that Thiel was an FBI informant. A source with knowledge of Thiel's relationship to the FBI corroborated Johnson's account, telling Insider that Johnson brokered a relationship between Thiel and Booma. So here's the thing with Johnson, right? The guy lies so easily. He will lie in his own, to just anytime he thinks he can get an advantage, he'll lie. He does not hesitate to lie. So it's very difficult to trust like anything this guy says. So you always got to look for corroboration. So Business Insider, that's a real publication, whatever you think of their politics. It looks like they corroborated this. Like this seems to be the case. This seems to be a case where Charles Johnson is telling the truth. Now maybe a selective truth. It may be a part of the truth that's designed to help Johnson or make him look good, but it appears to be true that Johnson at least introduced Thiel to Booma, the FBI guy. All right. Johnson, who said that he was also an informant for Booma. So that part is not actually confirmed, that Johnson was an FBI informant. Sorry. It's confirmed that he introduced Thiel to the FBI, but it's not confirmed that he was an informant himself in this article. But he told the Insider that he believes Thiel's reporting to the FBI was largely limited to foreign contacts. Blah, 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 blah. Thiel, Johnson said, was directed by the FBI to not to report on his interactions with Donald Trump or other U.S. political figures. Johnson, who revealed Thiel's FBI ties, is a tech investor and far-right agitator with long-standing ties to both Thiel and to the network of MAGA political operators surrounding Trump, and I would add Trump himself and Trump's official White House administration. He claims to have had a hand in founding Clearview, a facial recognition startup. That is true, I think. And Traitwell, a genomics company. These are companies that Peter Thiel funded In fact, Clearview sort of seems like some kind of like precursor or maybe like component part that was later absorbed into Palantir. According to Forbes, he worked with Thiel to help vet and select senior staffers for the Trump transition team in 2017. That's true. But then he was kicked off because he said he doesn't believe the Holocaust happened on Reddit. Johnson claimed to be an FBI informant in a lawsuit he filed against Clearview's founders. He told Insider he recruited Thiel to serve as a CHS, confidential human source. That's right? Sorry, I forget to check the... I keep forgetting to check the thing. What is Business Insider's politics? I mean, I think they're like, I don't know, center right. Like they're not alt right, but they're not like leftist. They're business guys. You know, they like business. Johnson's ties to Trump and Thiel are well documented, but he's also a self-identified troll with a history of spreading false information and smearing his rivals. That is 100% true. And in this instance, his claims are corroborated by 2 additional sources, as well as supported in part by a third, who says Thiel and Buma spoke occasionally. Okay, so he knew the guy. He spoke to this FBI dude who was Thiel's handler occasionally. That's not nothing. Buma came forward in August as a whistleblower alleging that the FBI under Trump and Attorney General Bill Barr shut down his efforts to determine whether Rudy Giuliani had been compromised by a Russian asset. Insider was the first news organization to report on his claims. In a statement prepared for the Senate Judiciary Committee, Buma said that FBI headquarters had closed his most valuable human sources, including one codenamed Genius, who had reported on the far-right figures involved with planning the attack on the Capitol on Jan 6, 2021. Johnson told Insider that Genius was his CHS code name. I love that. Insider was able to confirm Johnson's identity as Genius with 2 additional sources. The statement does not mention Thiel, so it seems like, I don't know why they're like, we couldn't confirm he was a confidential source, but we could confirm that Genius was his CHS code name. I don't understand. Like, am I reading that wrong? Like, how are they? Anyway, but okay. Like, I will say, maybe it's not 100% confirmed, but even from reading this back in the day, I was like, yeah, he's an FBI asset. In fact, I think in my Pizzagate video, when I talk about Chuck Johnson, I call him a confirmed FBI asset, which I guess was technically incorrect. But so that was from back in the day. That was from 2021. This came out. Or no, when did this come out? Oh yeah. Or when is this article? Does it say? I don't remember. Who cares? All right, moving on. So claims to be a confidential human source. All we can confirm is he's a genius. Yeah. The IQ test came back positive. He does have IQ. Now, this thing came out, and I'm going to go through this in depth, but this is from a CHS, and it was posted. Even from reading it, it seems like Johnson, but then, where is it? Oh, yeah. Okay, this dude, Ken Silva, this guy is a kind of a chud, the libertarian, like, conspiracy theorist guy, who's done a lot of work about how the FBI is actually, like, leftist, communist shit, and how they hate conservatives and stuff. You know, like, that sort of, like, level of delusion, like, oh, the deep state, blah, blah, blah. But he actually does go through a lot of, like, FOIA, whatever, documents and shit. And he goes, scoop! I can identify the FBI informant who made this allegation. Charles Johnson at RealChuckCJ. I know this because I have an unreacted, actually says, Johnson CHS report with the same source ID, 000-99701. Johnson's the one who outed Peter Thiel as an informant. He just got out of jail today. And there you have it, S000-99701. John C. Buma, that's the whistleblower guy who was Thiel's handler and met occasionally with Johnson as well. Confidential human source. Like, now I'm looking for, now where does it say anywhere here Charles C. Johnson though? That's what I'm confused about. That's what I'm confused about. Hang on. Yeah. I don't see that anywhere. Am I missing it? I truly do not see. I don't see it anywhere. Oops. Huh. Hey. What? How do I? Oh, man. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Got a little stuck there. It's all right. Happens to everybody who uses, no, Joe.
Boom.
And we're back. Oh, man. Is that where I got boom from? I start my streams a lot with the word boom. But okay, anyway, whatever. Then we have this. This guy's skeptical, okay? Mike Benz on Rogan, he says, and he's talking about that post that I just showed you from, what's his name? Ken Silva. He's talking about this. He says this.
Shortly after that, published a tweet containing a file that had much less engagement, where he said, actually, I actually have a copy of this document. Again, I'm paraphrasing here, where it matches that document file number. It's got the same text, and it looks like that confidential human source is Chuck Johnson. Now, I saw that, and I went, oh, my God. Because one morning, I woke up to a text from that very person saying, this is about 2 years ago, I'd never.
Oh, this interview is insane. Why? I don't know. I haven't seen the full interview. I just seen this little clip.
Never met him, never talked to him, don't have his number.
So he's talking to Charles Johnson reached out to me, and I had never talked to him before. He reached out to me.
Somehow he got mine and messaged me on Signal to turn myself in because I'm going to prison. He then proceeded to...
Which that is such a fucking Chuck Johnson move.
Look up my ex-wife and make allegations that I was a Mossad agent because she was a prostitute from a foreign country and involved in all these, Mossad black ops type things. Now, he didn't even get the name right. He found a different person.
Classic Chuck Johnson move, though. Like, this is what he does. He posts people, oh, this guy's actually, he outs anonymous, whatever, sexual assault victims. And he's like, here's a photograph of them. They're trying to be anonymous, but and it's like, that's actually a different girl. That's not the girl you are trying to expose as a whatever rape hoaxist. But so he's just threatening this guy. I know your secret. Sends him a link to a different guy with the same name.
With a similar spelling. That was, I guess, busted for prostitution or something, and then makes these giant claims on social media that I have been married to a foreign spy prostitute or something, and then he goes on to message someone he thinks is my donor and threaten them to cut off funds because if he doesn't, then I've made the intelligence community very angry.
All right, so we're getting a little bit of a picture here, okay? So let me just remind you of a couple of facts about Chuck C. Johnson. Before Trump was elected, he was talking about oh, we're the Trumpenreich will reign 1,000 years. He said that the Holocaust probably never happened, and his favorite thing to do is accuse guys like Mike Benz, who apparently sucks. He's on Epstein was only in a barely legal text, never trafficked anyone. Timing. Yep. No, I'm sure this guy fucking sucks. But Johnson's going this guy's Mossad. This guy works for Israeli intelligence. And as Finland points out, Chuck Johnson was collabing with Eric Garland, the time-version game theory guy, to accuse random people in Missouri politics of working for Mossad. Yeah. This guy loves saying that people work for Mossad. He loves saying that shit. We don't need to watch the rest of this clip, but I just thought that was quite funny. Hello. But why? But why? But But why won't it zoom? Ugh. Oh, I hate it when this happens. Okay. So that's this guy, Mike Benz or whatever. But then here's Chuck Johnson just out of jail, first day out. Is he gonna drop a freestyle? Charles Johnson's out of jail. This is a blog from Arthur Bloom, his friend. Look at that beard, eh? Jail beard. And this is from his friend. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Okay, how do I... When this happens to me, I don't... Oh, wait. I figured it out. No, we're good. No, we're good. I got it. Okay, good to know. I just got to press this. No, why did this start again?
Boom. And
okay. I like Obsidian, but it's so kind of overwhelming sometimes. Charles Johnson is safe and sound on the East Coast. No, I'm skipping ahead. So here's Charles Johnson's statement. I am so very grateful for my freedom and for all of you who supported me. When I have something to say, people will hear it. But I'm honoring my commitment to Judge Pittman and remaining silent for the time being. I lost 31 pounds, blah, 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 blah. I wrote over 400 pages. He was only in jail for 77 days. He wrote 400 pages and read dozens of books. I'm talking to Publisher Studios. Now, here's the part I wanted to read. It pleased me greatly to see upon my release that the public is becoming aware of the role I played as a confidential human informant or source, thanks to the release of the Epstein documents. My opponents have claimed that I was not a CHS, but the record is clear. I was among the very best. Not only was I an FBI informant, I was one of the best FBI informants they ever had. When I squeal hard. I could not turn over documents to the law firm of the very people we were investigating without violating my oath as a confidential informant and potentially incurring criminal sanctions. I'm pleased with the court receivers in this case and have already been assisting them. And though it cost me and my family tremendously, my parents mortgaged their home while my assets were frozen, I have kept my commitments. Yes, even now I stand ready to be of service to the country I love. Okay, man, cool. All right. Okay, Patriot. So we've got this document. We've got this guy saying it's definitely him. We've got the guy himself saying it's me. And we've got this guy who's not even saying it's not him. He's just like, but this guy lies all the time. Anyway. And I think that's all I've got to read. And now let's actually get into it. Because there's some juice in here. I don't think, I'll withhold my judgment. I'll let you guys decide if this juice is like solid. This is solid juice we should believe. All right. Source reporting. Captioned confidential human source was asked by the handling agent, that'd be Booma, about information he or she may be aware of related to improper domestic or foreign influence over the electoral process in the U.S. Now, bear in mind, okay, this is from 2020. This is from October 19th, 2020 in L.A. And I believe Genius, who it looks like that was the code name for Chuck, but his main contribution to the FBI was he squealed on, or, he told them about a lot of people who participated in January 6th. That isn't what this is. Obviously, this is before Jan 6 when he was the informant. So this is something else he was doing. Was asked by the handling agent about information he or she may be aware of related to improper domestic or foreign influence over the electoral process in the U.S. CHS already provided some of this information documented in previous reports, but he expanded on several matters as described below. Redacted name, Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. Or I guess not name, but redacted start of the sentence. Wait. Damn, such a great FBI source, he couldn't get out of a jail sentence. Yeah, true. That's just how good he was, even as handlers fooled. CHS, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so something, Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. So I believe that is maybe something like, when he was in high school, he used to work for Alan Dershowitz. CHS learned that Dershowitz influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner, Josh, and Jared Kushner, Jared, were both his students. Dershowitz told Chuck Johnson that if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent. Chuck Johnson believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. Chuck Johnson still continues to communicate occasionally for Dershowitz. See previous reporting. So, pause here, and I'm going to play a little bit from this old Joe Rogan interview. 123. Something around here. Let's hear it, Joe.
So creepy that sexual attraction and then regret could lead to someone being accused of a crime, especially a heinous crime like rape.
Think about how much money you have to spend. So, like, Ellen Dershowitz, who I actually worked for back in the day, was accused of rape by this, like, crazy chick, Virginia Roberts.
Okay, cool that you're talking about Virginia Giuffre like that.
And he's been found, like, totally innocent and everything. But he's a lawyer.
No, not true. Dershowitz is the guiltiest man of all time and also probably Satan himself.
Lawyer, you know, like one of the best lawyers in the country. He spent all this like attention and money basically defending himself. And that's like a terrible situation because even though he's found innocent, even when people are found innocent, people still...
Oh, man, Dershowitz, people were mad when they found out that he was a pedophile rapist. Oh, no, poor Dershowitz.
kind of wonder, right? Because you can never know what happens with two people. You can never kind of get that back. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what makes it so hellish.
Well, once you're accused of something as disgusting as rape, I mean...
Anyway, fucking brutal to listen to. But, yeah, this is like the worst, maybe the worst Joe Rogan episode of all time, which is really saying something. This is from, I don't know, does it say the date? It's like from like 2000. God, when would it be from? Episode 640. Like, this is like not even in the first, like, this is from their first 1,000 episodes. This is old. I don't exactly know what day. It's from a long ass time ago. But yeah. So he's talking about Dershowitz. Oh, he used to work for Dershowitz. Well, Chuck Johnson did work for Dershowitz when he was in high school. Weirdly. Now let's continue. And another sign this is Chuck Johnson. He's accusing Dershowitz of working for Mossad. Does Dershowitz work for Mossad? I mean, I actually don't think so. He definitely works for Israel. Like, he's like Israel's lawyer. But Mossad? Like, I don't know. Maybe. Like, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing in the world. 2015. Thank you, Mark. Is that right? 2015? I thought it was before that. But okay, 2015. Here we go. The next one. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. Chuck Johnson remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, that the U.S. attorney of Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and Allied intelligence services. Okay. Now we're talking. This is crazy. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein, during which he took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. That is true. Of course, this was recorded in 2020. This was like, we already knew Ehud Barak. This is not like he had information before anyone else. This was in newspapers. This was in the Daily Mail. Ehud Barak sneaking into Epstein's like apartment in New York and shit. Sorry, where were we? Oh, Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Where were we? Barak believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of Chuck Johnson's redacted, who presumably worked redacted, asked Chuck Johnson a lot of questions about Epstein. Chuck Johnson became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. Interesting. Now, okay, this is crazy to me for a few reasons. So if you'll notice, so there's always been this sort of like story, right? That Alexander Acosta, the former district attorney for Florida, who presided over Jeffrey Epstein's original case, that he was told to back off of Epstein because Epstein belonged to intelligence, right? That's always been a story. Did we know that? Oh, do you not think that CIA and Mossad are in cahoots? Of course they are. Yeah, 100% I do. My thing about Epstein is, sorry, I'll get back to what I was saying in a second, but like, there's a lot of discussion right now, like, wait a minute, people think Epstein was a spy for Russia? That's so fucking stupid. He's a spy for Israel. And it's like, no, guys. Like, Epstein, like, you can be, first of all, you can be both. Like, Robert Maxwell was a British, Russia, and Israel spy. Like, you can be spy, you can be a fucking, you can cheat on your fucking intelligence agency that you work for. It's not hard to believe Epstein did that, especially looking at his contacts and shit. I tend to believe that Epstein was kind of like a con artist in general, and that's how he sort of approached his whole life, and just would lie to people, tell them what they wanted to hear, to get through every situation. And I sort of think he would just kind of sell his intel to everyone. You know, I think he probably was connected to the CIA, probably was connected to Russian intelligence. He probably was connected to Israeli intelligence, right? Like, he definitely was connected to all three of those. How far that went, is it just a connection, or was he an officially like an asset or an agent or something like that? I don't know. It's really hard to say for sure. But yeah. That's my thing. His ties to Russia seem less real? Disagree. Boris Nikolic, for one, however you say it, like, Epstein, first of all, Epstein loved Russian women, Russian girls, right? He was in Russia all the time. He met with Putin. He had connections to Putin. He helped connect Russia to Israeli intelligence. He helped create a back channel between Israel and like directly to Putin. He did a lot of shit. You know, there's plenty of evidence. The guy spent a lot of time in Russia, flying over there. You know, Robert Maxwell, Russia agent. Not clear if him and Epstein ever met, but like obviously Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't know if she would have been part of that transition. Yeah. Masha Drakova, who I'm going to get into in a second, also was like at the head of Putin's whatever youth brigade or something like that, and she seems like a spy, and she was connected to Epstein. She's like a Silicon Valley like Bitcoin girl. But yeah, there are genuine. Yeah. So here's something that I've always sort of said about Epstein. Yes, right now we know, especially from all the amazing reporting that DropSite's been doing, we do know a lot about Epstein's connections to Israel. That's true. But if you've been watching the stream for a while, I've always said that, like, I think that part of the reason why there's this focus on Israel is because right now everyone is furious at Israel. They are doing a genocide, like a live streamed genocide that we can all see, and it's incredibly like horrifying and frustrating to watch. Israel is like the most obvious bad guy. They are the evil country. And so it's very easy to imagine Epstein, the evil guy, the most evil guy, working with the most evil country. And he was, and he did. Like, I'm not saying he didn't. But I think that part of the focus is because of the moments that we're in geopolitically, right? This geopolitical awareness we all have. The thing that I've always said is, if these Epstein files, if this Epstein awareness had actually manifested earlier, let's say that we got these files during Trump's first term, right, around 2016, I think the focus would be a lot more on Russia, because that was what people were focused on. All the Rachel Maddow and all the libs were going, oh, Russia stole the election, Russia this, Russia that, oh, definitely Russia did everything, oh, it's all Putin's fault, he tricked us into voting for a racist guy. America wasn't racist before, there was like a big focus on Russia. And Russia, like, I mean, I don't mean to like even disparage that. Like, I do think, yes, there was election interference by Russia. Of course, Trump is a fucking, like, indebted to Vladimir Putin. Like, he literally was, Russia, if you're listening, blah, blah, blah. Like, yes, there was Russia interference in the election. I imagine there would have been a lot more reporting and focus put on that connection, far more than there would have been on Israel. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. But that is what I think. Yeah, Russia's been big in the news lately too. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Wait, sorry. Packley. Did I not say? Yes, I do think that. Like, I think he does a lot of. I think Epstein worked with anyone he could. I think Epstein was like happy to sell his intel to anyone, multiple people, multiple countries. I wonder if he did have a incriminating blackmail video of Donald Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if Israel and Russia have that video. Donald Trump certainly, governs as though, a lot of different countries have fucking very powerful compromat on him. So yeah, I don't know. That's my take. Hey, but I don't know. I'm guessing just like you guys. I'm guessing. He was very knowledgeable in economics. Epstein? I don't really think so. I mean, I'm sure he knew more than I do. I don't fucking nothing about economics, but I think that was part of his con. It's sort of like how Elon Musk is like, oh, I know. Actually, I know a lot about coding. I'm a programmer. I know how to. I actually invented the Tesla. I think that's sort of like Epstein's vibe with economics. He's like, yeah, no, I know everything. I know all the loopholes. I can help you guys. He didn't know shit. He didn't understand inflation. You know what I'm talking about? But I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. Certainly him being Russian intelligence does not preclude him being Israeli intelligence. I think people are getting way too upset about the prospect of investigating his Russia ties, which should be investigated. Also his ties to Saudi Arabia, Dubai, fucking American intelligence. Let's not forget that. British intelligence, Douglas Leese, whatever. This guy traveled everywhere and he knew powerful people in fucking every country in the world. Let's not pretend that's not the case. All right. Let's maybe not every country in the world. That's not really true what I just said. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Forget everything I just said. I changed my mind. No, I don't think he was I think he was framed. No, just joking. I don't think that. All right, sorry. Distracted. But okay, no. Oh, I was in the middle of something. Now I remember. Okay, so we're talking about Acosta, right? So we've all heard this thing, right? Alexander Acosta. It was reported by Vicky Ward in Vanity Fair, I believe. She said that a senior White House official told her that when Acosta was being interviewed by the Trump transition team, they asked him, why did you give Jeffrey Epstein such a sweetheart deal? Why did you do that? And his response, according to Vicky Ward, according to her confidential source inside the White House, a former White House official, she was told, she was told by her confidential source that he heard from Acosta, try and keep track of this. Acosta told the Trump team, I was told that he was intelligence and to leave it alone. Right? That's like, we all know that, right? We've all heard that. Okay, so, and a lot of people were like, and that's proof that he was intelligent. That's proof. But it's always seemed almost certain that the person who Vicky Ward was interviewing was Steve Bannon. Okay, Steve Bannon, not a very reasonable guy. Also a guy who Chuck Johnson worked for. Okay, so I want to go over here. This is from a recent interview, a deposition with Acosta. And I thought this was crazy. This one kind of flew under the radar. I talked about it on here once before, but maybe people haven't seen it. So this is they're interviewing Acosta. This was released a few months back. The person says, the interviewer says, Steve Bannon has publicly stated that you told him that Epstein, quote, belonged to intelligence. Do you recall ever speaking to Steve Bannon about Jeffrey Epstein? Now, this is crazy because that isn't true. Steve Bannon's never been public. It's always just been a confidential source, former administration in the White House. And because of the timing, it really seems like it must have been Steve Bannon. So this person says to Bannon that, and then Acosta says, I don't recall ever speaking to Steve Bannon about Jeffrey Epstein. Have you spoken to Steve Bannon? I've spoken to Steve Bannon. I have no recollection of speaking to Steve Bannon about Jeffrey Epstein. I've been asked, up until now, I did not know if that was the source of that anonymous White House quote. I've been asked about that. I don't know where it came from. I'll take your word it came from Mr. Bannon, but I don't know where it came from. I never made that assertion. So I wonder, did this actually happen? Like it seems like I'm just sort of like, I'm spitballing here, right? It's really opaque. It's hard to tell. What does it mean? Let's say that he didn't say this. Let's say that he didn't say this. Let's say that quote was completely made up by Steve Bannon, right? What would Steve Bannon have to gain by painting Jeffrey Epstein, who was his friend at the time, by making him look like a CIA asset or intelligence asset in general? Now, we actually have an article, and sorry, the reason I bring this up is Johnson corroborates this. It makes it seem like maybe this is real. He says that Dershowitz was the one who told Acosta. Sorry, there's a lot of players here. Are you guys able to keep track of these all the different fucking? I feel like I'm trying to like explain a soap opera that I've been watching to someone who has never heard of it. And Jimmy, he broke up with Kimmy, but then Kimmy died, but turned out she was still alive. And actually, Jimmy was a clone, and he sent from outer space. And Steve Bannon showed up, but it wasn't really Steve Bannon. It was actually Charles Johnson, blah, blah, blah. You know, I hope that makes sense. But it's very tough to say. Yeah, he is like a literal bridge troll. He is like that. But we actually have this old Rolling Stone article from 2021. Steve Bannon thought Jeffrey Epstein was a spy. The billionaire may have exaggerated his connections to the world of international espionage. And this is annoying because like for a long time, if you've been following the Epstein shit as long as I have, there are so many fucking articles where they're like, obviously Epstein wasn't working for intelligence. No intelligence. The CIA definitely would never do anything that evil. And it's like, excuse me? Do you know anything about this? Do you know literally one thing about the CIA? They have done genocides. Like they have killed millions. They have killed millions over fucking oil or like fucking bananas. Like the Epstein thing would not be on the top 10 most evil things they've done. So anyway, I find that very annoying. But they talk about Epstein. Okay. There's no evidence that Epstein's connections to either president had survived the 2008 scandal that branded him a sex offender. With one notable exception, Steve Bannon, chairman of the Trump campaign and a White House strategist, was a frequent visitor to Epstein's New York mansion. Timing there's a little bit off. Bannon didn't know Epstein until after he'd been kicked off the Trump campaign team. I'm going to skip ahead here because I'm looking for a specific part. Michael Wolff, who was also a friend of Epstein. Michael Wolff's the one who introduced them. The two men bonded in part out of a shared incredulity about Donald Trump. Bannon liked to compare notes with Epstein and was often astonished by what Epstein knew. Why would the media-savvy Bannon run the risk of associating with a sex trafficker? Two Republican operatives who worked for Bannon offer an explanation. While reporting on MAGA World, Bannon in particular merits an extra degree of caution. These independent accounts line up and point to an alluring thesis. Bannon was intrigued by Epstein's reputed role as a middleman for intelligence services in the United States, and abroad. One of the operatives spoke anonymously. I'm going to skip ahead here. Who's the other one? Charles Johnson, a conservative provocateur, worked with Bannon at Breitbart News. So this is when Charles Johnson was working at Breitbart, he was like, Bannon was his mentor. Bannon was like, I like you, kid. You seem just as fucked up as me. I'm going to teach you everything I know. So he worked with Bannon. for years. And he says he also got the impression that Bannon's visits to Epstein involved the intelligence world. Johnson says that Bannon made several visits to Epstein's New York mansion after he was ousted from the White House in August 2017. He also offered to introduce me to him at one point. Johnson tells Rolling Stone. Johnson declined the offer. He's like, I'm Chuck Johnson. I would never want to meet Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, actually, that might be true, but only because Epstein's Jewish. That might be the only reason Johnson refused to meet with him. Gross. Don't you have any non-Jewish pedophile friends? Anyway, what I was told about that meeting by people close to Bannon was that he was trying to replace Epstein as a source for information from various intelligence networks. He saw Epstein as a rival or a partner, but he wanted what Epstein had. Like, that doesn't seem true based on what we've seen from their correspondence, right? Like yes, exactly, Finland. Bannon was doing lots of political scheming with Epstein over text. Is that when he was recording in his office? That would have been 2019. So it would have been a couple years after he met him. Actually, I guess maybe that was around that time. But yeah, like I do not get the vibe that they were like that Bannon considered him a rival. It seems like Bannon genuinely wanted to help Epstein. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Could Bannon have been using Epstein like Michael Wolff was? Like Michael Wolff, like I do think Michael Wolff was like cozying up to Epstein and pretending to be his friend and even like helping him out and giving him useful advice and connecting him with people that helped him, like Bannon. But I think like Wolff was just like, oh my God, I'm going to write so many fucking books from this guy. This guy knows so much. Oh my God. All his gossip is going to be so helpful. Like, yeah. It's hard to say. Like, I wonder, is this, so, like, yeah, they were using each other, but like maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to piece it together in my mind, but like, it does seem like Bannon really did intend to release that documentary, right? Because maybe was he just hoping to get dirt on people by interviewing Epstein? Was that it? You know, because it seemed like Bannon seems like a smart guy, but it seems like he had the very stupid plan to try and rehabilitate Epstein's image, which there's no way that would have flown. In 2019, that's like 2 years after QAnon's already. You think that you can get the MAGA base to get behind Epstein? I mean, I don't know. I say that, but then the MAGA people are kind of behind Epstein now. So what do I know? I don't know. Yeah, Epstein, Wolff, and Bannon were all savvy enough to understand they were using each other. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. But he did. So according to this Rolling Stone article from back in the day, Johnson seems to think that Bannon genuinely thought that Epstein was CIA and other intelligence agencies. Reports have circulated for years. Epstein had a foothold in the murky world of intelligence. Vicky Ward reported in Rolling Stone earlier this year that Epstein had dealings in the arms world in the 80s. That'd be with Douglas Lease and others that led to his work for multiple governments, including Israel's. Epstein had been introduced to the Israelis by British publisher Robert Maxwell. That's not true. That isn't true at all. Who had done his own work for Israel. I mean, maybe it is true, but that is definitely not confirmed. They're saying that, like, as we know, but like as far as anyone has stated, it doesn't seem that Robert Maxwell ever met Epstein. He only found out about Epstein after Ghislaine had started dating him in 91, and he died like that year. And he reached out to Ace Greenberg at Bear Stearns and was like, you know this Epstein guy? Is he cool? He's dating my daughter. But I don't know that they ever met. So it's hard for me to believe that it was Robert Maxwell who introduced him to Israeli intelligence. Somehow, I don't think so. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. He goes to Saudi Arabia, MBS, whatever Bannon's. I mostly want to hear the stuff about Charles Johnson. I think there's more. Skipping ahead, guys. Let me scroll. All right. Okay, whatever. I think that's it. Okay. So that was that's from, what's his name? Charles Johnson talking about Bannon. So it's like, okay, like let's try to think about this. Chuck Johnson is implicating people in this thing, including Dershowitz, saying that Dershowitz was a Mossad agent, his favorite thing to tell people, to accuse people of. Dershowitz was a Mossad agent, and he told Acosta that Epstein worked for intelligence and to leave him alone. So he's corroborating Bannon's thing. It seems like they worked together and they talked about Epstein being CIA. And this is a fucking podcast that he recorded, that Charles Johnson recorded a few months ago, like right before he went to jail, Thoughts and Adventures Live, where he talks about how Epstein was CIA and Mossad. Like this is what this thing was. I'll play a little
Good evening, friends. Sorry I screwed that up a second ago with the other accounts. Just as there have been other elaborate hoaxes in our time, the possibility that everything you know about Jeffrey Epstein is wrong.
Whoa, everything I know about Jeffrey Epstein's wrong? Damn.
And I want you to consider the possibility that just as there have been other elaborate hoaxes in our time, that the Jeffrey Epstein story is itself something of a hoax. And I thought we might start.
So you can tell he has some crazy takes here. Oh yeah, I mean Wexner would make sense. Wexner jump-started Epstein's involvement with Israeli intelligence. That could be, totally. You think Barr, like CIA ties? Yeah, totally could see that too. Maybe Bannon was keeping tabs so the feds could grab him when he's convenient as a distraction for Donald J. Trump. Could be. And now he says he has met Epstein, which is different from what he told Rolling Stone.
Journalists who, are curious about kind of my dealings with Epstein.
My dealings with Epstein.
I have a meeting set up with some people from Bloomberg, another one with a very reputable journalist. Now I should say, I first met Jeffrey Epstein. In 2005. 2005. When I was in high school,
and I was in high school. Was Epstein just like hanging out in the fucking behind the bleachers?
Working for
buying cigarettes for
Alan Dershowitz at the time.
Oh, he's working for Alan Dershowitz, okay.
My politics have kind of differed from Dershowitz since.
I believe Johnson's was like riding for Biden, eh? Like I don't know if you guys knew about that shift in his thing. He became a big Joe Biden fan. I think that was like he was trying to rehabilitate his own image there. But very hard to believe anything.
Basically since 2016, 2017 timeframe, when I supported Donald Trump, but ultimately moved into a pro-Biden, pro-Harris direction. And I would
he's so full of shit.
Say that in terms of Israeli politics, my family has lived.
All right. We're going to jump ahead again here. Yes. Okay. Let me jump ahead to a full hour in around here, I think. Was it? Yeah, an hour 05. Okay. A little bit before that.
Some of it back to Israel or some of it to finance, investigations, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, very, very kind of interesting man. He's a sort of fascinating.
Yes, that's right. Jay Schnabes, like basically a full-on Nazi. Like he's completely like anti-Semitic, racist, like everything. Like he's a fucking 4chan poll guy. Like he literally is that. Now I feel a little bad for him. He was a high schooler hanging out with Dershowitz and Epstein. It's so weird. Like, what the fuck was he doing there? Apparently, he met Peter Thiel when he was in high school at a talk, and he went up to him and talked to him. Johnson's like a big part of Peter Thiel's biography, The Contrarian, if you read that, which highly recommend you read that book, guys. If you want to know more about the guy who basically rules the world and is recreating it in his own fucking disturbed, fucking freaked out image, check out The Contrarian. Good book. Max Chafkin or something like that.
Figure in his own right. Now, what I do find interesting, what I do find
Max Chafkin.
Find interesting.
What do you find interesting, dude?
About
Spit it out.
The Epstein story?
What? What's interesting?
Is how many people have a kind of emotional reaction to it. Okay. Because obviously there's lots of
Charles Johnson's so enlightened. Oh, some of you guys get emotional when you hear about these fucking billionaires, political fucking figures, world leaders doing like, you know, pedophilia. You guys get so emotional about it. Whereas I'm almost bored. It's like, bro, something's wrong with you, man.
Pervy Jewish guys. There's lots of.
Oh yeah, did you hear that? There's lots of. What do you mean? You've never seen a pervy Jewish guy before?
What I do find interesting.
Sorry, I went back 15 seconds.
About
Probably
the
need to do
Epstein story is how many people have a kind of emotional reaction to it. Because obviously there's lots of pervy Jewish guys. There's lots of pervy people in South Florida. I'm sure Adam could regale us with stories of all the crazy stuff he's seen in
Such an insane thing to say.
Florida. And so there's this sort of larger question here of like, what's going on here? Now, I think from the emails we can see rather clearly that Epstein was bossing around Ehud Barak, that they were business partners, they were aligned in all these ways.
Epstein was Ehud Barak's handler.
And Ehud Barak is a former,
this is what he's saying,
counterintelligence person. He's a former Israeli prime minister. He's one of Israel's highest ranking military people.
Ehud Barak is the most, is tied with like a few other people for being the most decorated IDF soldier in history.
And yet here he is taking orders from, Coney Island's Jewish young kid from Coney Island. Like, what gives?
It's funny that he includes Jewish there as though, like, does he think that Ehud Barak is anti-Semitic? Like, he'd be like, why am I listening to this Jewish guy? And it's like, you're Ehud Barak. What do you mean?
And I think what the answer was that he was basically what we might consider Ehud Barak's handler. And that a lot of the money that was given to Epstein or managed by Epstein over the years was kind of used by the U.S. government, and Epstein would keep people apprised of what was going on. So you can see this with all the Obama officials he's talking to. He seems to have friends in every nook of life, right? He's got literary friends. He's got Harvard professors, MIT professors. He's talking to Woody Allen. I mean, he's really like ranging the gamut, in terms of his.
Okay, so you guys get the idea there. So he's saying Epstein was Ehud Barak's handler, which is an interesting idea. I mean, it does seem at points that Epstein is somehow closer to Mossad than even Ehud Barak, the former, prime minister of Israel and the former, Defense Department. What was it that Ehud Barak used to be the fucking Defense Department guy? I forget what the fucking positions are there, but. And yet Epstein was like, meet with this guy. He's Mossad. He's good. He's going to help you out. Like, yeah, but it is weird to say, like, why would Barak need a handler? Doesn't he have some numbers to call? Doesn't he have some kind of a Rolodex? Yeah, it's a little odd. And I did want to jump ahead to 114. Oops. 114 for another Mossad accusation. Here we go.
This whole
Who is he going to say works for Mossad this time?
thing around 2018 because of the Me Too thing.
This is his co-host. A really slow talking guy who sounds like he's recording on like a fucking old flip phone or something.
That was like her story, right? That's why she decided
to
pick it back up.
Brown is interesting to me for a lot of reasons, right? So first,
he's talking about Julie K. Brown. This is the person who broke the Epstein story, like who perversion of justice series at Miami Herald. Like, without that, like we would not be having this conversation right now. We would not. No one would know who the fucking what the Epstein Files were. Like, she was the one that led to him. Her story led to him getting arrested.
First of all, there's this sort of pedigree question around her.
The pedigree question about Julie K. Brown. Okay, say more.
So, she's 63 years old, I think 63, 64, something like that. She comes out of Philly, so she's not unlike you, Adam, where she comes from, Pennsylvania, goes down to Florida. And she's, so she's working for the Philadelphia News. She graduates magna cum laude from Temple University, which is a kind of Zio-friendly, university there, that's had all these issues over the years at Temple, some of which we can get into if people are curious. But
Lex Friedman fame,
comes out of
right?
there. There's quite a number of
Yeah.
people that have come out. There's a lot of scandals there that have been degree farming and all of that.
Yeah. Anyway, so like he thinks everybody works for Mossad basically if they're Jewish. Miami Herald's had issues over the years. Oh, and then he still brings up at 121. You remember that other one where he's like, I work for Dershowitz. There's this big liar named Virginia Roberts.
Number of Jews and Jewish oligarchs in the United States, American Jewish oligarchs, that kind of controlled Israeli politics because they could control who would get, say, a grant from the Wexner Foundation and who would not. And I think that when Epstein died, there was a lot of people that are like, holy shit, this guy has the ability to use his allies.
Good point, Finland. What university isn't Zionist friendly?
In the media and his allies in the U.S. attorney's offices to indict people and put them in jail. And while they're in jail, they get killed, right? Which is pretty shocking. It's pretty incredible in all those ways. And I pointed this out before, but Virginia Guffreys has a lot of,
Also Guffreys. Virginia Guffreys, bro.
A lot of issues, right? There's a lot of things.
Israel's controlled by the Jews? Utterly ridiculous. I mean,
that are not true, right? About her. And my friend, for those who don't know her work,
So anyway, I just want to this guy has not changed. This guy's the same guy, even though he's like, no, I'm liberal now. No, I'm actually like on the left, guys. I'm not your enemy. I'm actually good now. No, he's the same guy. He thinks everybody works for Mossad, and he thinks Virginia Giuffre is lying for attention. Okay, ruining a great man, Alan Dershowitz's career for nothing. Anyway, so I just wanted to show that because just to recap here. In this thing from 2020, he told the fucking FBI that he had witnessed Dershowitz tell Acosta, oh God, this is such a fucking tangled web, but I'm going to try and say it one more time. He witnessed Dershowitz tell Acosta that Epstein worked for intelligence. Before, we had heard that from an anonymous source who really seems to be Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon worked with, as Charles Johnson's mentor at Breitbart for 3 years, during which time he was hanging out with, Epstein and convinced, or at least Johnson and others seemed to be convinced that Bannon was convinced that Epstein worked for intelligence, not just for the US, but for other countries around the world. So here we have Bannon, who may be honest about this, but I believe if it was him who gave Vicky Ward this information, it seems that he saw some tactical advantage in spreading this rumor and having people think that Epstein was part of intelligence. Maybe that was going to be part of the Epstein redemption arc. Maybe that's where he was going with it, And now in 2025, just a couple months ago, we have Charles Johnson saying everything you know about Epstein is wrong. And actually, he was a CIA guy who was the handler for Ehud. He was the CIA handler for Ehud Barak, and was connecting CIA to the Mossad. Also, Julie K. Brown works for Mossad, and all these people work for Mossad, and everybody works for Mossad. And I sort of am getting, and Virginia Giuffre was lying. She lies. I'm getting the impression that, is Chuck Johnson, even after Epstein's death, is he still trying to, whitewash Epstein's image? Is he trying to continue the image rehabilitation work that Bannon was trying to do for Epstein? They seem so in sync, right? Bannon and Johnson? This really kind of was a head trip for me. Excuse me. He saw Dershowitz. He said, he remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta that Epstein belongs to both U.S. and allied international intelligence services. He shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein, during which he took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. I don't know. I can't fully piece it together. It's a little bit too convoluted, but I don't know. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. This all seems so intentional, right? This all seems, I feel the fucking hand of of Steve Bannon, like, over this. The fucking ghostly specter of Steve Bannon's, like, it's so difficult to grasp, dark machinations, right? Am I seeing things here? Am I just, like, punching at smoke? Like, what? Like, something's happening here. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also true. I think he's heard a bunch of rumors on the internet, some of which might be true or partially true, and is inserting himself into it. This is 2020. There was a lot of talk about these sorts of things on the internet. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Imagine being in high school. You're Chuck Johnson in high school, and because you're friends with Peter Thiel, you got to meet Dershowitz while he was doing the fucking Epstein trial, and you were in the room when Dershowitz was the one who told Acosta that Epstein worked for intelligence. And I guess Dershowitz would have been saying he worked for Mossad, but then it's like there's no way that happened, right? There's no way. This guy's like, I don't know. This guy's like a fucking, like, high school, like, what do you call it? Not an intern, like a fucking co-op student, He's doing his fucking co-op course. And he's in the room for this conversation? Give me a break. No, that didn't happen. This has got to be, I don't know, I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's really confusing, right? Isn't it nuts? Yeah, you can't rehabilitate a CIA agent. Yeah. The worst thing that Epstein was. All right. And now we get to somebody I mentioned earlier, Masha Drakova, as another link between Epstein and Russian intelligence. So, Chuck Johnson says, Masha Drakova, telephone number redacted, is based in Silicon Valley. She's been running a firm called, Day One Ventures, which is supposedly an early stage investment company. She used to be, I think it's a Bitcoin company or some crypto. She used to be Russian President Vladimir Putin's main contact in the Russian youth movement. And here I got a picture of her and Putin. Masha Drakova. CHS, that's Chuck Johnson, and Drakova spoke, but Drakova did not talk at all about technology. Instead, she looked at Chuck Johnson and said, Epstein, Russian voice, you know Epstein, don't you? Epstein. She said Epstein was a wonderful man and that it was a crying shame what had been done to him. Chuck Johnson concluded Day One Ventures was in Silicon Valley to steal technology. Okay, so a little bit of a new thing for Chuck Johnson to try out, accusing people of being Russian intelligence instead of Mossad. All right, cool. And she's a Russian spy trying to steal technology for Russia, I guess. All right, and so let's look into her a little bit. So here's an email from Masha Drakova to Epstein, and she says, I found super smart and young blockchain enthusiast in Russia. He can be better than Vitalik Buterin if he focuses on technology. Money are very distracting in this space. No, that's not right. Now I'm going fucking Jamaican. Okay, in this space. He studied maths and physics science on very serious level and then turned into blockchain. If you decide to do anything in this space, I'd be happy to connect you. All right, my Russian accent's getting worse, but I will not give up on it. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. That sounds fake, but also Charles C. Johnson's real life sounds fake. You're 100% right. That is so true. So here is an article from Bitcoin News. Personally, this is the first place I look for when I'm trying to find things out. Russian operative touted blockchain prodigy better than Vitalik Buterin in Epstein emails. Buried in the overlap between Silicon Valley VCs, Russian influencers, and Jeffrey Epstein's network, a 2017 email from Masha Drakova stands out. That's the one I just read. This message she wrote to Epstein was unearthed, blah, 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 blah. As a high-profile female venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, Boucher, Boucher? Oh, is that like her name now? Did she get married or something like that? Oh, yes, now Masha Boucher. Yeah, sorry. Positioned herself as a bridge between Eastern European talent and Western capital, but at what cost? From Putin's kiss to Silicon Valley stardom. Yes, Masha Butcher, formerly Drokova, didn't arrive in the U.S. tech scene by accident. Born in Russia, she gained notoriety as a teenage leader in Nashi, a pro-Kremlin youth movement infamous. Sorry, I just spat everywhere. God, I'm gross. Oh, God. All right. Try to pull yourself together, man. All right. Yes. This youth movement was infamous for its anti-Western protests and loyalty to Vladimir Putin. In a 2011 propaganda video titled Putin's Kiss, a young Drokova is seen planting a kiss on Putin's cheek, a moment that symbolized her deep ties to the Russian regime. Yeah, was that a symbolic moment? All right. Sounding like Russia's #1 reggae singer. Nice. Silicon Valley, Boucher quickly ascended to become one of the most prominent female VCs. We're going to just kind of skip ahead here, but her success has been marred by allegations of being a Kremlin bag washer, a term used by intelligence analysts to describe her alleged role in laundering Russian oligarch funds into U.S. tech ventures, often through offshore entities like those in the Cayman Islands. So, Chuck Johnson thought that she was there to steal technology for Russia. It seems from this anyway, I mean, we don't really know. This is speculation too. But it seems like there's more evidence to show that no, she was funding specific US ventures that would help Russia. Like she wasn't stealing technology, she was manipulating it. You know what I mean? That seems to be the thing. Yeah, it's just like the Russian version of the Hitler Youth. I mean, yeah, that's what it seems like. She wrote to Epstein, May 18, 2018, we just spoke with Ben, and there's a small private event organized by our common friend, Simone. It's taking place in the castle on July 6 to 9. We are both going there. It'll be a few scientists, AI, blockchain people. Everyone going there is smart, nice, trustworthy, and most importantly, fun. If you come for a day or a few days, it will be super fun, and we would really enjoy seeing you. A heart emoji. P.S. There are a bunch of ways to come and stay private there. I can work with your assistant to organize it conveniently for you. Epstein goes, do you have a list of participants? I don't know why I'm doing that voice. Do you have a list of participants? I don't know. I forget how to do voices. Whatever happened to our PR guy? Chickened out. No idea who he's talking about there. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I could go on. Manipulating crypto, recruiting prodigies. Prodigies, rather? Prodigy. Wait, is it pronounced prodigy? Prodigy. Fuck, I think I've been saying it wrong my whole life. I was definitely not a prodigy of pronouncing prodigy correctly. Anyway, so it seems like Chuck Johnson's like wrong about the specifics here, but like he did correctly say that this woman, Masha Drokova, was a friend of Epstein and a link to Russia. And it also seems like she was trying to help whitewash his image too. Like, what happened to our PR guy? He chickened out. Like, and so the fact that she said that to him, I can believe that she said that to Chuck Johnson, right? Like, that one seems right. It just seems like his conclusion was off, but he did identify her as a connection. Do Cartman's voice for Epstein? I don't know if I can really do that one either, but all right, I'll try. Okay, next. And this one's so Chucky J. Chuck Johnson advised Shabbat is doing everything they can to co-opt the Trump presidency. Shabbat is, this has got to be a direct quote, Shabbat is basically state-sanctioned Judaism. It is used by Putin to keep tabs on all Russo-Jewish oligarchs. On the day Trump was elected president, Ivanka, and Jared, that's Jared Kushner, were at the gravesite of Rabbi Shearson, who was the most powerful rabbi in the Chabad network. Jared didn't disclose his stake in Cadre, I don't know what that is, because of its ties to the Russian state, NFI. Chuck Johnson believed this was or is the real Russian collusion story. It's funny, like, as you've pointed out, Finland, Chuck Johnson has been hanging out with the time for some game theory guy who's like a fucking lib who's like, if you just think about game theory, that's how we'll prove that there was Russian collusion. So it does seem like he hates Russia and Israel. Definitely hates Israel more. But he's going kind of both directions here. And like I do think it's extremely Chuck Johnson to be like, oh, Shabbat is trying to co-opt the Trump presidency. Oh, they're basically state-sanctioned Judaism. He's not totally wrong though. Like Shabbat is like a completely it's basically like the fucking Jewish version of Opus Dei, extremists. Sorry, where were we? The FBI, says Johnson, should investigate Kushner's family charities to find evidence of corruption and money laundering. Shabbat routinely uses charities to launder money. Next, Chuck Johnson provided the attached article entitled Jim McGreevey and His Main Man by Craig Horowitz. Excuse me. While this article is old and central on Charles Kushner, it highlights and documents the deep ties that the Kushner family has with Israel and their history of corrupt business practices and alleged violations of election laws. Okay, great, cool. Yeah, I believe that. I'm going to skip ahead. Harry Tenosodinbjo. Jesus. Sorry to anyone who knows how to pronounce that. Hari has developed Trump's hotels and is a billionaire. Hari, redacted his last name that time, I guess, introduced him or herself to the Indonesian CIA. Indonesian CIA, you mean like the CIA branch in Indonesia. Okay. Hari, blah, 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 speak Indonesian. Hari bought his Beverly Hills home from Trump, said he was going to fuck Amazon over their military contracts. Chuck Johnson advised that this was a real collusion story. Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and his presidency. And they're not talking about Jared Kushner there, who's definitely too dumb to be the brains behind anything. They're talking about Charles Kushner there, who's his dad, who, yeah, he's smart, but I find that pretty hard to believe. I don't think that Trump would allow his daughter's husband's dad to boss him around. And that's just based on nothing but more than a gut instinct. But I don't think that's true. I just don't believe that. Igor Krobatov brokered the sale of a Beverly Hills mansion Trump acquired for $80,000, less than the market value. That is true. I have an article down here. A small-time scam artist gave Trump a mansion for $0. Why? In 2008, an Egyptian man with a reputation for small-time financial scams bought an opulent 10,400 square foot mansion on famed Rodeo Drive. Sale price, according to public records, $10.3 million. Then 6 weeks later, he transferred the mansion to a shell company set up by a brash New York billionaire for no money at all. The billionaire was Donald Trump. The home was next door to another mansion he purchased for $7 million a year earlier and down the street from a Beverly Hills hotel where two women say they had affairs with Trump around the same time. Anyway. Okay, so he was like, here's an article. Like, part of it, I feel like, this doesn't feel like high quality FBI informing. If you're like, I have secret knowledge. Here, check out these links. Have you read these articles? Like, okay, well then it's an article then. Like, oh wait, why didn't I just read the news myself? Why did I need you to become an informant? Anyway, this is why he had to go to jail. This is not shit that keeps you out of jail. He said the deal included many facets that don't add up, and that the deal. I would say getting a $10 million mansion for $0. Yeah, that is a facet that doesn't add up. The deal warrants further scrutiny, and investigators should follow up on the numerous oddities and red flags that this series of transactions raises. Okay, man. Yeah, you're just sharing a fucking post on your Facebook page. That doesn't really help. The Fishes, NFI, signed the deed transferring the Beverly Hills home. Okay, this is another thing. Prominent Los Angeles real estate investors and political donors. Oh, this also has to do with that same article. Oh no, their daughter and wife of the sales broker, Lisa Korbotov, is a GOP activist and president of the Beverly Hills United School Board. Lisa's an active member of the Jewish community in Beverly Hills. Oh no, she must also be Mossad. Anyway, after one season on the West Coast, like you can tell it's kind of fell apart on him, right? like the beginning, the first few ones are the most interesting. And then he's like, and I saw this article and this person's Jewish. So like, you do the math, you know? Like I really feel like, yeah, diminishing returns, each different fucking piece of intel they get. But yeah, like, I mean, like somebody said it earlier, but like, this sounds insane, but then again, the guy's life is insane. Like the stuff that we have confirmed about his life is crazy. Like, it sounds nuts that he was working for Dershowitz in high school. I don't believe he was in the room with Acosta when the famous, I was told he was intelligence, when he was told that Epstein worked for intelligence. I don't believe he was there. I don't believe that. That sounds that is a clear lie, right? But he did work for Dershowitz at that time, right? Like that is crazy. Man, I guess I must be around the same age as him because I was in high school during that time, I think. Yeah. So we end up with I would say like a pretty interesting report, at least the first half of it. But God, it's so hard to tell what's real with this guy, you know? Charles C. Johnson. So they're spinning as that political opponent was Mossad. Oh, sorry. Yes. Sounds a lot like what he was doing in Missouri. One of Sarah Unzucker's political opponents had an Israeli mom, so they were spinning that as that political opponent was Mossad. I mean, he's living in the fucking greatest time to be a spurious Mossad accuser, right? Like this is great, you know. He's in the ideal time for this shit. He can go around and just say everybody's Mossad, and now people are pretty inclined to believe it. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I thought that was really interesting, and I do not know what to make of it. But I'm telling you though, it's got the stench of Bannon. It's got the stench of Bannon, and it's got the stench of Teal. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, what a fucking... Chuck Johnson's at the intersection of like several different like real world conspiracies, you know? He's connected to Steve Bannon, right? And he's connected to Teal, and he's connected to Epstein and Dershowitz, and like he's in this fucking world. And it's hard to tell whose interest he's pursuing. I mean, obviously his own, but he does seem to be like, unlike a lot of these guys, like I think he's sort of like Bannon in that he genuinely does believe in shit. Like he has an ideology, you know? He's like, you know, when I was talking about Tucker Carlson and Ian Carroll before, I don't think Ian Carroll knows what he believes. I think he's like, well, I seem to get a lot of money when I say that the Jews did it, so I'll just keep saying that. Whereas this guy, I think he genuinely, I think he really believes shit. I think he really believes that like kind of Pole Nazi shit that he's, you know, filled up his brain with. Yeah, the lizard man himself, the reptile, Peter Thiel. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is Chuck Johnson like a big Catholic? Is he? Because Bannon's a big Catholic and Thiel's a big Catholic. I don't actually know if Johnson's a fucking thing. Oh yeah, fucking yeah. Ian Carroll is an absolute moron. You're right. Yeah, two of the stenchiest men in the world, totally different ways. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like no, I mean, I think they do both smell bad. Like not even in like the stench of their evil. No, I'm sure they smell terrible, both of them. But yeah, I think Peter Thiel, because he's like broken his body in some fucking transhumanist attempt to, I don't know. Maybe the reason he's so sweaty is because he's trying to like, I don't know. He's used some gene modification so that he sweats instead of pees or something like that. Now he's like always wet. He's like, I'm in the future. like, what's that fucking smell? And Bannon, I mean, you just have to look at that guy. That guy, I don't know. That guy fucking sleeps under the bridge. Like the bridge troll he is. That's a link. Catholicism. I mean, honestly, I do think Thiel and Bannon are both connected to Opus Dei, which is another big fucking... One of these days, I'm going to get into Opus Dei and I'm going to show you guys all the fucking crazy fucking power that they have and how fucked they are. But Thiel, when he was in Silicon Valley, he used to be good friends with... what was his name? One of the major guys in the Opus Dei cult within the Catholic Church, and they would go for walks together and talk about their vision for America. And I think he's pretty much in lockstep with Opus Dei shit. Steve Bannon is acid baths. Well, listen, he wasn't using the acid bath to kill someone and dispose of their body. He was doing it because that's the only way to get the smell off. Yes, and you know what I should also mention? Much love to all smelly men out there anyway. You're valid. Heart emoji. Thank you, Vin Von Boom. You're exactly right. Yeah. Maybe that's why Charles doesn't sweat, is he donated his sweat glands to Peter Thiel, so he has extra. I think Charles Johnson saying he's pro-Biden Harris is some giant Bannon scheme. I honestly don't. I don't even know. Maybe. I think it's also a scheme to like try and get people to like him again, because he was kind of untouchable for a while. I mean, well, people did still meet with him, but there would be like scandals where he'd meet with some political official, and then they'd be like, political official meets with Holocaust denier, like open, overt, to use a Ian Carroll word, Holocaust denier. So now he gets to be like, oh, maybe I'm actually good now. Maybe I'm not evil. But if you look and listen to him, he's like, no, I'm Kamala Harris all the way. But also, Epstein was innocent, and also Virginia Giuffre is a liar, and everyone's my side, especially the Jewish ones. Whatever. Yeah. Oh, speak on Bannon and Epstein's connections to Brock Pierce. I could do that. I'd have to do a little bit of digging. Brock Pierce. Yeah, I mean, God, there's so many different things, you know? There's a lot of different things. I don't know what I don't know what I'm going to do next, but at least I got through all of the things I wanted to do today. Second, a deep dive on Brock Pierce. Okay. Getting people. You know, I don't really know too much about Brock Pierce. Oh, Tether co-founder. Okay. I know he's Epstein related because he's popping up on my screen as a highlighted yellow name from my app, but I don't remember anything much about him. He's friends with Bannon too. I'll look into it. Excuse me. Sorry, I got a bit of a stuffy nose. Keep snorting in the mic. Well, gang, it's been a long stream today. I mean, technically, it's been 2 streams because I did have to restart my OBS at some point. But thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, I'd like to say I'm sorry to Goblin Queen for giving you so much to edit. Cheers, gang. Keep it real. Keep on rocking in the free world. I don't know.